Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. Welcome to the commission meeting, hybrid commission meeting of March 13th, 2024. I'll ask our city clerk, Rafael Granado, to provide the Zoom information.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chamber located at Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225. Miami Beach, Florida 33139. Members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us, or they could do so by telephone. The local phone number is 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID, I'll repeat twice, is 813-928-576-71#, 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press star 9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's start the Sutnick Hour.
Yes, sir. If there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak, please come to the podium. We're going to start virtually. The first caller is Mr. Ken Barnes. Mr. Barnes, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
My name is Ken Barnes, and I'm a resident of Miami-Dade County. The proposed ordinance that is going to, I believe, curtail free speech is truly frightening to me. As a Jewish person, I am horrified by the actions of the Israeli government in Gaza and have been part of the protests calling for a ceasefire and an end to the unfolding genocide. Surely you know that not all.
I'm gonna actually cut in. This is a nonpartisan government. If you want to talk about the protests, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and allow you to make accusations against the Israeli government, anti-Semitic, in my opinion, and anti-Israel. And I'm not going to allow it in this meeting. So if you want to talk about the protests, go ahead.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I feel that this ordinance is directed primarily at one's right to free speech.
Good morning. Good.
In fact, I suspect that the ordinance is motivated by your and the mayor's hostility to any criticism of the state of Israel. This is the United States, where free speech is enshrined in our Constitution, stating that Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech. The Supreme Court has written that this freedom is the matrix, the indispensable condition of nearly every other form of freedom. Without it, other fundamental rights would wither and die. Or do Miami Beach and Florida beat to a different rhythm and a different version of this hallowed right? Yesterday, a group of us handed out leaflets about the environmental degradation going on in the Palestinian territories as a result of Israel's policies. The police of Miami Beach tried to isolate us to a spot where there was no foot traffic, entirely negating our presence. It didn't work as we found our way to a well-trafficked area, but this ordinance gives the police too much power to determine where legitimate and peaceful protest can occur. I urge you not to pass this ordinance. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir.
I'm speaking to the same ordinance. I'd like to use my time to talk about why the right to protest and the right to be seen and heard is so critical at this moment.
I didn't catch your name. Can you start with your name?
My name is Donna Neville. Okay. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, Florida. Again, I want to use this time to talk about why the right to protest and the right to be seen and heard is so critical at this moment. I also want to say that if the police and city are concerned about safety, it most definitely isn't those of us protesting they need to be concerned with, but rather the only violence and aggression have come from counter-protesters and the police. The mayor should be ashamed of himself for trying to put us in a place where we couldn't be seen or heard this
Point of
past
order, Mr.
weekend
Mayor.
at the
Mr.
Climate
Mayor.
Justice Gathering when we were
Mr.
sharing
Mayor.
educational materials.
No member of the dais should be pointed out. Comments in a public comment period are addressed to the entirety of the body.
That is really
but
unacceptable.
No to one direct member of the city commission.
But to the extent you mentioned it, I'm actually proud of it.
And to call it a First Amendment zone, as he did, was, well, in my view, ludicrous. Protest is always important. It is and should be part of the air we breathe. And growing up in Miami Beach, it was a part of my life. My parents protested for integration together with Martin Luther King Jr. when he came to South Florida. As a young person in Miami Beach, I joined a protest in support of Soviet Jews and another against the anti-gay crusade of Anita Bryant, among others. Do we really want to move backwards in a city, in our humanity, and as a protector of free speech, instead of moving forward? My God, do I wish there were more protests against Nazi Germany when my people, the Jewish people, were being slaughtered by the Nazis.
Are you comparing?
The
I am not going to
silence-
allow you to compare.
The silence
I
of
am
the
not
world
going to
was
allow you to
shattering.
stand here and compare the Israeli government
I did not
to Nazi
mention the
guys.
Israeli government just now.
You-
I
you-
talked about protest.
You-
and
you
that
actually
I wish
did.
there was protest against Nazi Germany when my people were being slaughtered. That's what I said, Mayor.
Okay.
We learned that never again means never again for anyone, ever. To call speaking out for justice anti-Semitic is a shanda. And you should all then, if I can't point to the mayor, you should all be ashamed of yourself. As a Jewish person, how could I be anywhere right now than on the streets protesting Israel's unfathomable violence against the Palestinians?
Please terminate the mic. Please terminate the mic. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing how you don't get up here and talk about Hamas's atrocities against the Jewish people, the Israelis, how they tortured, mutilated, and raped women and children, but that you don't mention. Amazing, amazing. Amazing how women groups across the country and the world did not mention a word about the most atrocious sexual violence against women that is ever recorded in history. And by the way, let me finish. We're going to show videos later of past protests where our residents have been harassed, intimidated, in violation of the law. So this is not as peaceful as you mentioned.
Point of order, Mayor. I find as a half Israeli who holds a passport with Israel, I find that disgusting that you would even compare Nazi Germany to Israel.
2 minutes. I'm a
Sir,
constitutional.
you're not next. Sir, you're not
You're
next.
not next. You're not next.
No, you're not, sir. We go, the next speaker is Johan Moore, and he is virtually. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes. Sir.
There's somebody on the public who wants to speak.
Good morning.
ahead,
I
Mr.
will
Moore.
begin by rebuking the parties responsible on the commission for staining our reputation,
Mr. Moore,
acting as
can you
foreign
state your name
agents
and
and
address,
attempting
please?
to undermine our Constitution in service to a foreign genocidal regime. You also waste our municipal time. I'm going to move on and take my own advice, though, and thank Commissioner Dominguez for item R9AD. She feels our pain in the face of a broken special master, special magistrate process. Those are the issues we should be discussing here. I'd like to discuss that issue today properly before you, and as opposed to various interruptions of the public from the dais. I believe that the special master's process has become a fine dismissal mill, and I believe that the commission overlooks the tool that is a fine dismissal process that requires a significant portion of the forgiven fine to, in fact, be used for various benefits, such as resilience or sustainability or restoration of facade elements of the building in question, or in the case of large racked up fines, to get landlords such as Helios Corporation with its 35 apartment buildings to commit to affordability of a number of apartments. I believe that the commission needs to increase funding for code compliance in order to professionalize those of its employees who appear before the special magistrate. And I want to encourage the commission to fully support Commissioner Dominguez's efforts at reforming this broken process. It comes down to an inter or intra-professional gentleman's agreement. No diss on the gentleman who is our special magistrate, but the public is disempowered by the process. Both special magistrate's office and code compliance need funding
Thank you,
and
Mr.
need
Moore.
increased
I apologize.
professionalization.
Your time is up. Sir, you're next. State your name and address, please.
I speak to you today from two perspectives about your ordinance concerning protest. One is a Jewish resident in Miami Beach, and two is a civil rights lawyer who has spent the past 50 years litigating First Amendment cases. First is a Jew. Some of you do not share, obviously, my horror at Israel using starvation as a weapon against the people.
Cut the mic. The resolution is discussing the right to protest. You are not going to stand here and demean. No, he does not. No, you're not. This is a nonpartisan commission meeting, and I'm not going to allow you to debase and lie about the Israeli government. Yes, you can discuss that. I never mentioned the country. I don't mention anything. Can you cut the mic? Can you cut the mic? Yes, because you're not going to discuss. You can discuss. I am not. You can discuss. You can discuss the resolution. I do not mention a country. I don't mention Israel. But I am not going to allow you. I am not going to allow that in this meeting. This is a nonpartisan government, and I do not get into the issues.
You lined this city and city commission up with Israel unquestioningly. You don't speak for a good many of your Jewish constituents. If you don't want to hear it, okay, you'll pass this resolution and you'll end up in court and you'll.
And you're free to discuss. You're free to discuss the protest. I'm not going to sit here and allow you to.
Yeah, then don't sit here. Let the other commissioners listen to it, because ultimately you and they are.
If you want to run for commission, you can run for commission. You're close to being removed from this meeting, actually. You're close to being removed from this meeting. Yes. No, I told you we can. You can discuss the resolution.
I've looked carefully for laws that approximate the law that you all have proposed about standing on a sidewalk. I asked your city attorney, who was at the protest the other day, I said, Rob, is there any such law coming close? He says, no. Well, I found one. It's a case from the 1960s, Birmingham, Alabama. Here's what the court said. Literally read, therefore, the second part of this ordinance says that a person may stand on a public sidewalk in Birmingham only at the whim of any police officer of that city. The law does not provide for government by clearly defined laws, but rather for government by the moment-to-moment opinions of a policeman on his beat. So that's the company in which this city is going to find itself, Birmingham, Alabama of the 1960s. There's a term for laws that allow the police to decide who may or may not stand in a public place. It's called a police state. That's what you're proposing. You want to consider and pass this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Your time is
better
up.
speak to your lawyers and get a legal memo. You haven't gotten it yet.
Thank you, sir.
Because you will end up in court with this ordinance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is virtual. Our next speaker is, let's see, Nicole Morse. Nicole, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Morse. My address is 4200 Community Drive, West Palm Beach. I'm a resident of South Florida, and I'm an observant Jew who has participated in many protests in Miami over many issues. I am here today in absolute shock and horror to witness friends of mine, Jews like myself, being called anti-Semitic by members of this council who are claiming to be nonpartisan while shouting propaganda about a foreign nation. This is not a space in which any decision should be made that would impact the free speech rights of US citizens and residents in the US. What we are witnessing here today is people who are attempting to silence the public by using accusations of anti-Semitism against Jews. And it is utterly inappropriate. It is utterly inconceivable that a body that is behaving this way to peaceful citizens speaking their minds would purport to make any decision about what police might do and not do for any protest within the city. If you cannot even tolerate the disagreement of Jews who disagree with the views that you are clearly stating, despite calling this a nonpartisan hearing, then you should not and absolutely should never authorize the police to police and manage and suppress speech. The principle of freedom of speech is sacrosanct. And what I'm hearing today is such an intolerance for speech, such an intolerance for people who disagree with you having anything or any right to say what they believe, that I want to echo what my previous, what my friend and the previous speaker said, that what you are proposing is a police state. That is horrifying, it is unconstitutional, and it is utterly inappropriate for a body that is behaving as this body is behaving today
you, Nicole.
to
Your
attempt
time is
to
up.
make any
Thank you so
regulations on
much.
speech.
Next, please. State your name and address, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, my name is David Rodriguez. I'm the dock master of Miami Beach Marina. I'm here to speak in regards to an incident that occurred on February 9th at the Miami Beach Marina, where I had a dinghy illegally enter the marina. We observed them coming into the marina. We flagged them down. They refused all our orders to stop. We figured, well, there's somebody that might be lost. So my guys came out. They said they were all the way down in the north side taking pictures. When they came back, I asked them what's going on. They said, oh, we're looking for fuel, which is impossible because if you know our marina, once you walk into the marina, come into the marina, there's the fuel station right in front of you. So when we went around, I told them, come around the side. They came around the side. I said, you want to get fuel? No, we're here to take pictures of David Suarez's boat on the north side. We could do whatever we want. And at this time, I told them, what are you doing? Why are you here? No, we could do whatever we want. At this time, I told them they had to leave. They left. After that, I started getting pictures all over social media saying that I'm a dog hater, that I kicked them out because of their dog. And this is a person that's had dogs his whole life and still have dogs, and I love animals. And then I started getting harassed on social media by people friend requesting me and asking all these questions and stuff. So this is all I have to say about this matter. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor. David, can you mention who the person was?
Right here. Right here. Right there. And this is the lady.
We have the video complete and everything was a lie.
No, you edited the
Liar.
you
We
edited
have the
it.
whole video. We have the whole video.
Listen, you don't get the right to say whatever you want.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
have your time.
Okay, in front of the microphone.
Thank you.
We can't have disruptions.
Sorry, officer.
Please, okay?
And stay away from him a little bit too. You don't need to be right on.
Okay, our next virtual speaker actually is Andrew Dively. Mr. Dively, state your name, address, please.
Hi, my name is Andrew Dively, Miami 1661 West Avenue, representing the Sunset Harbor Boaters Association. I'm here calling today in opposition against some of the bills proposed to restrict boaters living in the Bay. We support working with the boaters rather than evicting 100 residents from their homes on the water. All the environmental claims against the boaters have been proven false. The truth is that this is an effort led by the wealthy condo owners and associations like WAVNA to get rid of the boaters because they don't like looking at us boaters who are ruining their perfect view. This is the worst kind of segregation and gentrification. I would like to remind everyone that those who stand by idly while injustice is enacted are just as guilty as the attackers. I would also like to ask for an apology from every single member of this body. I would like an apology for the doc. Every single person in this body voted to remove that doc without talking to a single voter, without giving us proper notice, without considering how this may affect their livelihoods and families, without giving them a chance to resolve the issues. I would like an apology for the defamation of the voters. The city of Miami Beach engaged in a coordinated smear and harassment campaign against the voters. While they knew these statements were false, in fact, the city of Miami Beach has been sued for dumping 17 million gallons of sewage into Biscayne Bay. And here we are again today, after the Florida Senate resoundingly rejected the city of Miami Beach's false claims about the voters and significantly reduced the anchoring limitation areas in Senate Bill 192. How does the city of Miami Beach respond? They propose their own anchoring limitation area. They offer a dinghy dock for $750 a month with no services for boaters, which is more than triple that of a comparable public marina. And they propose to continue to waste tax dollars in initiatives that don't address the real issues because they have never been able to properly address them. So I ask the city of Miami Beach today, are you willing to make a commitment to work with the voters
Thank you,
and end
sir. Your time is up.
injustice?
Sir, you're next. State your name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Carlos Leon. I live in 920 Jefferson Ave. I'm here just because, if you can see, we're being harassed, we're being targeted, and everybody's on their phone, nobody's paying attention, and it's very, very sad that we've been harassed online, we've been harassed by the West Avenue, we've even gotten 3-4 visits by one of your commissioners, Suarezito, okay, and he even dove under my boat. He's been harassing. He's been passing by my house. He's been telling old ladies to write emails about me. It's sad. Soon we'll have a 6 o'clock curfew to be able to be on land. That's what it's going to. You guys are seriously following this guy right here that is real dirty. You guys have to be careful. He has a background. He's been arrested. And you have to be careful. Yeah, smile. Because you've been harassing us since December. Since December, you passed by my boat. Now you're putting an ordinance not to be able to leave our dog on the boat. It's crazy. What else do you want? We can't go to Publix after 6 o'clock because your rich friends don't want to see us? Huh? Do you want us to wear a star too? Yeah? That's what you want, right? Huh? I'm asking.
You get to speak.
Yeah, he talked last time. He asked the dock master. That's the dock master you guys are gonna. Yeah, oh, and another thing, he wants to use the fuel thing because of that issue. So I don't have a way to get fuel. That's all his plan. And you have to realize that every single meeting, he tells every boater to go to the marina. Oh, why don't you park in the marina? Because you have 20% over. Why don't you tell your buddy friend to lower down the commercial charges in the marina?
Thank you, sir.
You guys are over 10%.
Thank you, sir. Your time is
Double.
up. Our next virtual speaker is Michael Leek. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. The efforts by Commissioner Suarez regarding boat squatters, I'm asking you to please consider passing C7Y and R5Q. If this is not passed and taken seriously, more people and boats will come in our waterways. The effects, environmental damage to Biscayne Bay, sewage discharge and trash, grinding away of seabed grass by anchors, sunken and abandoned boats must be enforced and dealt with. I have witnessed loud music, drug smell, barking dogs are a nuisance. We as residents must abide by codes and laws. Why not boat owners? Other areas of our state have taken similar actions. Miami Beach needs to do the same. This isn't a rich versus poor issue. It's regarding doing the right thing and enforcing codes. I am a resident of Miami Beach, and I hope you will pass this. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for listening.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, please state your name and address, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Christopher Pinellas from Ackerman LLP, law office located at 98 Southeast 7th Street. I'm here to talk today about item R5A and C7I. I would like to respectfully request that item C7I be pulled from the consent agenda to be talked with item R5A. This is in regard to the ban on rental watercraft. I represent Biscayne Lady Yacht Charters, which is a longtime operator in the city of Miami Beach. They span 3 generations of folks who've been operating in this city. They have a legal license, BTR, and operation within the city, and I would like to respectfully request that C7I be pulled and discussed with R5A at the time that there is a public hearing scheduled for 10:10 a.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to mention whoever's online will be heard, and whoever has raised their hand on Zoom will be heard. But we're not going to. We're going to end up going over our time for Sutnick, so we're going to just keep a record. We're going to cut it off. Whoever's online, you're good. Whoever's on Zoom raising a hand, you're good. Please.
Okay, start.
Oh,
Go ahead,
no,
sir.
nobody online?
Yes, there is. So you're.
Yes, yes. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
State your name.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Wally Moran. I'm the president of the Cruisers' Rights Network of North America. We're a boating advocacy group. In the nearly 20 years that I've been involved in boating advocacy in both Florida and Georgia, I have never seen any city so dedicated to destroying its local boating community. Not only are you dedicated to it, but certain among you brag to the media that that is your goal. I hope you're proud of yourselves, hating a group of your fellow citizens so much that you attempt to drive them out of town. Just who are these people that you're hating? Some of them are professional boat captains, handling big yachts for their owners. Some of them are veterans, now working in such esoteric areas as data science. Some are former corporate executives or actors. Some are
Sir,
retired veterans.
I didn't catch
And
your-
some, of course, work at less glamorous jobs, but they're all human beings.
Excuse me, I didn't catch your address. Your address? I didn't catch your address.
My apologies. Melbourne. The problem for you folk is that they choose to live in a different fashion than you do. They choose to live on a boat. Now, will somebody please, on this council, tell me what's wrong with living on a boat? Some of the multimillionaire homeowners in Miami Beach are upset because they look out their windows and they see a boat. May I remind you that boats were here a long time before Miami Beach existed. In fact, they anchored where now there are houses because that land did not even exist 100 years ago. It would be impossible to recreate that land now because it would be environmentally unsound to do so. And yet you continue to make false observations such as the last speaker did, the last Zoom speaker made, that the boaters are the ones who are polluting the bay or destroying the seagrass. Those claims have been proven several times to be false by no less than reputable organizations such as Surfrider Foundation and FIU. But still you people continue the lies. As part of your vendetta, you've made it impossible for these local citizens to be able to go to shore for their jobs, for medical appointments, for groceries and water. One of you even brags about the fact that you're forcing people to act illegally to live their lives. Well, as they say in the South, bless your hearts. So today you've decided to extend an olive branch. You're going to offer these people better access to the dock at Maurice Gibbs Park. I've read the memorandum, and it's a joke violating several Florida statutes in several different ways.
Thank you, sir.
I'll speak more to that this afternoon since my 2 minutes are up.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sir. Our next speaker is Clive Pierce. Mr. Pierce, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Let's go to Michael Raphael.
Good morning, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, fellow residents. My name is Clive Pierce. I live at 60th and Indian Creek. I have noticed a little area known as Normandy Cove right behind Fire Station number 4 at 69th and Indian Creek. There has always existed anywhere between 7 to 9 boats on the water there that never move. Some of them are definitely liveaboards because sometimes you can see laundry hanging outside. And I've always wondered who these people are with the little dinghies or kayaks tethered to their boats. 2 days ago, I was at my dentist's office and I'm sitting next to somebody in the waiting room and we started a conversation because one of the magazines on the table was Boating US. Turns out that his business is marine salvage and he's telling me what a great business it is and he's always busy. But really piqued my attention was the fact how expensive it is to raise and remove a boat. He was telling me the majority of his business is from unfortunate owners where the bilge pump stops working or heavy rains sink their boat at their dock. But he says the real payday is when a derelict boat sinks and people just walk away and leave a mess. He said most of these boats are sometimes owned by an LLC and not registered or insured, and the owners can't be found. So it's left to the city, state, or county to clean up the mess. But for him, it's like a guaranteed payday with a fat check from the government. It's kind of like if you had a truck that has a lot of issues, not worth fixing, so you just drive it downtown, pull off the license plates and walk away. For him, it's a great payday, and especially if it sinks with fuel or garbage left on board. Now we're talking about an environmental problem because most boats typically have some fuel left in sewage tanks. He says it can cost anywhere between $15,000 and $30,000 to raise a boat and tow it away. And if an EPA cleanup is required, it's even more money. What's better for him, he's bragging, is that he gets to keep the boat, part it out, and scrap it for money on top of everything else. So I started thinking about who's paying for all this? Well, guess what? Indirectly, I am. We are. I just want to bring this to your attention. Thank you so much for your time, and I commend Commissioner Suarez on his resolutions C7Y and R5Q. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please. 2
Good.
minutes. State your name and address, please.
Good morning. My name is Jana. I'm not going to say my address because the dock master didn't need to say it. I'm going to send the video of what happened in the marina to all the commissioners, to all the senators. I'm going to do a big email, how I already sent, I think, this Saturday, to all the senators. Even Ron DeSantis is interested what is going on in the Miami Beach. So what we're going to do about the boat harassment, we're just going to skip the city, and we're going to go talk to the senators and see if they can help us, because I don't think so the city is trying to help us. The solution for the new dock is more harassment than the help, telling us we cannot leave our dock in the boat, telling us we have to move the boat to Center Way. Like, you don't respect Senate. If the Senate say we able to park there, you're gonna be like, oh, no, they cannot park there because they ugly in my view. Let's put the new rules for the city. You cannot go against the Senate's law, and it's not gonna take you far away. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Michael Rafael. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Excuse me, that was completely inappropriate what you just said. Hopefully the mic didn't pick up what you said.
What did I say? Sorry. Mr. Rafael, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Raphael. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I am so glad that City Council is finally addressing this very serious problem. I believe the source of most of Miami Beach's problems is in this problem. The rising cost of rents has nothing to do with outdated zoning codes or all of the exemptions given to developers of overpriced so-called luxury condos. No, it's because of all of these damned anchors boats. The air pollution that leaves soot on my balcony has nothing to do with planes flying overhead, cruise ships, or all the traffic. No, it's these damn boats. Speaking of all this traffic, it has nothing to do with the overdevelopment. It's these damned anchored boats. Don't even get me started on the flooding problem here on the beach. Absolutely nothing to do with aging infrastructure or climate change mythology. No. It's these anchored boats in the bay displacing the water, causing it to rise. A rising tide does not lift all boats. It's all the boats that lift the tide, duh. Crime, homeless people, sleeping on the streets, drugs, all of this can be laid at the bows of these damned boats. I mean, what do these people think this is? A land of liberty and freedom before all? Please. So thank you, esteemed council members, for overlooking all of these other minor inconveniences and finally dealing with this huge pressing problem, this abomination of boats. Now, seriously, you all are trying to pass an ordinance to ban responsible boaters from anchoring overnight in the Biscayne Bay, allegedly due to safety issues, derelict boats, and pollution concerns caused by very few irresponsible owners. Conservatives believe that responsible, law-abiding gun owners shouldn't be punished because of the actions of a few irresponsible and evil gun
Thank
owners.
you, sir. Your time is up. I
And that a
apologize.
minor...
Thank you so much. Next, please, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Nisa King. I'm a writer. I've lived south of Fifth for 3.5 years. I don't live on a boat in the bay, so this commission's actions over the last 3 months really don't impact me directly. But I'm here speaking up anyway, asking that the commission reverse course and reinstall the dock on the 17th Street Canal. Why am I doing this, even though I'm not a boater? Because I'm concerned that this issue is bigger than boating. On December 13th, this commission deemed the boaters in Biscayne Bay unwanted and stated that they were going to therefore cut off their lifeline by removing their access to land. Please let that language sink in. Cut off their lifeline. It's describing an intentional assault on the lives of a group of residents. What has followed has been increasingly hostile measures against the boaters that amount to a government-sponsored attack on the group of Miami Beach residents residing legally in their homes. If you think that's extreme, listen. On January 6th, the city removed their only dock, preventing these boaters from accessing land to get food, water, medical care, or go to work. In February, they started surprise inspections, police invading their homes late at night without probable cause and without prior notification. A few days ago, they released a draft ordinance masquerading as a compromise with the boaters, but is really just a forced eviction. Whether or not you want boats in the bay, what we have here is a government body attacking a group of Miami Beach residents who are legally living where they are. We cannot abide by a government behaving this way, because if they can do it to one community, they can do it to any community. What you do to one of our residents, you do to us all. There are better ways to clean up the bay. Please put the dock back and stop collectively punishing this community as a means to an end. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Jean Feis. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ella Feis. I live in Miami Beach. And I just wanted to say that as a Jewish person, I'm very disheartened to see the memorandum against free speech that's being brought today. I know that earlier it was said not to bring up Israel because this item today is nonpartisan, but the precedent for this item, which was brought to the commission in December, does explicitly mention speech that happened at an Art Basel action in December. And it's clear that today's proposal is based on the mayor's concern for specific types of speech that he disagrees with. And that December proposal is pretty much all of the evidence that you need to show that it is specific type of speech that is being targeted here. And therefore, it is important that we acknowledge both the precedent in December and the unconstitutional nature of the memorandum that is being brought to the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual, actually, it's in person. Go ahead, sir. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm a retired captain, still hold a 50-ton master's license. I'm also an actor. I was in Stranger Things, a Netflix television show. My wife and I live on a boat in Sunset Bay. And our boat is nice, beautiful, clean, fully functional. We're very careful about disposal of our waste. As far as I understand, there is no seagrass underneath us. It was dredged when they were putting the Venetian Islands. So a few of us, a couple of weeks ago, went to Tallahassee to see that the SB 192 bill doesn't happen, but it was amended, and our rights to live on the water were okayed. So therefore, I always thought that where our boat is the state water, and now I see that actually local government can override this particular bill. That kind of doesn't seem right to me. I was born and grew up in Soviet Union, and my family, my parents and my brother left in 1973, and my parents left Soviet Union as Soviet Jews to make sure that my brother and I grow up in a country that exercises democracy and freedom. And this particular situation, I'm sorry, it reminds me a little bit of Soviet Union. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to state it on behalf of a lot of residents I know and myself that I appreciate the efforts of David Suarez and Mr. Minor in protecting the interests of the residents of Miami Beach. that drifters that hang out off our waterways, that utilize our land without paying taxes, is not democracy. It's anarchy. What's more, having zealots that are clearly pro-Iranian, even if they're Jewish, that they don't have any outrage when they attack the people in Syria and kill 600,000 people just a few months ago. There's no outrage. But when Jews are defending themselves after an attack, we're not allowing them on our streets to insult and effectively destroy the state of Israel as a purpose. They might as well go to Iran. That's and wear a headscarf and be controlled. That's the control that they want. Ultimately, will be if Israel did not defend itself, there wouldn't have been 1,500 people dead. There would have been 8 million dead. And it's war. War sucks. It's terrible. But I will not. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, go ahead. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Micah Plummer, 1521 Alton Road. I wanted to save this one for private, but it seems other people should probably hear it too. I have no position on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'm just purely bipartisan, and I would actually appreciate hearing both sides of the argument. When you guys say no protesting, that stops both people, fighter right or wrong, from speaking, and that's a Bill of Rights issue. I also wanted to remind this, you guys have Miami Beach Florida Code Ordinances, Subpart A, Citizen Bill of Rights. Number 18, ethics in government. City of Miami Beach officials and employees are agents of the people and hold their positions for the benefit of the public. As public servants, they are to observe in their official acts a high standard of conduct and to discharge faithfully the duties of their office, regardless of personal considerations and interests. Maintaining the respect of the people and their government must be of foremost concern. Now, I was here speaking about the boats, but obviously the respect of the people and their government must be of foremost concern is not something that's on your minds right now. And I would just like to urge you all to just step back and make sure you're actually being bipartisan. And also, you trampled over 40 people's rights when you overturned that dock, and you had reasonable suspicion to believe that it was in the public interest. I'm now telling you, I'm one of those boaters. I look just like you. They mistake me as a city official coming in here. We look just like you guys. We walk among you. And now that you know better, you have an obligation to never do it again and just work with us and allow us in your city. If you want to charge us, charge us. If you want to price us out, price us out. But do it ethically and what's right for the city. Do not please just think of all of us as homeless and dumping in the water. There's been numerous studies saying that that's not true, and you just need to actually have an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker virtually is Cindy Esquivel. Cindy, please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Commission. My name is Cindy Esquivel. I'm a South of Beach resident. As a longtime resident and activist here in Miami Beach, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Magazine's item R5E, the ordinance regarding city committee appointees that are paid. I'm in full agreement and spoke with him on this item. As campaign workers that are paid, it can be seen as unnecessary lobbying. I've witnessed it firsthand and spoke to him about that. I do urge the commission, after reading carefully this ordinance and being as a city volunteer for many years and happy to help our wonderful city, I urge Commissioner Magazine and members of the commission to revise for clarification unpaid volunteers with and without expenses. And why? Because that is currently noted as spoken to Commissioner Magazine, it is lumping both together. By clarifying this ordinance today, it will allow unpaid campaign volunteers that do occasionally work on a campaign to be able to work freely, as well as continue to work for the greater good of the city on commission committees. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Andrew Dively. Please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. Did he, Mr.? Okay,
I
PJ.
already shared. I'll defer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Audrey Bombs. Audrey, please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. Andrew? PJ, unmute yourself, please. Mayor, we have no one else then. Thank you, PJ. Mayor, there's no one else in Sutton.
No, I had already stated that if you weren't online, that it wasn't going to be heard. I'm sorry. No, we went 15 minutes over. I'm very easygoing, but we have to have
30
some.
seconds? The next second is at 1 p.m.
Go ahead.
30 seconds.
But next time, I'm just saying, I'm going to stick to the rules that what I
30
say. I
seconds.
said it very clearly that we're
Okay.
going to end the Sutnick, but go ahead.
First of all, I want to say thank you for what you've all done with spring break. It's been so far very good. I appreciate your effort. I know
I'm
you
sorry,
all
name,
genuinely.
address.
Sorry?
Name, address, please.
Oh, sorry. Richard Cementelli, and I live on Miami Beach at 220 20th Street. So I'm concerned about the boat issue too. I live here. But when I looked into the issue, I realized that most of the claims that were made about what's wrong, what's going on there, are not really true. Because the first thing they said is that there's dumping in the sewage in the bay, which isn't true. That was debunked. The seagrass was never there to be scraped away. There are derelict boats, and we have laws for derelict boats to get rid of them. And we're all in favor of anyone who's breaking the law. We all are law and order people, and we just want our rights. I mean, you have this 1,000-foot barrier, which the whole area is 2,068 feet, and when you take out the channel
Thank
for
you,
the
sir.
boats, it leaves less. There's basically no place to park a boat. You can't put a boat anywhere. So you
Understood.
guys
Thank
are
you,
just
sir.
eliminating all of our rights to have any anchorage at all for things that are not happening. For things that are not happening. These things are not issues.
Time is up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now going to have a special rendition. It's actually St. Patrick's Day coming up, and I've asked Don Worth, who's a very talented bagpipes player, and he's going to sing "God Bless America." Oop. Go ahead.
If you'd like Danny Boy, I can do that.
Don Worth, that was beautiful. We often associate bagpipes with funerals, and it's nice to hear it on a very special, happy occasion. Thank you. Thank you, Don. I was not expecting that. Thank you. I'm actually now going to ask for an inspirational message, and I thought it was appropriate considering the month of March. We're so far so good, very successful, peaceful, enjoyable, and I could not thank our police department and all our sister agencies and state agencies that have been assisting us. And I really do. I have so much respect for what our law enforcement does each and every day, but especially during this time. And really, much appreciation. So I'm going to ask Police Chaplain Erica Summer to give the inspirational message.
Good morning. Well, this is my first time attending one of these, so it's quite colorful and very interesting. But I thank every single one of you for your service, for your commitment to serve the community of the city of Miami Beach. That is just so diverse in so many different manners. I've lived in Miami Beach and worked in Miami Beach for probably almost 2 decades, and I love the beach, and I love the diversity. So I was just planning on praying. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. God Almighty, Lord, I thank you for this place where you have given us freedoms, where you have given us the ability to come together in our diversity and seek commonality. Lord, I ask that today, as these proceedings continue, that there would be a spirit of peace that would enter this space, that integrity, dignity, honor, and love would enter this space, that people would be quick to listen and slow to anger, slow to speak, and that as we continue to have conversations, that we would be open to really hear, even from different perspectives, and that we may approach each other with honor. Please help us. I can only sense your own grief when so many just feel unheard or feel so upset or so angry. But we're all after just really the same thing. We all want a life that is peaceable, that is with honor and dignity. And so, Lord, show us today how to do that. I pray this in your name. Amen.
That was beautiful. Thank you. Always appropriate to pray. So I'm going to actually ask for the Pledge of Allegiance. Many of you know that at inauguration, I announced a new position that I was going to be creating, a public safety enforcement advisor. It's something I had thought about actually a couple of years ago, and now that I'm in this position, obviously reporting to the mayor, but also obviously to the entire commission. Very proud to have you on board. Christopher McClenick, we'll hear more about you and your impressive background, but please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow commissioners. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr.
Great job. Thank you. So before we move on, thank you to all my colleagues for being here, and actually Commissioner Tanya Bott is going to be on Zoom due to a family emergency. She is out of state, but I'm going to allow our city attorney to explain how and why Commissioner Bott will be able to fully participate in this meeting and vote accordingly.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. So under state law, in order for official action and in order to take official action and vote on agenda items, a quorum of the City Commission is required to attend the meeting in person. Members who participate remotely, either by phone or in this case by Zoom, may only vote under extraordinary circumstances. Under Florida Attorney General opinions, a medical issue is an extraordinary circumstance. Commissioner Bott has explained in writing to us that her daughter is obtaining medical treatment in Houston, and Commissioner Bott is a part of that treatment plan. And so I have given her the opinion that she can fully participate today remotely and vote in this matter.
I apologize, Mayor. Commissioner Bott would like to make a statement if possible.
Oh, absolutely.
PJ,
Commissioner
can-
Bott.
PJ, yep. PJ, can you, yes. Commissioner, you're available.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I just wanted to say thank you to the city and staff who have been, and my colleagues who have been incredibly accommodating during the last 3.5 weeks or so as this slow-rolling medical emergency has been unfolding. I can assure you I'm sitting in a very glamorous Holiday Inn on a strip mall access road to a highway adjacent to the medical center, having the time of my life. But I am honored and thrilled to be here with you, executing the duties for which I was elected. And to my colleagues who I may have inquired about why this was permissible, it is important to me to continue to be active and engaged as I have been throughout the last few weeks. And I don't want any of our residents to think that that is not the case. I take my job very seriously, and any working mother has had this situation come up, especially, or a single parent has had this situation come up, and this is just more public than it would ordinarily be. So I thank you all for the opinion and for letting me continue to do my job as directed by the residents of our wonderful city. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. And yes, I can say firsthand, you do take your elected responsibilities extremely seriously. And I think the fact that you're even participating today fully, despite obviously this family situation that you're faced, I think speaks volumes about you and a testament to you. And by the way, it's very clear, the audio. It almost sounds like you're here, so no worries about that. So just before I turn it over to our city clerk for any announcements, I did mention at the last meeting that any addendum items we would vote on as a body at 5 o'clock or later. I think we do have a time certain at 5, and we'll consider those at that time. And if they're approved, then if time permitting, they'll be heard. Mr. Clerk, you have any other announcements?
Yes, sir. So item C7L has been withdrawn. If you can make that notation, C7L. Commissioner Magazine and Mayor Minor has separated the same item, C7T. So C7T is being separated from the consent agenda. That is the only item that's being separated. However, since the mayor said that he will hear all addendum items after 5 o'clock, we will be excluding from the consent agenda items C4T, as in Tom, C4U, C4W, C7Z, and C7AA. So we will be hearing all those after 5 o'clock. So if I may have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding the items I have just mentioned.
I move the agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. The consent agenda is approved excluding those items. We will also be hearing after 5 o'clock R9AP, AQ, AR, and AS. No other announcements, sir.
Excellent. Let's start R5A.
Yes, sir. R5A is.
Actually, just to make sure, City Attorney, can we hear that, or do we need to wait till 10:10 for that?
We need to wait till 10:10.
Okay, so let's go to R5J.
What about the consent?
We just voted on it.
Yeah, but, excuse me, the C7T was not included in the items that were going to be heard at 5 p.m.
Correct, we'll hear it.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
my top priority. I
Yeah,
just wanted you
yeah.
to
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank
No,
you.
we'll hear that way before 5 o'clock.
R5, through the chair, R5J is contingent upon the county.
I'm sorry, there's a request to defer the item to April 3rd. So yes, I'm sorry.
R5J is contingent upon the county, and so we're waiting for them to have the next commission meeting to decide. So I deferred it to April.
Thank you, sir. So R5J has been done, deferred till April.
R5K.
R5K is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Land Development Regulations by amending chapter 2 of the Resiliency Code, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 2, entitled General Development Applications and Hearing Procedures, section 2.2.4, entitled Public Hearing by amending subsection 2.241 entitled Public Notification to establish a notice procedure for certain discussion items that are scheduled by land use boards and providing for codification, repealer, subability, and an effective date. R5K is a first reading. 5/7 votes are required. R5K.
This is Tom inside.
This is Commissioner Bott and item co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine. Does Commissioner Bott want to be heard before Tom speaks?
Yeah, I'll just tee it up very quickly and let Tom go through the details. But, you know, in the spirit of residents' rights, residents' right to know, which MBU was instrumental in crafting and the commission in 2017 adopted as the law, and which has been significantly improved every year going forward. This is one of those things that seems to have just sort of fallen through the cracks. It is a need that was not contemplated, but is easy to address now, and that is what this seeks to do. So Tom, please take it away.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This particular ordinance deals solely with discussion items. So this does not in any way impact the minimum notice requirements for regular application items for our land use boards. And in terms of discussion items, what it does is it creates and codifies minimum notice requirements for discussion items. And they would be 10 days prior to any discussion that pertains to a single property. A courtesy mail or email notice must be sent to that property owner. And with regard to multiple properties, at least 10 days before that discussion, there must be notice posted on the city's online agenda system. As just a point of information, our staff will typically include notice for discussion items within the main published notice for each meeting, because typically the board, if they request a discussion item, it will be for the following agenda. This particular codification, however, would require that that discussion take place no earlier than the next agenda in order to meet these notice requirements. The planning board endorsed this ordinance by a unanimous vote, and the administration recommends approval at first reading.
If I could just jump in for one additional second, I would like to actually encourage us to not just reach out to property owners. We are seeing increasingly that a property owner may be an absentee landlord. And so I would like to find a way to let anybody who is paying a water bill or with a registered address in the proscribed area be the person receiving the notice, because property owners may not be the residents who are affected. So I'm not sure exactly how that would look, but I would encourage us to include that as our thought process.
Commissioner, do you want to move your item? Commissioner Bott?
Sure. If nobody else has any comments. I'd like to move it with that additional caveat, however.
Tom, is that an amendment?
Yeah, and to confirm, Commissioner Bott, that would be in addition to the property owner, the tenants of the building. So if it's a single property, it would be the tenants that would be notified. And if it's multiple properties, it would be the tenants in addition to the property owners, correct?
Yeah, and also, you know, relying on the properties, you know, if it's a condo, for instance, relying on the HOA or the board of directors of that condo is not sufficient. We've seen recently where there was outreach done that was handled by the building office and a few people on the board, and most of the 300 residents had never heard anything about it. So in my view, on this sort of noticing, more is better. So yeah, thank you. So I guess with those adjustments, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Call the vote.
Any discussion? So none. If so, Commissioner Suarez? Yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Is yes. Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd. That was R5K.
Don't go too far, Tom. R5L.
Yes, sir. R5L is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations at Section 7.2.17, CCC Civic and Convention Center District to modify the height limit for hotels and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5L.
Sponsored by me, Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Suarez,
And Fernandez.
and Fernandez. So we have the 5 votes. Anybody want to hear a discussion? Any comment? Let's take the vote.
I need a motion, please. Second,
I'll second.
by Commissioner Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
He voted yes, and he's a co-sponsor.
thank you. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved 7-0. Second reading public hearing is April 3rd. That was item R5L.
It's a bit unorthodox, but I'm just thinking if anybody in the public doesn't know what this, can you explain in 1 or 2 sentences what this item?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. This is a very simple item. In the Civic and Convention Center zoning district, the maximum height limit for hotel uses is 300 feet. This would lower that to a maximum of 150 feet. It would not impact the current approved convention center hotel that is slated for construction.
Okay, thank you. R5M.
M?
M as in Michael.
Got it. R5M is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 1 entitled Land Use Board, Section 2.1.2, entitled Planning Board at subsection 2.1.2.2, entitled Membership and Appointment, Section 2.1.3, entitled Design Review Board, and subsection 2.1.3.2, entitled Membership and Appointment, and subsection 2.1.4, entitled Historic Preservation Board, at subsection 2.1.4.3, entitled Membership and Appointment, to provide that the water management expert position on the land use boards may alternatively be occupied by a person who is a resident at large, as set forth in the ordinance, and by providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5M.
Sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
Hello again. Again, a very simple notion, and I'll let Tom do the heavy lifting on it. But, you know, all of these land use boards have very specific criteria to ensure that we have the best representation of views and background and experience to come up with the best advice to give to the commission. And that is a noble undertaking. But some of these things were contemplated before resiliency issues and water issues in general were as big a consideration in what we do as a community as they are now. We, in fact, have revised our municipal code in our land use regulations to be more resilience focused. And I don't think a single conversation happens about development or redevelopment or adaptive reuse without conversations of impact on resilience and water expertise in whether it's sewer lines or stormwater or flooding or road raising. So while this is still a noble undertaking, it is also very difficult to find people who are willing to serve, who don't have other conflicts. And in this very narrow category, I think we are limiting really excellent, the volunteer work of really excellent candidates who may not have this particular expertise as professionals, but have lived here, know the issues, understand the issues, can represent the issues as an active, engaged resident. And with all the work that the staff does and, you know, that comes up as a matter of course in any discussion now, I think we would be better served to If we cannot find somebody to fill that particular qualification, which would always be the first choice, find a resident at large who is wonderful in every other possible way. Wonderful and qualified, let me add.
Vice Mayor? Yeah.
Do I have somebody to move this
I'd like to move the item.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, let's call the roll. Thank you, Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Thank you. Approved unanimously. The second reading, public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd. That was item R5M.
Thank you, Tom. R5N.
R5N is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 33 entitled North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Committee to amend the Section 2-190.151 thereof entitled Composition, Knowledge, and Experience to add a representative of the Normandy Fountain Business Association as a non-voting ex officio member of the committee and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 4/7 vote. It is item R5N.
Commissioner Bott is
You
the
guys are
sponsor.
going to be sick of me in a few minutes.
We want to make sure we know you're here.
Well, that's right. So this is a role that actually has been filled by a voting member up until recently. The Normandy Fountain Business Association is an organization that has, for the last, I don't know when it was formed exactly, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, number of years, has been increasingly active and productive and successful in activating and reimagining the Normandy Fountain area. And if anybody's been to North Beach in the last 12 months versus, let's say, 12 years ago, you will see a marked change. We have a number of new businesses, everything from, most recently on Sunday, a pottery studio, which I cannot wait to visit, to new restaurants. We've got one of our great bars is up there, and not a troublemaking bar, a great business owner. And so this organization has been actively making these changes possible. And in addition to that, they are also sponsoring and largely responsible for, with the help of the city and other organizations, regular cultural and community activations on an almost weekly and sometimes more often than once a week schedule, which are music, arts, dance, vintage fairs, buying opportunities, Easter egg hunts, holiday events, music of every stripe, soccer celebrations, you name it, it happens at Normandy Fountain. And this business organization, this business group, is the group that has been largely responsible for making it happen. And so it is very important that they continue to have a voice on the North Beach CRA. And even if they don't have a vote, we want to make sure that their views and their input are heard and part of the deliberation process. So that is why I am bringing this motion, or this item.
Moved by Commissioner Suarez.
I have a second from Commissioner Fernandez.
There's no discussion. We'll take the vote.
Commissioner Suarez? Yes. Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez? Yes. Commissioner Fernandez? Yes. Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez? Yes. Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is April 3rd. That was item R5N.
Thank you, Raquel. R5O.
R5O is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by repealing Division 14 entitled Next Generation Council and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This item is a first reading, R5O.
I am the sponsor. Commissioner Suarez co-sponsoring. Thank you for that.
I move the item.
Item's been moved by Commissioner Suarez. We have a second?
I'll second it.
Anyone want to be heard? Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So this is an item to repeal and remove a committee for for young adults. And a committee is really only as good as its liaison. And I think what happened with this committee, which was very exciting when we established this committee for millennials and next generation residents, was the liaison first stopped the meetings and had them quarterly. There was also something bizarre about the committee, that I think it only had a 1-year appointment, and it should have been a 2-year appointment, like every other committee. And I have to look legislatively and make sure that that's true. But I'm not supportive of this item today because I encourage our youth and our young adults to participate in local government. And that's what this was about. It was about commissioners reaching out to young members of Miami Beach and asking them to take part and pass resolutions and weigh in on items that we're completing right now, especially resiliency items, because they're the ones that are inheriting our committee. So I disagree with this, and I'm a no vote today.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand the intent, but I do feel that sometimes boards and committees are only as good as the way we staff them. I do see such great value to a committee like this, in part because if I weren't on the city commission, I would qualify to be a member of this board. And so to the extent that we want to encourage young individuals to be engaged in government, to have a voice in our local decision making, I think it's important to keep this board constituted. I think it's hard a lot of times to find those boards where someone between the age of 18 and 36 can offer their voice in any substantive way, but this is one of those. I'm happy to revisit the idea in some time if the composition of the board doesn't improve, if the output from the board doesn't get any better. But I recently appointed, for example, Brittany Bassant, another new young leader that's moved to our community, the head of our Chamber of Commerce. I mean, how exciting is that? We have a millennial who is the head of our Chamber of Commerce now. That inserts youth and optimism and new energy, a new way of seeing and doing things in Miami Beach and in our business community that's so valuable. And so I want to keep on to encourage young people to participate in our government. I can't support this today, but what I'd like to see is how we could make this board better, how we can assign a better liaison to it to get better output from it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Actually, I agree with both your comments, Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez's comments. The problem is we have not had a quorum, I'm being told, for 2 years. So there has not really been a meeting. So you have people who want to be engaged, some people who want to be engaged, but there is actually no meetings being held. And then it becomes, unfortunately, it's a waste of time for the people who want to participate, and it's also a waste of city resources. So I agree. If I can just finish. So I'm happy to be heard from everyone. I'm happy to reconsider trying to reconstitute this, but 2 years is a long time without having a quorum. At least that's the information that's being provided to me. Commissioner Suarez, now I'll get the Commissioner Magazine.
The previous liaison was Eric Chacolas, and he is I think we can all agree, he worked with Commissioner Arreola. He was very hands-on, very engaged. I don't think it was his fault at all that the administration kind of never gave it the proper attention. I think it's just the composition of that board just wasn't as enthusiastic as they were, and so I'm going to support this item because the last 2 years it has never had a quorum. So I just want to be careful that we say who was responsible for not making sure that this board was active. And the previous liaison, Eric Chacolas, I think he's one of the most active public servants we've had. So I'll end with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you'll never see me supporting something of a continuing process just for the sake of doing so. But I do believe, and it's been one of the focal priorities of mine even before I was elected, to have younger people engaged and really put forward their ideas to how they want to also craft our city. That being said, it's never good to put forward the desire to do something without a solution. I would ask if you would consider, I can pledge I'd take a leadership role in trying to, over the next 3 months, really make something out of this committee, get it engaged, get it up and running. If I'm unsuccessful in doing so, you'll have my support to fold this committee. I would just ask for the opportunity to be able to do so, because I really think it's important to have our young people have a voice in our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez and I actually had a sunshine meeting about our committees because the city has over 40 different committees. They all require staff support and liaisons, and they are a lot of work. And this was actually one of the committees that came up because of not having quorum for 2 years, that it should be sunsetted. So I'd support doing that today, and happy to revisit in the future if it's something that can be revitalized.
Okay, thank you. And you bring up a good point, Commissioner Dominguez. There's actually 3 referrals on this agenda to create committees. They're actually all good ideas. I'll say that, but we'll let the committee process play out. But I do have a concern about that generally, the amount of time that our administration has to take to attend these meetings, provide updates, take minutes. There's a lot of work that goes on. And they're important, these committees, but I've actually been looking at ways to potentially streamline that where the boards will remain. I don't want anybody to get a misconception, but how we can streamline and maybe reduce some of the staff time that we're taking, because ultimately we need to make sure that our administration is doing the things they need to do to keep our city safe, clean, and all the things that we're working on. And sitting in those meetings and hearing the input is important, unquestionably, but sometimes I think there's duplicative efforts so that we can streamline. I think Commissioner Bott, you may be the only one who hasn't been heard yet. I don't want to put you on the spot. If you just want to vote, you're welcome to do that, but do you want to be heard?
No, look, I love the idea of getting younger, active voices involved. I just think that based on the last 2 years, that has not happened. And so totally open to revisiting in the future, but the current configuration of how that works is not working. And so I don't want to just continue it and hope that we have a different outcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take the vote.
So on item R50, Commissioner Magazine.
This is the disbanded?
Yes, sir.
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd.
And I hear the interest, and if we can bring this back, I'd be more than supportive to have this reconstituted if we can get people who are engaged and interested. Actually, there was somebody who called into my town hall last night, and his name was Angel, if I recall, and he actually identified himself early on when his question, that he was 25 years old. And he said, yeah, I know that's a rarity, that, because it's just the fact that we generally don't hear so much from our younger residents. So it was actually refreshing, and hopefully we can get people involved. I would love it. It would be great, and I'll be the first one to jump on board and reconstitute this committee if we can do that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may? Well, I don't know if there are any vacancies that may exist on that board. We still haven't disbanded because we haven't had a second reading of this. When's our next city commission meeting?
April 3rd.
April 3rd. So that's a little bit less than a month. Maybe if there are young people out there that are interested in serving in this committee, maybe they can reach out to individuals that may have vacancies, so that we, may see if there really is an interest out there between now and April 3rd from residents in our community, young voices that may want to be interested in serving. And Commissioner Magazine, thank you for for your comments. It sounded like, and I don't want to speak for you, but it sounded like you might potentially be interested in assisting with this committee?
Yeah, and perhaps,
the mayor.
through the mayor, sorry. Between now and second reading, maybe we could refocus as the youngish generation council, maybe go to 45 and under, because I do think that there's still a vacuum of people in that age range. Not self-serving at all, right? To be engaged in our city. I think this is a platform to do so.
And if we can do that and reconstitute it even before second reading, I'll be happy to support that and get it going. Maybe bringing this item like this will serve the purpose.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I think that all it needs is somebody willing, like Commissioner Magazine's office. If you said that you want to revitalize the committee, I think that if you institute monthly meetings, because the quarterly thing didn't work, it wasn't ever present, people didn't attend the meetings, that I think you'd find that there's probably a lot of enthusiasm for this committee. I just didn't understand the one-year appointment. It should be a regular appointment on that committee too. You should consider changing that legislatively so they have people that are invested in the committee from one year to the next, and then make sure that the liaison who really scaled back the meetings and nobody's laying any blame. It's a lot of work. If you institute the monthly meetings, we all have an appointee to that committee. The people will attend the meetings. They have to, or they're going to be kicked off. So, yeah, it's only as good as the people who are running the meeting.
By the way, one of the issues I heard, there was a committee that I try to appoint someone, and it wasn't this committee, a youngish resident who was all interested. He actually had asked me for a while, and I finally had an opening, and then he came back to me and like, I'm sorry, I don't want to fill out the financial disclosure form. So I think sometimes we lose people on that. I don't know if that's the case in this committee, but I've heard that. Unless anyone else wants to be heard, let's go to R5P.
R5P is a notice of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 21 entitled Marine and Waterfront Protection Authority by amending Section 2-190.49 thereof entitled Powers and Duties by creating subsection 4 thereof to authorize the Marine and Waterfront Protection Authority to make recommendations to City Manager and the City Commission regarding potential suspension or revocation of business tax receipts for commercial charter operators that engage in nuisance or habitual unlawful activities and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5P.
Commissioner Suarez, the sponsor.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. So our Marine Water Protection Authority Board is unfortunately just a rubber stamp for a BTR process. They actually have no authority to deny a BTR. In fact, if a business comes before them and they have all sorts of issues or violations, they still have to approve them. It's almost like a formality. So, they came to me and they asked me, well, what more authority can we have since we are the Marine Water Protection Authority? And I met with our city attorney's office, and they said, you can't deny a BTR. However, you can have a review process for any issues involving existing businesses and bring them forward to a board to discuss these issues in a formal process. And if they believe that the certain criteria have met or they should be revoked of their BTR, they'll give that suggestion to our city manager and to the commission, in which case we can both review the issues. And so this has been a long time coming. Just the other day, there was an accident on the water where a man got sucked into the propeller. His arm, I think, got amputated, unfortunately. And we don't necessarily know the details. However, the water is almost like the wild, wild west right now with these charters. And so I think it's a good step in the right direction to bring law and order to our charter vessels. So I welcome the input from my colleagues, and I'd move the item.
Do we have a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Does anyone want to speak on this item? So let's call a roll.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Bott. I'll go back to Commissioner Bott in a second.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
I'm sorry, it took me a second to find my little button. Yes.
thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd. That was item R5P.
So we have a 10 o'clock time certain for CRA 1, and we have County Commissioner Mickey Steinberg in the house.
We're going to be doing CRA 1. So we are recessing as a commission meeting. We are reconvening as the CRA. So this item is CRA 1, execute North Beach CRA agreement with Bob's Your Uncle.
Mr. Mayor, I move to convene the CRA meeting, to suspend the city commission meeting and convene the CRA meeting.
Do we have a second? Commissioner
Second.
Dominguez, you want to second it? Great. All in favor of reconvening as a CRA? Okay, great.
So I've read the item.
Me.
Commissioner Steinberg, welcome. I'm used to sitting next to you, actually, at these commission meetings, so you're very far away.
It's not done by design, don't worry.
Thank you.
It's great to be here.
Who's taking the lead on this? Raquel Williams.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Board of Directors. Raquel Williams, Assistant City Manager, Economic Development Director. In September of 2023, this body approved the Commercial Facade Improvement Program for the North Beach CRA, and the program was launched last year in September. Today, we have the distinct honor of recommending our first fully vetted applicant for this program. The program authorizes the board to approve a grant on a reimbursement basis of up to $20,000 for eligible project expenses. Today, we have before us an application from Lola Rosa, Inc., doing business as Bob's Your Uncle, a local neighborhood restaurant and bar in the Normandy Fountain area. The project contemplates awning, lighting, and painting. Project costs are estimated at about $6,500. So the matching component, which is capped at 70%, would encompass about $4,600. We have the co-owner of Bob's Your Uncle here with us today, Danielle Slavin, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
I move the item.
Second.
If there is
Vice
no
Mayor.
discussion, then
So let's call the roll.
it could be done by a voice vote. So if all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So I have
Aye.
7-0 with Mayor Minor absent. So Mayor, yes on the extension on this lease, CRA 1?
Yes.
So it's 8-0, and we thank Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We ask that we reconvene the city commission meeting.
Motion to reconvene as a Miami Beach City Commission.
Acclamation. Thank you. We're reconvened.
Okay, let's call R5Q.
You want to do Q or?
Yep. Okay. So let's call R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 30 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Code Enforcement by amending Article 3 entitled Enforcement Procedures by amending Section 30-72 thereof entitled Conduct of Hearings by creating subsection C, allowing only one continuance for the city and one continuance for the alleged violator, except in exceptional circumstances, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5R.
Chris, you're the Vice Mayor.
Okay, so R5R is Commissioner Dominguez. Floor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this item, in the last few weeks, I've attended several special magistrates meetings, and I've seen a big opportunity for efficiencies to be made in that area. I've spoken to Code and the clerk's office and given some recommendations that they're looking into. And one thing that I saw was there were items on there for a year or more because of the game being played of continuances. And we really need to get these things resolved and decided on. And my recommendation in this first reading item is for special magistrates to allow one continuance per side. I spoke to a special magistrate about it, and that was fine, and also the city attorney's office who agreed.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez, I want to thank you for bringing this item forward. I think it's one of the failures in the process of no one in specific, but of process itself, the way that it's gamed by violators sometimes, requesting endless numbers of continuances at the expense of the quality of life of our residents. When those violations, noise violations, and other types of violations can't be adjudicated, and then the due process can't continue in the interest of the residents of our city that have called code to enforce on a business, so that then the planning board can have a progress report on a conditional use permit, but they can't because the violation just ends in this endless loop. In this loop of continuance and continuance and continuance, and who is the one at the greatest detriment? The quality of life of the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. And so you have brought forward something that I think improves process, improves our residents' rights, makes our enforcement mechanism with code enforcement so much more meaningful, because now it requires for there to actually be sooner rather than later a hearing with a determination whether a violation is to be upheld or not. And I actually like to join as a co-sponsor with you because you've crafted something that is definitely important to improve process. Thank you so much.
So Commissioner Dominguez, are you moving your item?
I'll second.
Okay. This is not a roll call.
It is.
It is a roll call. Call the roll
May I?
then, please.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd. That was item R5R.
I'd like to call C7T. Is this a good time, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez? That was the item pulled. C7T.
Yes, sir. C7T is suspend expenditures towards Fire Station 1 project at SSCC. It was separated by Commissioner Magazine and Mayor Minor. C7T.
Point of order, Mayor, we have a 1010 R5A. I'm assuming C17 might take a little time, and I don't know if anyone's here for R5A to speak. That might take some time.
I called it. So we're gonna,
Okay.
it's not a time, it's a time certain in the sense that it cannot be heard before that time. It's not a time certain in the sense that I promised that it would be heard at that time. But we'll hear it next. C7T.
Okay.
So, yeah, Commissioner Magazine.
Regarding the fire station, I'm not going to beat this to death or belabor this, just laying out how I see this ultimately playing out. It seems as if we now have two options moving forward with the fire station, the original location at the South Shore Community Center, or there's a new location that city staff is exploring now, and that is on the western portion of the Flamingo Park track and field. And this item is to essentially stop expenditures relating to placing at the South Shore Community Center. While I am eager to hear staff come back with a recommendation how feasible Flamingo Park would be, my worry is there hasn't been full community vetting, and after if city staff does come back and say, yes, this is feasible, we essentially sit there as an elected body and start hearing from our constituents that say, we don't want this in a park. And then we've kind of abandoned plans for the South Shore Community Center, and we realize that a park may or may not be feasible. So I just want to highlight, that's kind of where I see this going, where if we take the South Shore Community Center off the table and then find that this new location is not feasible, either because logistically city staff says it will not work, or we as a elected body hear from our community and say this is not an adequate option either, we are quite literally back at the drawing board where we were 5 or 6 years ago. So again, not going to beat this to death. If there's room to move forward, I'm not going to sit here and throw a hissy fit or fight. Leave that up.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I will defer to hear what Commissioner Fernandez says, and then I'd like to speak after, if that's okay.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
And Commissioner Bott is also requesting to speak.
And then Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand the concerns of Commissioner Magazine. You all know how passionately I feel about this, that we need to deliver a product for the fire department that addresses response times, and anything that delays that is not anything that I can support. And so I share a lot of your same sentiments and concerns. Where I perhaps see a little bit differently and where I can align with this resolution is that it says everything that you said, but then until the City Commission receives and evaluates recommendations on the options and viability of other suitable locations for the project. And I anticipate that being, if it's not the next City Commission meeting, the following, but I really do think it's gonna be the next City Commission meeting. I hope I see our Director of Capital Improvements at the podium, and I would like to, through the mayor, recognize David. Do you feel comfortable saying that by the April 3rd City Commission meeting, you'll be able to come forward to us with some sort of recommendation? In particular, I'm very much focused on the site that I brought forward, having to do with the western boundary of Flamingo Park. Do you feel you'll be able to come by the August City Commission meeting to give us some sort of evaluation or recommendation and feasibility as to that site?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. Commissioner Fernandez, we feel comfortable at this point being able to come to the April 3rd meeting with some form of recommendation, including any potential consequences or otherwise associated with any selection of any of the sites that has been proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Director. And that to me is important because also we've been reaching out to Miami-Dade County, my office, together with the City Attorney's Office, as to the possibility of doing the required referendum. We've been dealing with the Elections Department, with the County Attorney's Office, with the political body at Miami-Dade County, and all those logistics, and we would have to make a determination at the April 3rd meeting, some sort of determination, so that we can then follow the legislative process at the county to be able to get an August referendum on the ballot. And so I really find this to be consistent with all of our efforts. I don't see this necessarily causing any significant interruption or delay to the process that our staff is doing. So I feel comfortable supporting this item because it's consistent with the word that I've given the public, with everything that I've stated on the record, and the efforts that we're engaged in as it relates to advancing a viable solution, a responsible solution for the fire department and Fire Station 1. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I love that. The reason I brought forward this item is because as of the last meeting, and this is about the South Shore Community Center on 6th Street, where there is a daycare where we closed down a senior lunchroom over COVID that was never reopened. And what we have right now is two divergent directions. We have the city staff that's currently working actively toward getting this on the ballot and moving it into Flamingo Park. I know that also Commissioner Bott is actively working toward finding a location. And in the interim, our city staff is still working toward a June demolition, which, by the way, is less than 3 months away. I would like to take this community center off the table completely and just move the direction to either get behind Commissioner Bott or Commissioner Fernandez, take the South Shore Community Center off the table. I'm going to bring an item next month to reopen the senior lunchroom and get our HUD funding, because now is when you have to submit the applications to get the funding. And what I will tell you is that lunchroom on 6th Street, when I first started in politics, up until the pandemic, when I would step foot in that lunchroom, it was our poorest senior citizens. It was the poorest of the poor who had no voice to advocate for themselves. Many of them probably supported you in your elections. They're the residents of LULAB and the surrounding buildings of the South Shore Community Center. I'd really like to just take it off the table. I really commend Commissioner Fernandez. I'm not going to say that I'm not nervous about a countywide referendum, but I think that if we work with the county, and he's working diligently with the county to get that ballot language ready to go on the ballot, that we just once and for all take it off the table. Because I know that I heard from one of our residents the other day from Flamingo Park that they're actively working with Commissioner Bott to find a space. Commissioner Fernandez also has an initiative to find a space. I know that I'm supportive of this. I also know that Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Dominguez in the past have expressed, and I don't know how they're going to vote today, but they've also expressed intent to try to save this historical structure and its resources. So to give the administration this conflicting direction doesn't make any sense, because what are they spending on? They're spending on building a trailer to move the kids out of their brick and mortar daycare at the Morris Lapidus Center, and I'd like to move in the other direction. I would like to be painting the building with Barbara Hulanicki and making it pop and giving the neighborhood something prideful and beautiful. I would like to issue an RFP that I'm going to bring forward next month to open a dramatic or a theater company for the second floor, which has a beautiful stage and can be completely populated. I want to see the South Shore Community Center thriving. So since I feel like we're finally moving towards someplace positive, I'm going to try to get it up and running again, because that's what we need to do. Everything else is just a waste of money. Let's get that neighborhood center up and running. Let's get a theater program in there. I'm sure that we can have something really spectacular for the neighborhood, reactivate the senior lunchroom, and finally just take it off the table. And that is why I'm pushing for this today. So thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for your support on this resolution.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Hi. I think we're all trying to find the right way to proceed. We all have different ways of working. I don't put a lot of stuff on the agenda, despite appearances to the contrary with the items this morning. I do a lot of things with collaborative meetings with staff and residents and neighborhood groups. Since the January commission meeting, where we were unanimously giving direction to the staff to look for alternate sites in service of getting a new fire station built and also trying to protect this South Shore Community Center, I've had comprehensive meetings with the team from the staff to look at 4, in fact, sites. 2 of them came off. Let me correct myself. 3 sites, and then with the addition of the Flamingo Park one, now 4, that was brought by Commissioner Fernandez. 2 of the sites have been crossed off the table, crossed off the list, because they do not work. There's no way to make them work. The size doesn't work. The configuration doesn't work. There are 2 sites that we're going forward with, and I have been meeting and speaking with David Martinez, as he said that he and the staff will be ready to present rough recommendations, or at least a sense of whether or not something is even possible by the April 3rd meeting. I think to suspend anything and to start reactivating something now is premature. So I would actually request that this be deferred until the April 3rd meeting, because if, God forbid, and I've got fingers and toes and eyes crossed that one or both of these alternate sites will be feasible, but if they're not, then we're back to where we were a decade ago. And I'm not willing to make that decision now in the absence of information. So I don't think it does any harm to defer this by 3 weeks. I will expect at that April 3rd meeting a full comprehensive vetting of the total cost of all three options, assuming that the two that we are still investigating are feasible, in terms of demolition costs, rebuilding, resiting, moving this, moving that, reconfiguring the entire thing, soup to nuts. I am also leery of putting an official pause on contracts that mean that we might, if we need to re-engage them in 3 or 4 months, you know, we've lost the contractor teams that are working on our projects. It is likely that the South Shore Community Center would need to be closed for some small period of time for painting and regular other maintenance anyhow. So I'm not entirely sure that we are squandering money by continuing with the program for the kids in the park. I just think that we don't have enough information right now, and 3 weeks is, you know, a blip of an eye to get the correct information in front of us so we can make a better informed decision about the future path that we want to take.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Suarez.
You know, not to echo too much of what Commissioner Gonzalez said, you know, I'm fully prepared to save the South Shore Community Center. And so I believe that Commissioner Bott had a referral or deferral for April 3rd, and I believe that takes precedence, but I just want to let everyone know that that's my position. And so
Okay, so I'm counting here. I have Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Fernandez, myself. I'd like to hear from Commissioner Dominguez before we move forward, because she would be the deciding factor on this.
pressure.
Thank you. I'd be happy to support the deferral.
So is that a second? There was a motion to defer, but we need a second.
I'll second Bott's.
And just a question, David, thank you for, in practicality, what is the impact that this item has, if any? I mean, is this going to stop something that's actually ongoing right now?
Yes, it is. This formally, it basically translates to a stop work order on all contracts, which then we would have to get into whatever the contract language and requirements are that either the contractors or consultant could abide themselves by. There's going to be a restart. If we end up back here, the restart would be much slower, and it'll cause a delay. There could be some potential financial impacts. What I would propose, if in fact the vote is to not spend any more money until we make a decision in April, at least allow us to spend some small amount of money to keep some of the paperwork going and permits alive and certain things, so it doesn't just, you know, stop and have a greater impact when we tell the contractors that we're abandoning this particular project and going towards a different location, just to minimize those potential financial or exposure.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, Commissioner Fernandez, and then I'd like to take the vote.
Make no mistake about it, it's moving toward a June demolition. So a deferral to April, that leaves 2 months before we move toward demolition. So by not stopping it right now, is really in order to just get rid of this center. Where really, every other neighborhood said, we don't want it. You went south of 5th, they said, we don't want it. Flamingo Park said, we don't want it. Then you went to prey on the poorest of the poor, and they had no choice. They had no voice. And the pushback that I'm getting to advocate for this group of seniors, I really want to thank Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Fernandez for, you know, for their finally, you know, saying, yeah, we need to stop it and go in a different direction. I would love to, I guess we have to vote on 2 motions. We have to vote on the motion to defer, and then we have to vote on this additional item that I have on the agenda. And I would like to call both of those votes, Mr. Mayor, if you can call them, please.
I just want to turn to our city attorney. I'm not sure that's the correct procedure, but I'll turn it to city attorney.
If the motion to defer the item passes, then the main motion would not be before the body.
On the deferral, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Let me explain why I'm not going to support a deferral. Because what does this item do? It directs to temporarily suspend any expenditure towards Fire Station 1 at the South Shore Community Center site until the City Commission receives and evaluates recommendations on the options and the viability of other suitable locations for the project. And Mr. Director, when do we anticipate that being?
And I'm sorry, repeat your question. When we will?
When do we anticipate to receive and evaluate recommendations on options and viability of other suitable locations for the Fire Station 1 project?
Yes, Commissioner, as I mentioned, we should be prepared to have that discussion on April 3rd.
April 3rd. And while we anticipate that this item could cause delays and financial impacts, if we do proceed with another site, we're still going to have delays and financial impacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we proceed with another site, those delays and financial impacts will probably be greater than the delays and the financial impacts of a temporary suspension associated with that item. Wouldn't that be correct?
That is a great possibility.
Okay. And so, and part of what's important to me is upholding the public trust on our commitment to stop the demolition. We publicly stated at the City Commission that we were going to stop the demolition until such point that we made such determination. And that commitment that we made to the public is very important to me because we've made a commitment to the fire department. And we're moving forward with that commitment, but equally important is our commitment to the public to temporarily stop this. And this item, I believe, is consistent with that commitment we've made. And so, to my colleague, the sponsor of the item, I'll tell you, I don't feel comfortable, starting to say, oh, let's go paint the property, let's go start finding ways to program the property, because we're not there yet. I think we got to be very careful about process, making sure that we move in a very methodical way. But I believe the item you've sponsored and you've placed before us today is consistent with the process and with all the commitments we've publicly made to the residents and to the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. I cannot support the deferral because of that, but I think that this item is very much aligned, and I think we don't harm the project, even if the decision is not to go with some other site and to continue at the South Shore Community Center. I don't think this item harms that, and so I cannot support the deferral today.
Mayor, Commissioner
Rosen-Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott is also.
Oh.
Yes, I was going to, I would like to hear from Commissioner Bott, because I was actually going to ask her a question. So,
Commissioner Bott.
So I would just like to correct what I heard, and maybe I misheard, but nobody is signing on to a demolition. And I want this to be crystal clear. The commitment was made to not move forward with the demolition until we have vetted all available sites currently. That is what we are doing. There is absolutely no movement to demolishing anything until that vetting has happened. We have heard from the director of CIP, David Martinez, that in fact, this effectively becomes a stop work order, and that it will actually harm the process because we get into contract issues. And so it is a question of keeping just enough going to keep the paperwork going in the event that we end up, in the possible event that we end up continuing with the South Shore Community Center, which I can tell you is not my desired outcome. But I am also very mindful of the commitment we have made to keep the process going on a dual track. And this is not doing that. This is stopping one track in service of the other. They don't need to be, that doesn't need to be the way that we proceed. We can continue to proceed on the dual track. We will have in 3 weeks a very robust analysis of what is possible. And at that point, we can say, you know what, we feel good enough about option A or option B that we can now stop further work on the South Shore Community Center other than rehabilitating it and bringing it up to its possible glory. And that's it. That is the full extent of what the deferral is doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, thank you so much for your comments. I would like you to know and be crystal clear that that is not the direction that the commission has given the administration right now. The administration right now is moving toward a demolition, and that means that they're moving toward, wait a second. We continued this, I don't want to be interrupted here. The direction, the codified direction right now, I would like to make that clear with the city attorney right now, because David Martinez can say whatever he wants, but we gave a direction, and the legal direction right now is moving toward a demolition. You're getting 90 days out from a demolition, and that makes me extremely, extremely nervous, especially when we're dedicating resources to something else. So, Raphael, what is the current direction that this commission has given on the South Shore Community Center? Because moving toward the dual track is moving toward a demolition, and I would like everybody to be clear on that, because I think that there is no clarity right now.
I believe at the last meeting, the commission authorized adding the Flamingo Park location as a potential site that would be explored along with other sites, and clarified that there would be no demolition unless and until the city commission acted on those alternative sites and made a decision as to how to proceed.
That's correct.
Okay, can I ask a question? So they're not demolishing, but moving toward demolition means constructing the daycare center in a trailer in the park. Are we currently moving forward with the construction of a daycare in the park? Are we building the trailer as we speak?
We are not.
So this is only paper pushing, that's it?
So to speak, if
What do
wanna
you
put
mean
it
by
that way.
sort of speaking? What does that mean?
Meaning there will be no mobilization on any site, there will be no construction activity on on either of the two sites. It just means doing the permitting requirements, keeping permits with the different agencies up to date, and then minor office type related technicalities that happen pre-construction, before the work takes place.
So purely administrative at this point?
That is correct.
Until we get the April 3rd recommendation. We're waiting from the county to hear from the county on this? Is that what's happening?
There's different, permits that are in the final stage, and some that we have. So we have to, extend. We have to also, look at the grant and make sure that, the grant stays in place. So there may be some help that we might need from the consultant, not necessarily from the contractor, but from the consultant, to keep the project at least viable, and until you all tell us that we're moving to a different site. That's all that I would put out there.
And when, on April 3rd, we find that it does fit on that site and that we will be going to a referendum, what kind of direction would we need to get at that point? Once we get on April 3rd, will this body be making a decision if the county says that it's fine and we just have to pass a referendum, and the Fire Station 1 fits on that site in the park? I mean, are we going to, Commissioner Suarez has been steadfast, and Commissioner Fernandez, this is your initiative, so I understand that, and I see that with me, we're at 3 votes. I'd like to know that if the site is vetted on April 3rd, I would like to hear from my colleagues, if that site is vetted, are we going to finally switch the direction, so we stop this and move to a different direction?
That's a separate item. I think
Well,
we-
no, I think it's all interrelated.
I just
For
need
me,
to
it's
put it on
very
the record.
important, and it's very it's interrelated, and these are a lot of taxpayer dollars moving forward with all of this stuff. I'm not quite sure why we continue moving forward with something if in 2 weeks we're all going to make a different decision. What's the
Okay,
big
but
deal?
we have a motion on the table, we have a second. I'll let you be heard, but I
Thank you.
think it's time to call the vote.
And I understand that. I just number one, I think we have to be very, very clear and consistent here. I cannot support anything. I can support this if we're gonna give misinformation. So if the intent is to give misinformation, it is very clear. The city manager has stated on the record that we are not moving towards demolition. So if we're gonna misrepresent the record, if we're gonna twist things, I can't support you in that. I can't support you, and you had the floor, and I did not interrupt you, so please do not interrupt me. If we're gonna follow process, we're going to, follow process. this is just something temporary. This is next month. We are coming forward with an analysis to see if we're going to proceed with the Flamingo Park site. Commissioner Bott is leading a tremendous effort with goodwill, with good intentions to find another alternate site. She's been leading on this, and she's been dedicating so much time to meet with staff and with other stakeholders to find a viable solution to this. But there's no misrepresentation here. No one is moving towards a demolition. I just want to be very clear about that. No one is moving towards a demolition. That commitment was made at the last meeting. And all that they've done is just make sure that permits are kept alive, because that is, your item is speaking about the interest of fiscal responsibility. Keeping permits alive is as well equally in the interest of fiscal responsibility, because if in the next meeting, what if this body says, you know what, we have to keep it at the South Shore Community Center? It is in the interest of fiscal responsibility to keep permit alive, so that we don't have to later on deal with added financial impacts. Your item today, the way that it's stated, is proper in the process. What's wrong is when we start to misrepresent it and twist it, and that's what I cannot support. If we stay proper and in process and professional with a properly written document as we have now that lays it out perfectly, I can support this because the impacts are minimal. But the moment we go rogue and spewing misinformation and lies and that type of stuff, then I have to step back and say I can't support that, because that is not right.
Okay, I have to,
20 seconds, if I could.
and I need to.
And Commissioner Bott is
Yeah,
also
Commissioner
requesting to
Magazine
speak.
and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and then we're, even
Gonna
though I've
keep-
said this before, we're going to take the vote.
Yeah,
Commissioner
gonna keep
Bott is
this short, whether it be April 3rd, May 15th, we're gonna have 2, perhaps 3 options here. We're gonna say South Shore Community Center, we need to move forward. We can move forward at the Flamingo Park site, or we do nothing. Okay, that's what we're gonna be left with. I have no dog in this fight. I understand a critical infrastructure project like this is gonna come with imperfections, and we're going to get pushed back no matter what path that we choose, right? So on April 3rd, if we would say, yes, it's gonna be in Flamingo Park, everybody that wants to preserve green space, which has just as every right to do that as people that wanna preserve a building, are gonna come reaching out en masse. So us as elected officials will be looking at 2 different decisions. Say, upset the people that wanna maintain green space, upset the people that wanna maintain a building, or we just don't go forward with the project and we lose tens of millions of dollars in GEO-bond funding and state grant, and we delay 10-year critical infrastructure project. So just so nobody is under any other illusions, those will be the 3 scenarios that we're facing in either April or May.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and then we vote.
Commissioner Bott is also
So
requesting.
first and foremost, I would like to explain to everybody that it's not misinformation. Let me explain why I'm thinking the way that I am, okay? It's not to deceive anyone. What is our final goal? Our goal is to preserve this center and reopen the senior lunchroom and keep the daycare in a brick and mortar spot that's permanent. Wait, yeah, we just need a fire station. If we give them the direction, even keeping a permit alive to put the kids in a trailer means that we're moving toward a demolition. I understand. Well, you know, listen, it's very frustrating as somebody who's really trying to save this building to continue to defer and to prolong, and it's been years and years, and, you know, listen, if Commissioner Bott, you want to defer until April 3rd, that is fine. But on April 3rd, I'm going to bring a series of resolutions to this body so that we take some direction at that point in time. And really, I would tell you that there is resounding support across this community from thousands of residents that have responded that really do want to save this. Now people have it in their hearts, in their minds. They see that it's something that should be done. And I would so like to be able to say to everybody tomorrow, you know what, our commission cares. They care about that neighborhood. We care, it takes a village. You know what that means? We take care of our weakest. And that's why preserving this is so important. And you're right, there is going to be pushback for Flamingo Park too. But the only thing that I can say is that that piece of land is a budding Alton Road, and it's not taking away from any enjoyment of the park. So I'm not saying that that's going to be an easy road either, but at least we're not preying any longer upon our most vulnerable, because that, for me, is unacceptable. And to watch this happen over years and years, and to get to this point where we're so close, and to now have to defer until April 3rd, I'll support your deferral, Commissioner Bott, but I would like this body to take some serious action. Actually, I'm not going to support the deferral. I'm not. I'm going to vote no on the deferral today. I'm sure that the deferral will pass. I would like to ask you, Commissioner Bott, on some level to withdraw your deferral and to just finally give direction to find another site. Because once we give direction to find another site, the administration has to find another site, whether it's where they currently are right now, in Flamingo Park, south of 5th, purchasing a property. Once we give that direction, everything changes. Until we don't give that direction, we're still moving toward a demolition. Commissioner Bott, would you consider withdrawing your deferral?
There's a motion a motion and a second. City Attorney,
I
what's the?
would like to,
What?
No, you're right. There is a motion and a second, and it's before the body.
There's a motion and a second. Do you want to be heard, Commissioner Bott, or?
yes, please.
Got.
We actually have 4 options before us on possible options before us on April 3rd. We find that one of the alternate sites is a possibility. We find that 2 of the alternate sites is a possibility. We find that neither of those sites is a possibility and have to proceed with a demolition, or we find that neither is a possibility and we choose to go a different path, not demolish, and start the process over. I am not willing at this point to make a decision that has such a large financial impact to our residents, to our budget, and could potentially have repercussions for years to come. I will tell you that I am 1,000% on board with the desire to save the South Shore Community Center, as my record has stated very clearly going back 4 years. And Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, I share your deep concern about the fact that time and again, the residents who are not organized in homeowner groups or resident associations don't have a voice, and that is frustrating and not how this is supposed to work. I hear you loud and clear, and I share that concern. But we are talking about a matter of 3 weeks where we will have yards of information where we have nothing but speculation at this moment, and I am not willing to make a decision based on speculation at this time.
Thank you. Can we vote? It seems like you want to speak. I'll give you the liberty, obviously, because I know how passionate you are about this, and I commend you for that. But
I would just like a
after you speak,
resolution.
then
I mean, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask you as a leader, after we vote on this, I'm voting no on the deferral. You know what, Commissioner Bott, in goodwill, no, I can't. I'm not voting to wait any longer. I'm voting no on the deferral. But I would like you've listened to this body. Commissioner Suarez has a commitment to save the South Shore Community Center. So do I. Commissioner Bott just said she's 1,000% on board for saving it, and so is Commissioner Fernandez. So all of this is just a big political process theater, because we have the votes to move forward. I understand that the process is important, but why can't we just say today, let's just save it? Just save it, because everything else is confusing. It is confusing for David. It is confusing for CIP. The fire department would like resolution. The union would like resolution. My office would like resolution on this. The legal department, who I'm going to now sit down with and craft a series of resolutions for next meeting on the South Shore Community Center, they would like a little bit of respite. So why can't we just make the decision today? I mean, if it makes you happy, Commissioner Bott, 3 weeks, that's fine. You're going to get your 3 weeks today because your deferral is going to be supported. But I don't understand why 3 weeks is going to make any difference. If you're really 1,000% on board for saving the center, then we have the 4 votes to save it. So the deferral is really kind of a moot point, because we know that we're going to save it at some point in the future. Isn't that true?
Okay,
I am on board
Bott,
1,000% with the desire to
Commissioner
save
Bott,
it.
you have not been recognized. I am calling the vote. Call the vote, Rafael.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
we're-
to
we
defer
have a
the-
motion and a second on the deferral.
Deferral to April 3rd. I'm going to call a roll.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott to defer.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez to defer. Commissioner Fernandez? No. Rosen Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez? Mayor Minor?
Yes.
The item passes. The item is deferred to April 3rd. That was C7T.
We'll call R5A.
R5A, hold on for a second. R5A is an order of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled Zoning District Regulations, Section 7.2.21 entitled WD Waterway District, and subsection 7.2.21.2 entitled Uses, WD1, to prohibit the rental of watercraft, and subsection 7.2.21.5 entitled Additional Regulations, WD1, to clarify existing requirements for legally non-conforming watercraft rental uses and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience wishing to speak at this time.
Commissioner Suarez.
There is a person. Okay, thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. So allow me to tee this up for our planning director. The Indian Creek Waterway is predominantly all residential. Okay, it's residential neighborhoods surround the Indian Creek Waterway. Right now, the operation that's going on in the Indian Creek Waterway is not meant for a residential waterway neighborhood. There's no dock master, there's no bathrooms, there's no fuel dock, there's no pump out stations, nothing that a traditional marina would have to support this sort of commercial operation in a residential neighborhood. You know, after knocking on thousands of doors this last year, one of the biggest concerns that we've had is traffic. Traffic is unbearable. And there's a particular location where traffic is really bad, and that's the 63rd Street Bridge. Okay? That bridge goes up all the time. And the reason it goes up all the time is because of charter operations. And so, you know, I find it very I find it infuriating that our residents have to wait for a bridge to open up that stalls their day for 20 minutes just for party charters to go through. Okay? Not only that, but that bridge in particular, at any time of the night, if that bridge opens for these party charters, that bridge has to signal a horn that wakes up the whole entire neighborhood and its surrounding. Okay? Not only that, but while the bridge is opening, these party charters consistently have their volume up way too loud, waking up neighbors at any time of the night, and it's a quality of life issue. So, you know, we are in the process right now with rebranding our city as catered to residents, not to the party scene. And the Indian Creek Waterway is a residential waterway. It was never meant to be what it is today, which is being commercially used and abused. So I'm going to tee it up for Tom, or I already did, but Tom, if you can give a little bit insight into what this favorable planning recommendation was, which passed 7-0, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the commission. As Commissioner Suarez indicated, this particular proposal would amend the land development regulations of the city code with regard to the WD1 district. And the WD1 district is basically a small sliver of land that's on the east side of Indian Creek from roughly Lake Pancos, which is about 23rd Street up to 53rd Street. The item was referred to the planning board, and on February 27th, the planning board unanimously transmitted this proposal to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. Specifically, it would amend section 7.2.21.5 by no longer allowing the rental of watercraft within the WD1 district. And it would also amend this section of the code to clarify that the current rules and regulations that apply now would still be applicable to any existing uses that would become legal nonconforming. And so any existing uses can continue to operate, but there can be no future uses proposed for the WD1 district. This proposal does require a 5/7 vote. The administration is supportive, and we would recommend approval at first reading. And this is a first reading public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. May I be heard on this? I'm sorry to stand up when.
Who do you represent?
I represent Biscayne Lady Charters, if I may be heard on this item.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear who you represent and your name.
Biscayne Lady Charters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commission. Thank you for hearing me and allowing me an audience on this issue. Chris Pinellas, Ackerman LLP. Our office is located at 98 Southeast 7th Street in the city of Miami, Florida. We represent, as I've mentioned before, Biscayne Lady Charters, which may be significantly impacted by this legislation. Our client is a family business that has been in operation for over 50 years in the city of Miami Beach and spans 3 generations of operators. The principal of my client, his dad and his grandfather have all been operating charters in the city of Miami Beach and in Indian Creek. Our client employs over 160 personnel that support their operations throughout South Florida. The client's business has already been significantly impacted by the ban on loading and unloading and operating during nighttime hours. The client's business has never been the subject of noise complaints or other issues associated with bad operators. To the contrary, they have been operating with a BTR in the city for decades. The proposed legislation does not provide a clear grandfathering or exemption process to allow morning or evening charters that are a key component of their business. Biscayne Lady Yacht Charters operates out of the docking facilities on Indian Creek and rely on their docks as an amenity for guests of the hotels. Biscayne, there's no clear list on what establishments are exempt and if their extent is proposed that they be phased out. It's not clear whether this legislation would also ban all daytime use of charters or whether it is only intended to apply to rental of boats to individuals. City is obviously aware of the major impact that this may have on existing businesses, which is why they've initiated the study that was approved via resolution or consent agenda this morning, C7I. And we respectfully request that this item be deferred until that study is completed. And I would like to request an audience with the sponsor of this item so that we may discuss this legislation moving forward and protect those good operators that are operating in Indian Creek and get rid of those bad operators. We have no issue with that. We understand. And with that, I would respectfully request a deferral of this item. Thank you.
Commissioner Suarez, this is your item.
Yeah, nothing's stopping this operator from operating out of Miami Beach Marina, where there's infrastructure for a business and a charter. And I think it's very disingenuous for you to be here and tell us that this is his only option to be on Indian Creek waterways. There's another option. It's at Miami Beach Marina. There's a list of people who want to operate out of there, and I think look, I was elected by the residents of Miami Beach. Their top concern was traffic and noise, amongst other public safety issues. But when we have a situation on our waterways where a business is basically causing noise and traffic, I think we as elected officials need to do something about that. And so, I have colleagues up here who are very sensitive to noise issues, all right? and I get complaints all day about the bridge coming up, a horn blasting, or party goers just blasting music at all hours of the day. And something needs to be done. And so, look, there is a proper facility out of Miami Beach Marina that can handle and entertain this sort of business model. But when you're telling me that you have to go a mile from the dock to the bridge and interrupt the lives and quality of life of all the families on there, I have a big problem with that. And like I said to my colleagues, we are changing our brand from a party town to a resident-centric town. And I believe this is the step in the right direction. Now, look, this particular item, what it does, it limits the use to hotel guests. Okay? So that means that you can't just have anyone from anywhere book a charter and go directly to these yachts. And correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, the way the language was written originally, the intent was it was meant for hotel guests, but the language wasn't clear. This ordinance cleans that language up. Also, it prohibits any future businesses operating. So allow me, Vice Mayor, to introduce the City Attorney to discuss the clarity in the language.
Sure. Go ahead.
That's right, Commissioner. The existing rule is that watercraft rental establishments are only allowed in the WD1 district when it's associated with a hotel of 350 or more units. So as to that particular part of the existing code, this ordinance only provides additional clarity, which is to say what that means. The other major change in the ordinance is to prohibit any new watercraft rental establishments moving forward.
And so with that, you know, there's another item that I have on the agenda to amortize the use of commercial use in the Indian Creek Waterway. But for this particular item, what we're doing today is we're clarifying the language that these charters that are existing now are only limited to hotel guests, which is what we believe originally intended. And this prohibits any future BTRs from being granted in the Indian Creek Waterway.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yeah, thank you. Not going to support a deferral, but I will pledge to make myself available between now and second reading because I would like to understand some of the nuances better. I'm in the middle. Yeah, we want to provide services, but I also agree with some of the traffic infrastructure issues. I would, just speaking off the cuff here, but perhaps if this is intended for only reserved hotel guests, if we are so resident-centric, also perhaps expanding that to residents having the ability to book as well. If my father has a 70th birthday party, maybe that's an amenity. We're not going to be out there partying, but you know, as a family trip, not so blessed that we have our own boat, we may be able to utilize a service like this. So I'll support moving this forward, but do pledge to at least allow you to be heard. I'd like to understand the nuances better.
Appreciate that.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Thank you. I'm supporting this item today, but I do want to let you know that I understand the Biscayne lady. The owners lived on Miami Beach. I know that in the past I've attended Friends of North Beach events because the owners have donated the space for fundraising for our schools. So it's a legitimate business, but traffic and noise has become a big problem in our city, and that's why I am supporting this today.
Understood, Commissioner.
Question, how are we going to enforce, like, being a hotel guest to get on a charter? Anybody could say that they're staying anywhere, and I don't see how you can
Let me,
really enforce that.
allow me to, maybe Tom or Hernan can come up from Code.
Yeah, in terms of enforcement, I would defer to Code on that. I'm not sure how much detail the Code Compliance Director is going to want to get into their enforcement strategies, but that is something that we would be very proactively enforcing.
Good morning, everyone. Hernan Cardino, Code Compliance. So we haven't gotten into the granular yet of how we would go about enforcing this, but I would imagine it would start off generally with the vessels that are on the waterway, and then we'd go from there.
So,
Okay, so we haven't
essentially, essentially, you know, Code can go up to the patrons of the vessel and say, hey, can I see your reservation for the hotel? And then that would be, and look, I mean, if we pass this law, I'm assuming these operators would follow the law and our rules, but that's how it would be enforced.
And how many companies would this be affecting, just so that we know?
So there's
how many?
two.
There's two.
There's only 2 licensed operators currently. Now, there is, by the way, there's like half a dozen operators at the gates ready to go that, in fact, came on after the zoning in progress from planning board. So you're looking at a situation, if we don't pass this, you're gonna have maybe a dozen more operators on the Indian Creek Waterway. And by the way, just to let you know, the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association unanimously supports this.
Listen, I'm supportive of this 100%. We've seen the charters grow. The problem is the traffic at 63rd Street has become untenable because all of these charters are going under the 63rd Street bridge. And it's affecting tens of thousands of people that just can't get around. And the Coast Guard, which has to manage this bridge, cannot say no to a charter. It has to open the bridge. So that's really the problem that we're having. It's a traffic problem. Thank goodness we finally figured out a way to solve it. We don't want to hurt businesses, especially businesses who've been operating for a long time, but it's come to this.
And Vice
Yes.
Mayor, if I, listen, like I said, I don't want to beat a dead horse, that there is a perfectly fine establishment at the Miami Beach Marina that can entertain this operation, and where it is suitable for that kind of commercial activity. And so, and again, this particular item only clarifies the language of the city's original intent to limit this to hotels. So, I don't know if,
So do you want to move your item?
Commissioner, the only, if I may, I'm sorry to speak, but I would just request an audience with you because there are certain issues with operating out of Miami Beach Marina. My client's existing BTR is actually next to the docks at Eden Rock. So they wouldn't be able currently, as it stands, to be able to operate out of Miami Beach Arena. So if you're open to it, I would like to request an audience with you, sir, to speak about these issues and see if potentially there is a path forward that we can, see here so that we can get rid of those bad operators. We're not in disagreement. There's a lot of people.
through the mayor.
It's up to
look,
the commissioner, and obviously this is a first reading, so.
Yeah, through the mayor. Look, I've met with Mike. He's a good guy, okay? And I know he's a longtime resident, okay? But there are thousands of residents along the Indian Creek Waterway that just want to end to the commercialization of their waterways. And so I'm always open to actually, I don't meet with lobbyists, so, but if Mike wants to come with me and have another talk, I'm more than happy to. So, I think, we did this with spring break. Our message was clear that the party's over. And I don't think it should just end on spring break. I think it should end moving forward, period, where, we are going to cater to the residents, not to commercial activity that causes resident pain. So I'm more than happy to meet with Mike from now until second reading, and I appreciate your input.
Unless anybody else wants to be heard, let's call the vote.
Mayor, we have 3 individuals in the public.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here, so- okay.
Martin Smith from Eden Rock. So we have been around since 1955 and had a good relationship with the river. So I think when I read C7-1, the goal is to eliminate those charters that we have used for many years to bring groups and tourists to the hotel, and done it legally and done it well. Taking this away from us is going to make it more difficult for us to book business. We're a hotel. That's what we're supposed to do. So I just wanted to be on record to say that we're against this. We should be enforcing the rules that are in place, putting the people that don't have a license out of business. Many years ago, this wasn't an issue. The issue is there are more illegals operating now than there are legals. If you take the illegal operators out, maybe the bridge wouldn't open as much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Captain Andre Malik. Please state your name and address, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead, please.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. Can you copy?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, is there a way to turn on the, I don't know, I don't use Zoom very often, but I'm a captain. I've been a captain over there for about 15 years. My father was a captain, I'm a third generation captain. I've been in and out of the Miami Beach, from ever since I was a child. I'm 46, you know, so I got about 30 years driving boats in and out. You know, I don't even understand how people can, you know, dictate the waterways. If they want to live on the water, shouldn't they be able to live on the water? And then that's what boats go by. You know, I go up and down the coast, traveling the coast all the way to Chicago. I deliver new yachts. It's my career. You know, I bring them from Fort Lauderdale, you know, down to the Keys, to the Bahamas, to the Caribbean, up all the way to New York, to the Hamptons. That's my career. I do charters. Charter has been my bread and butter on the side now. It used to be on the side, but now, since I've been a resident and I have a child here, I have to co-parent and I have to actually work. And this is my job. I'm in the first boat, you know, in Indian Creek at Fontainebleau, slip 1, and I actually made that slip about 10 years ago. It was too shallow. Look, this is a 80-foot boat that, you know, I rely on to feed my family, and I can't leave and do deliveries anymore because I have to co-parent. I'm a father now. I'm a little older. I'm begging you guys. What are you guys even thinking? I don't care about the bridge. One reason is because the bridge opens and closes every half hour, and then during rush hour, the rush hour traffic is shut down from 8 o'clock, 7 in the morning till 10 in the morning, and then in afternoon 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock the bridge. So it's you know, so it's not like we're, you know, these are bridges. When I travel all the way to Chicago, I must have 1,000 bridges I have to open.
Thank you, sir. Your
You know,
time is
this
up. I
isn't a-
apologize. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is VIP Marine. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, state your name, please, sir.
Hi, this is Vitaly Gonin, also a resident of Miami Beach. And just wanted to clarify, there's been some misinformation about the noise complaints and charters be operating illegally. So in the past couple of years, it's been a huge issue getting a BTR in Miami Beach in that area exactly. First it was due to COVID, and then they just paused getting them out altogether. Also, you know, proposing moving everything to Miami Beach also stopped giving out BTRs. So with this, it would eventually it would close down a lot of legal operators and a lot of companies. There's really nowhere else to go in Miami Beach to do charters. Also with the bridges, just like Captain Andre said, that is already closed between 7 in the morning until 10 a.m., as well as 4 p.m. till 7 p.m. to alleviate traffic. And it's really unfair to say that the only people making noise are charter operators, because there's a lot of private owners, private boats that do blast the music. So just don't want to single out the charter operators, and just want to see a better solution versus just closing down businesses and picking them out, and for tourists not to have any other access to the waterways or for tours or whatnot. Silvio, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Rosanna Norco. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. We cannot hear you. We see your mic moving, but okay, we've lost. And at the moment, we have no one else.
Vice Mayor, if I may be recognized.
Yes, Commissioner Suarez.
We have one more. Ed, go ahead, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Ed, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Edward Hawk with Beach Boat Rental, located at 2400 Collins Avenue. I just wanted to introduce myself. I recently purchased a marina at 2400 at Lake Pencoast. I reached out to Commissioner Suarez without an answer, by the way. I'm pretty concerned about what's going on, and I fully support what you guys are doing. I think it's a great initiative, but I'm actually one of the only 2 that are legal on Indian Creek, and I'm very concerned about this. I invested all my life saving into this project, and I would like to request one-on-one with David Suarez. I would really appreciate it. This business has been there since 1994, fully legal, marine operating permit, submerged land lease, BTR issued by the City of Miami Beach since 1994. Let's try not to put everybody in the same boat. no pun intended. And yeah, I would love to have a one-on-one meeting and talk about it. We clearly cannot relocate anywhere. We invested over $2 million. I have a newborn. I won't be able to, to move anywhere. We're fully legal. And yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Suarez to give me a meeting regarding this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. At the moment, we have no one else.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
We do not have a motion at this time.
I motion to move it.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, second.
Alex is over there.
May I
We're
call the
missing
vote?
one member, but,
Alex is over there.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. We're ready to vote. Yes. We need you. Well, we may need you. We'll see how the vote goes. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for April 3rd. That was item R5A.
R5B, as in boy.
R5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 15 entitled Sister Cities Program by amending Section 2-181 thereof to reestablish the city's administration of the Sister Cities Program by and through a coordinating council appointed by the mayor and the city commission with the city's administration to provide staff support for the program and serve as liaison to the council, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5B.
Commissioner Dominguez is the sponsor. Commissioner Bott, Rosen, Gonzalez are co-sponsors.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Dominguez.
Thank you. This had passed at first reading, and in between that time, it was referred to the Finance Committee where it received unanimous support. I've worked diligently with the city administration, Raquel Williams and her team, and the city manager to ensure that it would be housed within the city, and we've made those arrangements happen. We even had a delegation come in, and we did it within the budget that was allocated. And with that, I would like to move the item.
I second.
I'll second it.
Wonderful. So let's call the vote. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to say? Commissioner Bott, any comments?
No, I'm very supportive of this, and I'm thrilled to
Oh.
second it, and I'm psyched to see it move apace. So far, we've had two Sister Cities events this year alone in Mexico, and then here with the Japanese delegation. They've both been wildly successful, and I can't wait to see what we can do going forward.
I'm glad you're on the screen, because before I was speaking to you and I was looking up like to the voice of God, I didn't.
No,
So,
it's
glad you're
a
up
little dark
and-
in here with not enough light bulbs. I had to wait until you could actually see me, otherwise it looked
Oh.
like I was in a cave.
Wonderful. I'm glad you're up and ready. We're about to
Uh,
call the vote. I think
Yeah,
Commissioner
thank you,
Magazine wanted
Vice
to speak.
Mayor. Just very quickly, support of this initiative. I know at the FERC meeting it was brought up perhaps allocating a dedicated resource to the Sister Cities program in the Economic Development Department. If there's some items here where we could be getting increased staffing in the Mayor and Commissioner's office, perhaps as a first year, we see if we're able to staff the City Sisters program using some of those excess resources instead of adding manpower, but something we could work through administratively. I just want to put that idea out there.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Really, the focus is to have it on the city administration side, and of course, anybody on the mayor and commission can offer to help, but it is strictly a position or work that's being absorbed by Raquel's team.
And Mayor, it is
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, and I see no one in Zoom. The calling of the vote, Commissioner Fernandez is absent. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion passes. The item is approved, R5B.
R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 62 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Human Relations by amending Article 2 entitled Discrimination by amending section 62-35 entitled Membership to provide a preference for the attorney member of the Human Rights Committee to be a member of the Florida Bar, but otherwise allow for an attorney licensed to practice law in any other United States jurisdiction to serve on the committee if the attorney has civil rights related experience, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5C.
Commissioner Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. The modification was for, at the time, this has been here so long, but at the time, we weren't able to get an attorney that had an active license in the state of Florida. Their active license was in another state because they had passed the bar up in the Northeast, and it was to make that adjustment. I'm still happy to continue with this, and I move the item.
Second.
Unless anybody wants to be heard, let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, and I see no one on Zoom. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5C.
R5D.
R5D is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 32 entitled LGBTQIA+ Advisory Committee by amending section 2-190.145 entitled Powers and Duties by codifying the annual preparation and submission of the city's data and information to be scored by the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index as part of the committee's official powers and duties, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5D. I see no one in the audience and no one in Zoom requesting to speak.
Commissioner Fernandez, you are the sponsor. Commissioner Bott, co-sponsor.
I move the item.
I second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, second by Commissioner Suarez. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Yep, no one wishing to speak. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. That was item R5D. The item is approved.
R5E has been deferred. R5F.
Sorry, E, I don't have that E was deferred.
Yes, after some comments received during Sutnick, I'd just like to spend the next month. I'm going to move forward with this, but would like to clean up some things with legal, just so there's no unintended consequences.
sir.
It may
So-
come back in the same form, it may not, but just like a few weeks to talk.
So R5E is deferred till April 3rd.
Does that work?
Oh,
Commissioner
actually,
Magazine?
it's open and continue, correct. We're going to open and continue the item to April 3rd.
R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 14 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Building Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled Construction Standards by amending Division 4 thereof entitled 2017 through 2022 Building Permit Reprieve Program to extend the duration of the Building Permit Reprieve Program for owners of single-family residential, multifamily residential, mixed-use, or commercial properties who have failed to obtain a building permit, who hold expired permits, providing for repeal or codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5F. I see no one in the public that wishes to speak. I see one individual in Zoom. I'll call him Captain Malik. Are you here to talk on the building program, building reprieve?
No, it's about the commercial.
Okay, thank you, sir. I
versus
apologize,
the-
but that's the wrong item at this time. Mayor, there's no one else on Zoom or in the audience wishing
Great.
to speak.
Sponsor is Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Magazine co-sponsors, I'll actually add my name as a co-sponsor, so we have 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. This is an important item because oftentimes when a title to a property is transferred to a new property owner, the new owner is often unaware of prior unpermitted work and is left to clean up permitting issues, oftentimes facing double or even triple permit fees. And it creates a burden on a new property owner in their ability to improve a property or even make it safer. In light of new state laws, I think that it's so important that we help property owners in any way possible, not only be compliant with the building code, but even prevent them from getting an unsafe violation. And we start that by helping them comply with the building code. And this, in essence, through December 31st, 2026, extends the reprieve period. And Mr. Attorney, when we say that we're extending the reprieve period, because I want our residents who are listening, explain to them what that means to them as it relates to the fees that they otherwise would be exposed to.
Well, and I don't know if someone from the building department is here, but generally if there are fees or penalties associated with the failure to obtain a permit and somebody applies through the reprieve program, then the fees and penalties would not apply.
Perfect. And so I just want to put that out there so that any property owner, any resident that is watching this meeting, that they know that this legislative body is doing this measure to extend through December 31st, 2026, an amnesty period to help them become compliant with the Florida Building Code, to make their properties safe and to make sure that we minimize the cost in that process to them. And so every resident, taxpayer, and property owner should be aware of that to take advantage of that. With that, Mr. Mayor, I move the item.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
I'll second.
I think Commissioner Suarez got it in under the gun.
May I call the roll?
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine is out. Commissioner Magazine is absent. Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carried. The item is approved. We're adding Mayor Minor as a co-sponsor to R5F.
Thank you. R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 4 entitled Vessels, by amending Section 66-151 thereof entitled Launching, Hauling, and Docking at Public Seawalls, etc., prohibited. Unauthorized vessel enforcement by prohibiting the docking or mooring of vessels at or along certain public property and modifying the notice requirements for the towing of unauthorized vessels docked or otherwise secured along the city's public property, and providing for repealer, suburbility codification, and an effective date. This is item R5G, second reading, public hearing. No one in the audience is requesting to speak, nor Zoom at this time. R5G.
R5G is sponsored by Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a second reading. Our code has language that every 25 feet, a tow-away sign on our seawalls has to be posted. And not only that, but it needs another sign, a duplicate sign, 3 feet above. So right now along the Indian Creek Waterway, we have hundreds of signs because every 25 feet we have to say no docking. And so what this ordinance does, or what this code amendment does, is it's going to change it from every 25 feet to every 100 feet, and it removes the additional 3 feet duplicate sign above. And so that causes a lot of sign pollution, and we're not going to have to see a post 3 feet above the ground on every sign. And not only that, the good thing about this is that we get to repurpose the signs that have already been placed. So with that, I move the item.
Happy to second.
Okay, let's call the roll.
There have two individuals in Zoom that wish to speak at this time. Captain Malik, go ahead, sir. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so as U.S. Coast Guard is under any of these rules, that's what I'm asking. I understand that you guys are trying to lessen the pollution. Now, this is something that I'm all for, but there's rules like, I know all the rules about the United States Coast Guard rules and regulations along the sea. Do we need a lawyer on this? That's all.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Andy. Andy, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, this is Andrew Dively, 1661 West Avenue. I'd just like to offer something that at the previous commission meeting, when this similar item came up, the commissioners stated that they were going to talk to the boaters. They're going to have a meeting at the Public Safety and Quality of Life Committee, and that still hasn't happened. So we're just going to continue to post signs on the city, increase the requirements so we can just post signs every 100 feet so no boater will ever be able to get to shore. We could cut off their access to food, water, and medical care, right? And illegally evict 100 residents from the water, right? Because the city of Miami Beach is doing the bidding of wealthy condo owners who don't want to look at sailboats, and they know they don't have the legal jurisdiction to get rid of the boaters because the Florida Senate themselves stated that those environmental claims they stated were false, and that the city of Miami Beach should not be treating the boaters like this. And yet here we are again today, not even talking to the boaters, not even considering all the people's lives who are going to be impacted by this measure, right? And so I'm asking the city to, instead of just putting up more signs and putting up fences with barbed wires and electrical fences and code enforcement army and all these restrictions, to work with the boaters, to listen to the boaters, to realize that we are residents, we are voters, we are people and human beings, and our input needs to be taken into consideration here, because the solution is not to just marginalize and discriminate against an entire group of people because we live a different way of life. So with that, I'd like to ask the commission to consider postponing this until we have the chance to have this discussion at the Public Safety and Quality of Life Committee on March 20th, where I will be presenting from the Sunset Harbor Boaters Association and another representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Peter Piscicata. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Peter Pichota. I'm not a resident of Miami Beach. I am a resident of Madeira Beach on the other side of the state. I'm here to talk as a boater who transits the ICW, the Atlantic ICW, and enjoys it there. The previous speaker, I believe, is representative of the anchor outs and the derelicts. I can tell you I became aware of this measure as well as C7 Live on an online forum with approximately 13,000 sailors, who the anchor outs contacted to ask for their support. I think they were surprised to find that they had zero support from active boaters, people who use their boat. What are you missing here by going along with the anchor outs and derelicts? I can tell you active boaters who cruise, like my wife and I, who are recently retired, in general spend about $60,000 a year on boating and transiting canals and visiting places, eating restaurants and pieces like that. What they find in places like Biscayne Bay is the anchorage is clogged with derelicts, sunken boats, and anchor outs who do not move. They do not represent the cruising community. They do not represent the cruising community. I resent them calling themselves boaters. They live on a boat that doesn't float. They're not willing to move it from time to time. Much different animal. Cruisers move their boat, they visit, they go to restaurants, they spend money. So that's my pitch. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much. At the moment, there's no one in Zoom and there's no one in the audience wishing to speak. We may close the public hearing.
Okay. So the public hearing is closed and we can call the vote. All right. Let's move forward.
So I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5G.
Let's call R5H.
R5H is the ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 70 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled miscellaneous offenses by amending article 2 entitled public places by amending division 1 entitled generally by creating section 70-46 thereof entitled obstructing of pedestrian and vehicular traffic prohibited, and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5H. At the moment, I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Happy to move the item.
Yeah, and this is my item. This item basically, this is for purposes of public safety. We've seen in the past how, you know, the blocking of streets, of sidewalks, pushes individuals then to be in a compromised public safety situation when you're walking a sidewalk and then the sidewalk is blocked and you need to get on the street, or you're a handicapped person or you're a blind person and the sidewalk is obstructed. It does create a public safety situation. So with that, I move the item.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5H.
R7I.
R7I is implement and enforce plan for future protest.
I am the sponsor. Commissioner Suarez is co-sponsoring. I'll tell you, let me explain the intent of this item. Clearly, we are respectful and protective of free speech, and we have actually consistently done that in every occasion. The issue is twofold in this. One is I've asked for a notice requirement to me, the mayor, as well as my colleagues on the commission, that we get notice of these demonstrations, and two, that our law is actually enforced, because right now we're in a situation where our laws are not being enforced. And protests are allowed. Free speech obviously is protected in every way, but there's also a reasonable time, place, and manner in which protests and demonstrations can take place. So we've had, unfortunately, a number of instances where our laws have been violated. We talk about ourselves as being a law and order city. We've seen that, and we're implementing that in spring break and other items. It's literally most of our commission agenda, which is a change from what we've seen sometimes in the past. We're seeing quality of life, public safety items consistently being brought and discussed at this commission, which is great. And I think, and I know our residents are extremely appreciative. But this item is no different than any of those other items to make sure that our laws are enforced. You know, after October 7th, there was a demonstration on Ocean Drive, and it spilled over onto Ocean Drive, where traffic was impeded, what I'm being told, for 20 minutes. In front of Art Basel, literally our signature event of the year. There was a massive demonstration literally in front of the convention center, which our legal department had opined would not, and the law did not require it to take place. And actually, the police had issued orders for the demonstrators to move to the assigned location where they could be heard and seen, but not literally in front of the convention center as people were going in and out. And those orders were not obeyed. There was only one arrest made at the time. But our lawful orders from our police department were ignored. The next day, several individuals who were protesting were arrested for throwing bottles at cars. There was an event, and I will show a couple of videos, at Temple Emmanuel, for those not familiar, a synagogue, in which several demonstrators went into the synagogue, by the way, in violation of the law, and I'll read that shortly. It's actually a misdemeanor offense, which could be an arrest warranted. The police ultimately detained but did not arrest the individuals. And then there was an incident outside where elderly residents of Miami Beach you'll see the video yourself. You'll make your own determination if that's acceptable behavior in our city, and whether any person who's coming to pray to God has to endure the level of abuse and harassment that they had to endure. I never thought I would see that in the United States of America, and certainly not in Miami Beach. And as mayor, I will not tolerate our residents being harassed and accosted and threatened by simply trying to pray. So I'm asking in this resolution that we enforce reasonable time, place, and manner, which our legal department has issued opinions on and has been vetted, and that we are provided the notice from the police department, it's important that we get the notice. For example, the demonstration yesterday, this was, not yesterday, it was 2 days ago, actually. There is certainly in this occasion, there was a heightened alert because of the event being Aspen Ideas event that was in our city. There were cabinet members, just to be clear, cabinet members from the President of the United States who were present here and speaking. There were 52 mayors present and speaking. And certainly we did not want the images that we've seen on other occasions. I'm gonna ask PJ to call up the first video. This is outside of Temple Emmanuel from about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Can we enlarge it and get volume, PJ? PJ, because the video I saw, there's an elderly man walking with a walker. You can't really make it out from there. I think if you enlarge it, you would be able to see that.
Stay behind me on that, man. Took a right. Shame on you. Shame on you. You're killing innocent people. Shame on you. 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 Shame.
Can you show the second video?
That trap. Don't fall into that trap. Don't hurt anybody. Don't hit anybody. Let the police do it. Let the police do it. Just let the police do it. Don't fall for that. What they do is they deliberately try to provoke people into attacking them, and then they get that on camera, and they show the attack without showing the provocation. So don't fall for it. Let's continue. Continue. Don't fall into that trap. Don't fall into that trap. Don't hurt anybody. Don't hit anybody. Let the police do it. Let the police do it. Just let the police do it. Don't fall for that. What they do is they deliberately try to provoke people into attacking them, and then they get that on camera, and they show the attack without showing the provocation. So don't fall for it. Let's continue. Continue.
Okay, thank you, PJ. There's a little. one of the videos I saw, and I thought this was it, has a little bit more that previous to what transpired before police got involved. Florida Statute 87101 says whoever willfully interrupts or disturbs any school or any assembly of people met for the worship of God or for any lawful purpose commits a misdemeanor of the second degree. Again, these individuals could have been arrested. They were removed by police, but not arrested. So the two purposes, again, that our police give us the proper notice so we're aware of the demonstration. So, and B, because this, for example, this Temple Emmanuel, I was not given notice. I'll let my colleagues comment whether they were. I doubt it. We were before this last one, before Aspen Climate, and I appreciate that. So I think we're heading in the right direction, but this will give direction and that we implement, consistent with the law, a reasonable time, place, and manner for the speech, and that be enforced. And that if individuals go outside those bounds, that the police take the proper action, including arrest if necessary. So we keep people safe. Again, this is a public safety item. Commissioner Suarez.
Mayor, if I could just interject, as you discuss this item, it has been raised to me the request in the resolution that notice be given within 1 hour may...
Rob, let the commissioners speak up if they wish to. That's a commissioner item if they wish to amend the item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a couple questions for our police chief. Through the chair.
Morning, Wayne Jones, Police Chief, Miami Beach Police Department.
Wayne, in the past...
If you can call him
Chief. Excuse me. Chief, in the past, we have gotten notifications on upcoming protests.
Yes, sir.
And this one we did not. Why not?
That was a failure on my part to notify you, the mayor, and the commission.
Okay. My follow-up question is, through the chair, you saw those videos.
I did, sir.
Okay. Elderly people, elderly Jews, came out of a synagogue and walked down the street and were verbally accosted and threatened, and they had to walk through a gauntlet. Elderly residents of Miami Beach had to go through that. Where was the police?
Present at the location in the front
I
of it
didn't see,
and
I
inside
only
of
saw
it.
one police officer
Let
there.
the chief finish.
They were present inside the location and on the outside as well.
Okay, if we need to play the video again, because I only saw one officer
Yeah.
in that whole video. And, you know, when we had the pro-Palestinian protest in front of Art Basel, we had 30 cops. And that was handled accordingly. Okay, I may not agree with the place that it was set up, but where were the 30 cops for this event to protect actual synagogue patrons that were leaving?
Both outside the event and inside the temple.
Again, I'm looking at that video, and I only see one police officer. I don't see a line of police officers that were defending religious people just practicing their right to pray.
Yeah.
And so I find it very concerning that, you know, we have 4 Jewish people on this commission, and we were not notified of this protest. These people, the pro-Hamas sympathizers, mind you, they are defending the people that raped and murdered women and children in Israel. We haven't seen this kind of atrocity on Jewish lives since the Holocaust. Now, I don't know why you're not taking this very seriously, but I don't ever want to see that video again where there is no police officers present. To me, that's grounds for firing. I don't know why you're laughing at this. This is
I'm
no
not
laugh.
laughing at it. I'm not
Let me
laughing at it,
finish.
sir, and I am taking it very seriously.
Let me finish.
And I'm offended by
Excuse
you
me.
suggest
Let me
I'm not taking it
finish.
seriously.
I find it frustrating that you're laughing at this.
I'm not laughing at this.
Well, you just
This is a serious matter.
Okay, it's a very serious matter, and what I believe reality, because what I saw in those videos was unacceptable. Now, let me finish. And that was unacceptable. If that was a KKK rally, things would have been different. I guarantee you. So, I'm gonna let you explain your position.
Okay.
But I'm gonna just speak for myself, but I don't ever wanna see a situation where elderly Jewish people have to leave their synagogue and run a gauntlet of verbal accosting, because something could have really happened there. So please, continue.
So, Commissioner, we had multiple police officers there. In fact, uniformed police officers, 22 police officers there. 4 of those police officers was inside the synagogue. I think PJ has a video you can show those police officers on scene. What you saw from the cell phone video was a limited scope of what happened at that night at the event. In fact, there were 3 people, ticket-paying people, who entered that synagogue. They were part of the congregation. They paid to go there. They had a ticket to get inside. When they disrupted the services, they were taken out. One of the people who were taken out was actually battered by a congregant in the synagogue. And officers exercised their discretion in all cases. Nobody went to jail. PJ, can you play the video, please? The point of this video showed there was significant police presence at the synagogue that evening. My failure, that I've apologized to each of you for, was not alerting you to this demonstration.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Suarez.
I see cops on the street, but where are they protecting the elderly residents leaving a synagogue? Because I didn't see any of that in the video. In fact, that video gave a point of view of someone leaving that synagogue, only seeing one officer and going through a gauntlet of terror. So who's running the show here? Is it someone else in command, or is it you?
Sir, I am in command. My actions of the police officers that evening is my responsibility. I am in command.
Okay, so if you were to go back in time and you were to do something differently, what would you do?
Well, certainly I would alert you and your
Aside from that,
colleagues about
aside
what
from the
happened.
operations, what would you do
So
differently?
there's always tweaks and ways we can better perform operationally. I would rather not disclose that here publicly. I'd love to have a conversation with you about it if you'd like, offline, but I'm not going to talk about operation of the police department, how we police demonstrations publicly.
Thank you. I've made this statement privately, and I'll say it publicly without mentioning groups. I do believe that if it was any other group of people other than Jewish people, that these demonstrations would have been handled much differently. I believe that. I know you probably don't. You've told me you don't. But I truly believe that because I've seen the difference. And we need to protect our Jewish residents just like we would any other resident and group of residents. No person, no Jewish person should ever, ever have to be harassed like that. I hope we're making the changes that we need. I mean, there are rules. That's why can be barricades. I mean, people, you see, there's free reign just to literally surround an elderly couple. My heart broke when I saw that. My heart broke in pieces. It was an image, and I never like to compare it to what happened during Nazi Germany. But I got to tell you, and I really dislike when people do it, but that is the image that came to my mind when you picture Kristallnacht. That is the image that came to my mind. And I can tell you, I'm not the only one. People were really, really disturbed. And I can tell you, you probably didn't hear too much. I didn't get really too many emails. I got a few. But I could tell you, when I went to synagogue, when I walked the streets, people were really, really upset. They're like, Mayor, how could you let this happen? Or if they didn't even approach me, how did the police department let this happen? That is who we're protecting. These are images, but and that's why, Art Basel was a different situation, but it was the same reaction. Why are we allowing these protests to happen in front of our signature event, in front of our signature tourism is the convention center? I'm not gonna sit here and ask what you're gonna do differently. That's not the purpose of why I'm bringing it up. I brought it up. I brought it to commission because I felt it was the time. And by the way, I've told you this, Chief, I think you're doing a lot of things really well. And I commend you. I think, you know, there's still room for improvement on a lot of things, but I do see a lot of changes that you are implementing citywide, and I commend you for that, and I'm very appreciative. And I think you're taking our force in a good direction. On this one, the reason why I brought it, and I don't want to belabor it, is that I have not been happy with the way things have gone on these anti-Israel protests. Again, we're protecting free speech, but we're also protecting the public. And I made the point, I'm not going to repeat it. That's why I want to have the level of notice that's given to us. You did this past week, and I appreciate it. This would just codify it. And, you know, it's hard to get more specific than enforce time, place, and manner. But we're working with our legal department, and we need to really set that up, because in a situation like coming out of Temple Emmanuel, and I have no doubt there were a lot of police around, and I don't know the circumstances, and I'm not going to put you on the spot. That's not my purpose. But for some reason, whenever that picture was taken, there was still a lot of demonstrators, and there didn't seem to be a heavy police presence at that moment. Again, that's what we're trying to correct, and make sure that those images, and not just for the residents walking out, but it has an impact on the residents who weren't there. It has an impact when they see that. It goes viral. It did go viral. And it has an impact. Is it going to happen to me? Am I safe when I go to synagogue? So again, I don't want this to be all bad, because I do appreciate and respect a lot of the good you're doing. On this one, though, I think we can do better, and I think hopefully we're on the same page, and that's the item. I hope somebody will move it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez. Second.
Commissioner Fernandez, second.
May I call the vote?
Call the vote? Yep, call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
That was item R7I.
Let's call R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 2 entitled City Commission by amending Section 2-17 entitled Residents' Right to Know, to amend the list of issues defined as matters that impact residents' quality of life, which require targeted neighborhood notice, and providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. I see no one in the audience. I see one individual in Zoom. Raquel Pacheco, are you here to talk about the residents' right to know item R5I? Ms. Pacheco no longer has her hand up. I see no one. We have no individuals wishing to speak on this item. It's R5I. If I can have a motion or...
R5I is Commissioner Fernandez, sponsor is the item, Commissioner Suarez, co-sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Suarez. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. There's no one, I already called the public hearing, and there's no one requesting to speak. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes, and I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
Yes. Commissioner Bott is a co-sponsor of this item. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5I.
This is unusual, but I think maybe we'll take an early lunch break. I think we've had a busy morning, and we're getting through the items pretty quickly. Is everyone on board with that? I think so. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock for Sutnick Hour. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back after the lunch break. Let's commence our Sutnick Hour.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir. And if anyone else is here to speak, they could approach the podium, please. Let's go then to Nicole Morse. Nicole, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. And please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Nicole Morse. I am a resident of West Palm Beach, and I am deeply concerned by what I've seen here today. An undemocratic and unconstitutional restriction of protest has been passed by this board in total disregard of the community members who spoke about the problems with this ordinance. But additionally, the argument for the ordinance was bolstered by counterfactual statements that misrepresent what has actually happened. For example, I am one of the people who attended the Alan Dershowitz event at Temple Emmanuel. I bought a ticket. I was in attendance at the event, and I was hearing disturbing false statements, and I spoke up about it. In no way was the temple stormed or overwhelmed with violent protesters. This was a non-violent example of civil disobedience. To have it characterized otherwise is false. And it is as false as what Dershowitz himself was saying and some of the claims made by members of the commission here today who are repeating propagandistic statements from a foreign government rather than engaging with the question at hand, which is, in the US, here in South Florida, should we have the right to peacefully protest, or should we be subjected to the restrictions of a police state just because some of us disagree with the political opinions of those on this commission, and because we have acted peacefully and non-violently and have spoken up about our views? It is a shanda, as my grandparents would say, for this commission to treat nonviolent, peaceful protesters as threats, to restrict the right to free speech, and to do so by misrepresenting what has actually happened, including my friend who was beaten by people at Temple Emmanuel simply for speaking. If you have to distort the truth this much in order to support
Thank you
your
very
cause,
much.
I suggest
Your time is up. I
you reconsider.
apologize. Thank you so much. Next, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Nancy Duke, 1450 Lincoln Road. And actually, I'm here today because I was called, thank you, I was called out this morning. Someone came up and spoke about the voters issue, and they talked about what they called an old lady writing emails. Well, that was me. I have been writing emails for the past year.
I don't think so. You're not old.
I know, thank you. But it's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. But I've been called out, or I've been writing emails for the last year about the situation at the end of Lincoln Road. It's been atrocious. A lot of people coming on shore, misbehaving. Code was there. It was great. It cleaned everything up, and I want to thank you all for doing that. I'm so glad. But in the process of all of it, I met Carlos, and Carlos was the one who called me out today, who referred to me as the old lady who was writing emails. And I want to say this has been, the last couple months, a lot of harassment from Carlos, a lot of bullying. He told the Miami Herald that I was part of a problem there that was there with the Publix boat dock. I have nothing to do with that issue. So I did give an interview to the reporter to clear that up. Then he told me if I wanted to run for commissioner that he would help me do that because he had over 500,000 Facebook followers and he could help me get elected. I refused that. And so it just kept going. And then he started removing boats, which made me happy because some of those boats had been there over a year. They were derelict boats. However, when that happened, he wanted me to stand up for him and his people. I can't do that because some of those people are still out there. He also told me that he's the only one that can help me. The commissioners can't help me. If they could have, they would have. So I'm here today asking you guys, please, we need help in that area. Code was beautiful. I'd love to see Code back, but whatever you can do for us, we are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I wanted to make 2 points. One, an item that is not before you today, but that I urge you to consider as opposed to the various ill-conceived items before you. There is, in fact, a meeting to address the Back Bay project next week. It would be ideal if we had a unified commission position in favor of county pursuit of U.S. Army Corps of Engineers request for inclusion in the congressional funding request for the Back Bay project that would permit elevation of our federally recognized historic district. That being said, I want to get back to my constitutional observations. A speaker this morning maligned Iran to no objection or intervention from the dais. That speaker also maligned Hamas, the legitimately elected, however much any of us might disapprove, government of the Palestinian people,
to no objection or intervention from the dais, precisely elucidating my point about constitutionally impermissible behavior. In retrospect, there was already a constitutional violation of a particular sort. Protesters were thwarted from carrying out their constitutionally protected and defined right to engage in discourse with our Interior Secretary, even at a distance and even by way of slogans, though an encounter might have been possible. As to the assertion that security concerns required the protesters to be kept at a distance, had I been so inclined, rather than deeply honoring Interior Secretary Holland, dual Laguna and U.S. citizen, I could have carried a weapon into the event, and I was not searched, nor were there, in fact, metal detectors. Heaven forbid our indigenous member of the federal
Thank you, Mr.
government
Moore. I
should have
appreciate
been
it.
injured.
Your time is up. I apologize. Next, sir. State your name and address, please. 2 minutes.
My name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue. As I said in the morning, I'm a captain and an actor. I want to address an issue of access to shore for people who live on boats and no access to food and water. My mother died 3 years ago at the age of 97. She was a Holocaust survivor. All her life, she told me not to tell anyone that I'm Jewish because she never trusted the human race not to repeat it again. She also said that it all started with a rumor. They would sit at the breakfast table and a father would say, "We're all gonna get killed, the rumors are." And they would all mock it and laughed. Then there was an ordinance. Then there was a law. And when the German army crossed the border, Lithuanian border where my mother lived at the time, her family, her relatives, and all her friends were executed. No access to food and water for the small community of people who choose to live on boats. Even prisoners in Auschwitz had access to some limited food and water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker virtually has a screen name of Moto G Stylus. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Bobby Duke.
Hold on for a second. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead, sir, or ma'am.
My name is Dave, and I'm the Sunset Harbor, Miami Beach resident. And I noticed the last meeting when you guys wanted to spend like $500,000 on cameras in the canal after you took out the dock. It just seems ridiculous as the amount of money you want to spend for what? Then all the boaters now come over to Sunset Harbor. And so now you have them all in Sunset Harbor coming, picking people up. Just people get sitting on the dock. Seriously, I've seen people have to spend the night because the person never picked them up. I don't understand. You created this problem, and now you want to spend our taxpayer money to fix it. I just read this thing that Tanya Bott wants to spend another, $270,000 to have 3 park rangers call them dock masters and try to charge people $750 a month. We don't want the people in Sunset Harbor. They were fine in the canal. The chief said they never had one call for service, never had a complaint, and now, you're gonna spend our taxpayer money to fix this problem that you created. Just leave the people in the canal. Take down your draconian signs, and you can't just. It just irritates me. You think this money just grows on trees? Like our government in Washington, D.C. Just spend our money however you see fit. I wish I would have been a park ranger if I would have known they're getting paid $90,000 a year, $5,000 radio fee. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. And now you're going to propose this? Who's going to pay for all of this? We are.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'm done.
Thank you. Sir, next.
Yes,
2
my name
minutes.
is Bobby Duke. I live at 1450 Lincoln Road. And I'm here to talk about the boats that are there that have been abandoned. And that's one of the things that are really important. There are a group of boats, and we live right on the bay, that are abandoned and have been there for probably months and months and months. And that's what has to be taken care of. You know, you can pass all the rules that you want, and you can do everything you want, but unless you enforce some of the rules, nothing gets done. And I'm here to tell you right now that by living on the bay and seeing all the boats that are there, and not all of them are bad, but the ones that are bad have to be taken out. And they should be spent, the money should be spent to actually get those boats off the bay right now, because they're destroying the bay. Now, the bay is coming back to life. We just saw in the water some dolphin, some manatees, things like that. That's happening now because you got rid of some of the boats. But you can't get rid of just a few of the boats. You have to get rid of the boats that have been just laying there, that don't have people on them, that are actually, at this point right now, being used as just play toys. And that's something that we got to take care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Ken Barnes. State your name, address, 2 minutes, please.
My name is Ken Barnes, and you can hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
My name is Ken Barnes, and I live at 11111 Biscayne Boulevard. I want to comment on the fact that Mr. Minor interrupted me shortly after I'd been talking about how horrified I was by the actions of the Israeli government in Gaza, and dared to call me anti-Semitic. He then said that these hearings were nonpartisan, which was soon followed by his comments about how Hamas raped and committed sexual violence against Israelis. I ask you, how are your comments nonpartisan? Are negative comments about Israel considered partisan while comments about Hamas are nonpartisan? Can you not see the fallacy and utter hypocrisy in your logic? And then all of you have the nerve to unanimously pass an ordinance which will curtail our free speech. In what country are we living? How is it that that hallowed right of freedom of expression is reduced to your being able to say what you want, but I am not allowed to do so? Shame on you all.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name, please.
Hi, I'm Richard Cementelli. I live on 20th Street in Miami Beach. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm an advocate for individual rights, because I believe that is the basic principle that's behind our government, our Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and why you're all here today. You're here trying to, you know, balance on a rope to keep everybody's rights respected on both sides of any kind of situation. So whether it's in a synagogue or if it's in a high-rise condo or a boat on the water. And I want you all to understand that most of the people that are on the water or have boats on the water, we understand the problems that you are facing, and we agree with them. And we think that if we just enforce the laws that exist, we don't need more law. You know, government has a tendency to say, well, we have a problem here, let's pass more laws, instead of, hey, why don't we look at the laws we have and try to enforce those? So the issues with the sewage, we all agree. We don't want that to happen with boats on the water. There's solutions to that. The grass under the water is not an issue. We learned that it was never there since they dredged that area. Derelict boats, we want them gone too. So we just want to have our freedom, our rights to, our individual rights to have a boat on the water without 45-day rules and 20 minutes for this and 1,000 yards, or 1,000 feet for this limitation, all these other layers and layers. We already have the laws on the books, and we just need them to be enforced. And I hope that I can try to have time with any of you who will listen to talk about each and every issue and come up with solutions instead of just passing just more laws to take away our rights. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Michael G. Michael, state your name, address, 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Gross. I live on Belle Isle. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, improving resident quality of life is your #1 priority. And the residents of Miami Beach who voted for you and pay taxes to support the budget, thank you for that. The proliferation of camping boats in Biscayne Bay is negatively impacting the quality of life of the residents of Belle Isle and surrounding neighborhoods. From noise of barking dogs, noise of loud music, noise of unmuffled dinghy engines all hours of the day, noise of riggings clanging for hours in the middle of the night, keeping me awake in this windy winter, or from waste. I see dog mats get dumped into the bay. I see people peeing in the bay. And we know that with showering, toileting, cleaning dishes, that goes into the bay. A quick text chain can tell people to close the holes. And we know that the bay is like a river. It flushes itself twice a day. So of course you can't prove that there's any difference in the coliform bacteria near the boats versus other parts of the bay. But if these individuals are so unabashed that they want to squat on public space for years on end and not allow others to come and go to actually boat, then the city must and should enforce its current laws and enact programs like the Dockmaster at Gibb Park to try and improve and maintain the quality of life of the Miami Beach residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. First of all, I want to recognize you all for really the huge initiative, and we're all noticed the resident focus.
Your name and
Tim
address.
Carr,
Thank you.
West Ave Neighborhood Association. The positive resident focus initiatives, and it's all on the dais today, highly evident. Today, I wanted to talk to you briefly about R5Q. In particular, I want to focus in particular on bullying and threats, because again, we do need to bring some law and order to the residents that I represent on West Ave. So, for example, I want to read to you, and let me give you the number where it came from, 786-745-4443 for the record. And again, another board member got the same threat that said, stop attacking folks and spreading lies, or else your company, all your coworkers and family will find out the kind of person you are. Same thing goes for Suarez and the Wabna folks. Then he puts my address to let me know exactly where I live and my unit number. Tell Suarez to withdraw C7Y and R5Q. And then he sent another one to one of my other board members, same thing, saying stop attacking folks and spreading lies, or else all your real estate clients at his company, your coworkers, friends, and family are going to be fined out of the type of person you are. Therefore, that is why we need order and control on our bay. And we don't know what kind of people are out there, but this gives you a good example of some of the bad actors. I respect the good actors, but we got to manage the bad actors, and putting rules in place will help that. And the good actors have no problem with that. It's the bad actors that do, and for them, I say goodbye.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Jim McDonald. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Jim McDonald, California resident, although I have a boat in Miami Beach city limits. I'm addressing the commissioners today regarding item R5Q on today's agenda. I'm requesting a public hearing. Mr. Chairman, please acknowledge my request.
I'm not quite understanding your request. You're allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Regarding R5Q.
Yes.
On today's agenda.
Yes, please go ahead.
Requesting a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing, but you can speak now on it if you wish.
I know, I'm requesting a public hearing. It's part of the right of the public hearing.
Correct. And that'll be, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That'll be in the second reading. This has to go 2 different times. If it passes today, then there'll be a second reading, presumably at our April 3rd meeting, and that would be subject to a public hearing.
Yes, sir.
But
All
you
right,
certainly
thank you.
can reach out to us and in the interim and let us know your thoughts.
Thank you. That's all I need. Have a good day.
Thanks so much.
Please, sir, go ahead.
My name is Carlos Leon. I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I just want to show you guys a New Times article. It says, state sues Miami Beach for 1.7 million gallons of sewage leaks into Biscayne Bay. I just want to ask you guys, have you fixed that problem yet? No. So 39 boats, you guys with Suarezito here told me,
Please,
made the Coast Guard,
You know I'm not gonna let those
FWC,
go. Please do not do that.
FWC, and the police to come on our boats. 39 boats were not raided, at 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock, and only 2 violations were done. There was an FIU professor that passed by the other day with Emmy Award winner Luis Aguirre, and they checked the bottom of the bay, and they said that there's no seagrass because in the past 100 years, it was dreaded. So now, I heard the other day that they found 150 pieces of debris in the bay and 5 boats, okay? In 120 years, let's say 100 years, if there's 150 pieces of debris down there, that's very, very, very little. So we decided as a community, Miami Beach Boaters Association, to start diving and cleaning the bay because we're gonna fix the bay. That's our backyard. You guys take it as a vacation, bringing your big boats next to my boat to harass me, bringing drones at night to harass my wife inside of the boat. Now you guys are harassing my dog because I can't leave my dog in the boat. And plus, you guys want to regulate where I put gas. And where's the only place I can put gas is in the Miami Beach Marina. That smells bad. And there's a, I'm gonna, to the minor, there's a Jewish golem.
I'm Mayor Minor. Thank you.
Mayor Minor, sorry.
I'm sorry, sir, but you're out of time.
Mayor Minor. I was listening to my wife the other day talk to her mom,
Sir,
and she said that the
you're
Jewish
out of time.
community. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You had 2 minutes, sir. I apologize, but there's people behind you. Our next caller is Seth Fewer. Sir, you have 2 minutes. Mr. Fewer, state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. Fewer, West Avenue, 1330 West Avenue, Miami Beach. Good afternoon, Mayor Minor and City Commission. Thank you for being there for us. As chairperson for the Police Citizens Relations Committee, I've had the privilege to work closely with the Miami Beach Police Department for 6 years. We've been focused on spring break issues for most of these years, and the committee unanimously ratified an LTC commending the City Commission, Miami Beach Police Department, and City Administration for their stellar planning. This past weekend was the first positive one, even if not perfect, and we are quite comfortable and confident with the Miami Beach Police Department that they can handle whatever comes their way this weekend. Please let them do their job. Finally, as a Jewish man, I have never heard or seen anything from Chief Jones or any of his officers indicating the slightest hint of not being sensitive to anti-Semitism. In fact, I've seen the exact opposite. They embrace all cultures and people, and I commend him and the department for their exceptional professionalism in extending the open and embracing culture of Miami Beach to all those that live, work, and visit here. If there's an opportunity to expand he and the department's sensitivity to it, I can assure the commission that all you need to do is task him as such. Please, I only ask you that you do that after the month of March. A special thanks to Chief Jones and his staff for truly being there for our city and doing a stellar job all year through, especially with what is thrown at them this month. Thank you all for your time and efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Seth.
Next, please, state your name and address, and 2 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm Tatiana Trifkovic. I live at 900 West Avenue, and I also briefly want to touch on the boaters issue because I live right on the bay. I see these boats every day. I see sewage leaking out of the boats. I see them dumping animal waste. I see them creeping on residents with binoculars, which as a young woman is not a very fun feeling. And just, I think we need a dock master. We need to regulate these boats. They can't just be spilling sewage into the bay. They can't just live there rent-free, operate illegal Airbnbs, jet ski rentals, and whatnot. So please address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Belle Isle Residents Association. State your name and address, please, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. My name is Sean Patrick Bryant of Belle Isle here in Miami Beach. The Board of Directors of the Belle Isle Residents Association has reviewed and supports agenda item R5Q regarding extending the dockage of dinghies and tenders at Maurice Gibb Park. For far too long, we've endured the chaos from noisy vessels, speeding dinghies, unlicensed vessels on the bay behind our home. The city is working hard with success to regain control of law and order on the land in our city. The city needs to take whatever steps it can to restore law and order on the water, with the growing number of boats using Biscayne Bay as a parking lot and campground. The residents of Belle Isle are paying a significant amount of property tax to fund the needed services of our city. The residents of Belle Isle have many public safety and privacy concerns related to the growing numbers of boats anchoring along our homes. This ordinance is a step in the right direction to address many of our concerns through the regulations you will have the dockmaster enforce at Maurice Gibb Park. In the 20 years of working on neighborhood issues, today was the first day I received a threatening text message warning me and the residents of my neighborhood not to support a specific item. There appears to be an element of dangerous people living on their boats in the bay. This is unacceptable and should not be tolerated. We urge the commission to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, my name is Qasim Dabor. I'm resident at 1500 Bay Road. And I just want to say beautiful day, Commissioner Mayor. I am in support of Commissioner David Suarez and C7Y and R5Q that will essentially put an end to the lawlessness of the derelict squatter boats anchored in Miami Beach waterways. Right now, the only way these squatters, homeless, can support their lively lifestyle is to access land through the free Maurice Gibb Park dock ramp or pay at the Miami Beach Marina. If the item passes, essentially it will establish a dockmaster at Maurice Gibb Park ramp, where currently these squatters are leveraging the free 20-minute access floating dock. We will establish a monthly permit fee of $750 or $25 a day for a dinghy, which will be enforced by a dockmaster. Some of the main terms to be granted, if permitted, must be anchorage 1,000 feet off the shoreline. Vessel and dinghy must both be registered and insured, and must provide 7-day pumpage receipts. I'm sure we can all agree the health of Key Biscayne is dependent upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Barbie Wynn. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Barbie Wynn. I actually live on the bay, on the water, and I don't look at it from above. So I know exactly what's going on in this bay. I'm the one that cleans up the bottles that the land individuals throw into the water. I'm the one that goes by the canal and picks up all the trash. I think there's a total misconception between the people that live what they call on the bay and the people that actually live on the bay. This boater community, yes, just like your neighborhoods, have individuals that you don't necessarily want to be your neighbors. But the fact is, that's just a small amount. The majority of us out here, such as myself, a retired firefighter, a citizen of the United States, a community member of Miami Beach, a voter for Miami Beach. I work on Miami Beach. I'm a responsible boat owner that lives on the bay, just like the majority of these boat owners. And there's a lot of misconception about what needs to happen to the bay. But as far as I have read and listened to the professionals about it, the bay is fine. The bay is thriving. There's always been dolphins, stingrays. There's always been those things here. We just need to be more supportive with each other, land people and boater people, on how to continue to make it a pretty place. And unfortunately, a lot of the issues that the islands have nothing to do with the sailboats, the people living on the boats. So I am not totally against a dock for the
Thank you,
dinghies.
Ms. Nguyen. I appreciate it. Sorry, your time is up. Vice Mayor, more than 30 minutes have elapsed. Do you wish me to continue? Or Mayor, actually, the Mayor's here.
Yeah, we have, I think, 3 more speakers here, and how many on Zoom?
10.
10?
Do 3 more and 3 more?
How about we'll do 2 minutes for the next 4, and then 1 minute for the remaining on Zoom. After that, 6.
A lot of math
Sorry.
for me. So 4, and.
So I'm trying to get
You got
to
it.
2 o'clock, basically. It's
So
2:05.
please, go ahead, please. State
Hi,
your name, address.
Carla
and-
Probus, North Bay Road. I was calling him, and then I just decided to drive over. A couple of things, I'm a little emotional about all this. As you know, very members of the commission know that my nephew is in the IDF. He's a pilot, and he's actually named after my husband, Jonas Myers. And he is, in the harm's way. And my family has an apartment in Tel Aviv, and we're very committed to the Jewish state. But when I hear our first African-American chief and his staff being attacked, saying they're anti-Semitic, when I know that this man would also fight just as hard, and he said it more than one time, against the KKK's right too. And it's our right. We don't necessarily agree with the guns. We don't necessarily agree with anything, but it is a constitutional right to be able to speak. And I think that these guys have worked so hard this week, and for us to take pot shots at them when, as hard as these guys have been working 24/7, including the city manager, the fire chief, code, parking, this is not the time to be attacking our police. And I just think it's wrong. And when they did the demonstration, or I'm sorry, it wasn't demonstration, at the Holocaust memorial, everyone said there was almost as many police there as there were people demonstrating or having their friendly whatever. And I think that's our rights, and we should be more, less bullying on the commission, and treating our city manager with respect, treating our police chief with respect, treating our fire chief with respect, our parking director. Everyone in this city needs to be treated with respect, and every employee needs to be treated with respect. And we've got to stop the bullying. It's just out of control. And we're losing time. Every day there's another person in the city that's leaving. And we just got to stop. I mean, what's the end? What's the end here?
Thank you, Ms.
So
Probus.
we just got to stop the bullying. We don't accept bullying in a
Thank you.
kindergarten.
Thank you so
Why
much.
should we expect it up here? It's not right.
The
We
next
got to do
virtual-
something about it. Mayor, please.
Yeah, Carla, thank you. And by the way, I'm actually working on something relating to the code of conduct, but I do want to comment on something you said. I really don't believe anybody made any comments against the chief that he was anti-Semitic. I think the frustration, and obviously there were 2 of us who spoke, but I think what you're hearing is beyond even Miami Beach. I think what you're hearing is Jewish voices saying that a lot of Jewish people feel that they are being treated differently than other groups. This is not just in Miami Beach, it's nationally, it's internationally, that things that are being said on campuses and whatever would absolutely, and there's proof of that, would absolutely not be allowed against other groups. But for some reason, against Jewish groups and Jewish people and Jewish residents, it doesn't seem to be causing a problem and doesn't seem to be enforced. I think that was the tone, and so I just want to correct that. I really don't believe anybody, Commissioner Suarez or I, and I'm not vouching for the comments that were made. I can only control the comments that I make. But I do not believe that was being said, that the chief was being anti-Semitic. It was how we are enforcing the law, and that we are not dutifully enforcing the law to the way it should be, and specifically, and again, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Okay, but you understand,
Yes.
my nephew is right there. He's
Understood.
in the middle of it, and my family has given a lot to Jewish charities, and we will continue to give to Jewish charities, and, so.
Thank you.
You understand where I am. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Andy. Andy, please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Andrew Dively, 1661 West Avenue, supporting the boaters. I would just like to say that we need to have a discussion. We need to stop the back and forth, the arguing, the false narratives, and realize that there is a middle ground that I believe can be reached. RQ5 is just too restrictive. The 1,000-foot yard restriction is basically no area for anchoring for the boaters. The $750 per month is really outside of what the boaters can afford. And it really doesn't provide the services that comparable marinas would charge, which provide more than triple that which is more than triple the cost of those marinas. And, we need to realize that the boaters, like a lot of said, are part of our community. They are residents, they are voters, they are legally anchored on the waters. They are not squatters, they are not campers, they are not all these negative and distasteful names that they're being called. They are human beings. And I think we need to reach a resolution. And I'm just disappointed that this commission did not wait until the March 20th Quality of Life and Public Safety to talk to the boaters. And we live out in the waters. We are concerned about the environmental issues that, quite frankly, the city should be spending more money to address the sewage pipes and to address, people who are not following the laws. And that's what we want you guys to hear about, is that we just want the laws to be followed, and we want to make policy that does not exclude people. So I hope you guys will take that into consideration. And I thank you guys for your time.
So we've done 4 for 2 minutes, so we're going to do starting with 1, as the mayor indicated. So go ahead, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Jana. I just want to show how dangerous is it when the city officials start spreading lies and talking about people like squatters, because now today we saw that the people really think we are squatters and they don't even know what the word mean. Like if you go to Google and look what squatter is, I can literally tell you it's a person who unlawfully occupies an uninhabited building. Come on, like we live on the boat, it's our boat, we pay taxes. What's the squatter do with it, It's no sense. And also about the young lady who doesn't feel safe. I was living on the bay 3 years and I never have a drone flying next to my windows, looking through the windows when I'm naked and harassing me. So I would want to see, is the city was flying the drone, or are we going to see some footage? Because I would really want to find out if the drone was a city official, because you already went under our boat, around the boat, so maybe you want to check it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Beanstalk, Terry Beanstalk. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking on, this is Terry Beanstalk, Sunset Island 3, speaking on behalf of the Sunset Island 3 and 4 Association. Since this is a quick thing, I'll just say we support everything that the Belle Isle Association said. They got it right. Commissioner Suarez proposal goes a long way to fixing the quality of life issues from the Bay side. So we support a passage of R5Q and C7Y. And just want to conclude by saying that my son just told me he's moving, my 30-year-old son's moving to Coconut Grove. I asked him why. And he said, because none of his friends want to come to South Beach anymore because of the quality, the deterioration of the quality of life issues. You guys have done a great job on spring break and on traffic, making good progress. We now need to make that progress from the Bay side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beanstalk. Sir, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
I'm Steve Atlas. I live at 1228 West Avenue, Bayview Terrace on the Bay. And I originally had an issue with the amount of noise that some of the boats make because it travels over the water very easily. And then I've come to realize all the other host of problems that come along with having boaters, out in the water. So, what we have are like people who seem to have an unlimited sense of entitlement, as if they have a right to just live in, it's like living in a park, living on the bay. It's public property. There's not like an inherent constitutional right to just, live on a boat and anchor. and access to land. So I just want to say that I'm completely in favor of Commissioner Suarez's proposals, and I hope they pass. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is James Kutlas. James, you have 1 minute. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. I'm on West Avenue and Bay Road. Look, I think a lot of these boaters, I get why they want to live on the boat, but they seem to want all of the rights of being a Miami Beach resident or even a Miami Beach tourist, but none of the responsibility. A lot of them, and look, not all of them, but a lot of them are dumping in the bay. They're harassing people. Andrew Dively, who was just speaking, stalked me. He emailed every company that I own, every board that I sit on, demanded I be fired. They're not taking a rational or civil approach to benefiting from our community, which is, look, it's an expensive place to live. If you want to be at Miami Beach, pay taxes, rent a place, buy a place here, stay at a hotel. But, to think that you're going to live off our shore, abandon boats, there's multiple sunken boats
Thank you,
in the
sir.
bay.
I apologize, but you're out of time. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted. My apologies. I want the council to recognize that there's
Can
a
you
core
state your
group-
name and address again, please?
My
Just-
apologies. Wally Moran, Cruisers Rights Network of North America, out of Melbourne, Florida. There's a core group of boaters who are not represented by certain individuals who have been abusive of this council and its members and some of the residents that I've sadly heard today. And to those residents, I want to apologize for the behavior of those boaters. It was wrong. It was desperately wrong, and that is not representative of who we are. The boaters that I'm speaking of, and I speak on behalf of, are represented by Micah Plummer here, and these boaters want to resolve the problems between the cities and the boaters. The memorandum R5Q is vastly deficient in many, many ways, including violating state legislation. If this council passes it, you'll find yourself in a minefield of lawsuits. There are over 500 boats anchored between 79th Street and Rickenbacker Causeway, including vessels up to 100 feet in length. There is no dockage. There is nothing there for them. Where are these boats going to go if you decide that you're going to evict them from the area?
Thank you,
It's
sir.
a problem that's much larger than
Thank you,
just
sir. I
this city
apologize.
or this county.
Thank
Okay,
you
and
so
it needs
much.
to be dealt with.
Unfortunately, you only had 1 minute, so I apologize. I'm going to go
That
next.
quickly?
That's time flies.
We'll
So-
continue the discussion, I hope, because it needs to be had.
Thank you, sir. Dave, please state your name. You have 2 minutes. Name and address, please, Dave.
Hello, everybody. This is Dave Greaser, resident of Palmview, right across the street. Just a quick thank you to Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Suarez for C4M and R9W, respectively, today. These are items that will help get the management of Pride Park back on track, back to the original 2018 DRB order for how Pride Park was designed to be facilitated for residents. And we thank you for helping support a resident-friendly Pride Park. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sir, please go ahead.
Micah Plummer, 1521 Alton Road. I don't have time for the speech, so it actually would have been in your benefit to hear that one. I just want to respond to James, who was just talking. I agree, actually, that we should pay to play. I have a boat out there, and I think the price is irrelevant, but the fact that we would have to actually move out of city limits to then be able to come back and use your facilities just makes absolutely no sense. So the reason the contract is being fought over, a lot of people see that price and they get upset, but that's not the issue. The issue is that nobody will be eligible to sign up for this, no matter the price. Even if it was $2, we still wouldn't be eligible. So the real concern is your ALAs that you're proposing are going to be in a lot of areas surrounding, and I don't know if you're familiar with what happened with Wacken Island, but they made a mooring field over there, and they failed. They didn't do the research, they didn't follow through, and now it is an illegitimate mooring, and all of the squatting boats went back and filled that space, and now you're stuck with them. If you create this ALA and you fail on your mooring field, you will no longer
Mr.
be able
Plummer.
to get boats to leave. You will be stuck with them forever.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual caller is Roy. Roy, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Roy Samuel. I am an Israeli American Jew. I've been living on Miami Beach for over 30 years. And while it's very distressing, the anti-Semitism that goes on across this country right now, I'm actually a part of a program with the lead director of diversity at Stanford University to actually work on programs. I think when we group people unjustly, like Chief Jones, as someone who is not supportive of the Jewish community, and his behavior is warranted to fire, we're not realizing what a friend that Chief Jones is to the Jewish community. And that's really something we got to pay attention to, because while it's a hot button topic, let's not group those that are really supporting us because of one or two specific events that don't necessarily look like it's going our way. So please treat Chief Jones with a little bit more respect.
Thank you, sir. Sir, go ahead. You have 1 minute. State your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernesto Rivas, 6061 West Avenue. I live on the boat. I'm here this afternoon to talk to you guys after a long time. Since December, I see no solution for the boating situations. I think this is absolutely discrimination with the boat situation, because let's thinking in that if from a Lincoln Road in the Bay, we put millions of dollars of boat with no registration, no motors, I think these people from the building has to be very happy. Everything is about money here. Everything is about the view of my balcony. Nobody have a proof of sewage in the water from the boat. Everybody talking about sewage in the boat, in the water, but nobody have a proof. Only Mr. Suarez have a fake pictures. And then, so you see all the social medias talking about that situation, and nobody have solution about that.
The next virtual caller is Miriam Haskell. Miriam, you have 1 minute. Please state your name and address.
My name is Miriam Haskell, 800 Lenox Avenue. I'm disturbed that not one, but two blatant anti-protest efforts passed this morning unanimously and without even debate. Where are the skeptics on this commission? Where are the people who are willing to stand up for the First Amendment? This commission shut down public comment explicitly because it was on a topic that certain members found distasteful. It let residents be bullied by individual members. Not only is that unconstitutional, but it does not reflect the city I want to live in. This commission should understand that it represents constituents with diverse political views and various backgrounds, including Arab Americans like myself and Muslims who are celebrating the holiest month of Ramadan right now. Something that has shamefully gone unacknowledged today, despite a call for prayer earlier. Commissioners have said the city is being rebranded as a city for residents, but it's become painfully clear to us that they want to build a city only for certain residents. Apparently, that means no one who is houseless, struggling, living on a boat, or shares a political opinion that the mayor disagrees with.
Thank you, Ms.
So I
Haskell.
encourage you to do a better job listening
so
to all
much.
your.
Mr. McDonald, Jim McDonald, you have 1 minute. State your full name and address, please. Mr. McDonald, please unmute yourself. Let's go to Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Wayne Roberts, South of Fifth. I want to commend this commission. And here's one fateful truth, that for the first year in the history of my residency, that spring break is not a murder capital. There's control. And what this commission has done in its short period of time is to change the dynamics of Miami Beach so that the residents that we lost, by the way, because of the insanity of the prior administration, where we went from 90,000 to 78,000 over the past 10 years in total residents, was because of the chaos of the people that really want to make it continue. And no, it's not going to happen. These people are dedicated to making sure that we hold accountable the tourists, the residents, the administration, the employees, accountable. And I congratulate you for all your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of iPhone 14. Please state your name and address, please. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, hi, my name's Neil Davidson. I live on, I live on part-time on my boat. And I use my boat for my family and I take the kids out and we do a lot of sailing on the boat. I think these new rules are completely unfair, giving none of the boats and people living on their boats any access to the docks, yeah? It's just really not right and it's not on. You know, this is all about money, yeah, and not about quality of life and giving people what they need in Miami. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of EG. EG, go ahead, please. State your name. You have 1 minute. A name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Edward Gill. I'm a resident of Beverly Hills, California. I am what they'd call a snowbird. I come through Miami Beach once a year on my boat, and typically the marinas don't have enough room. I can understand the big problem with all of the permanent liveaboards in the area, and I love the new idea you proposed, but I suggest maybe lowering the limit of 1,000 feet's a little much. You know, if we can make it 250 feet, I'm totally willing to pay. I think it's a good idea, and I think it'll clean up the bay. Thank you.
Mayor, all the original individuals who had their hands raised when Sutnick was up have spoken.
Great. So Sutnick is usually 30 minutes. I allowed for almost an hour. So just wanted to get that on the record that we went over and above to accommodate. Obviously, it's important to hear from people, and we did that. So let's go to R7A.
R7A is a public hearing, adopt Fourth Amendment to fiscal year 2024 capital budget. R7A.
Good afternoon, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director. This is the Fourth Amendment to the capital budget. It contains one item, and it recommends appropriation of $5.88 million for the purchase of the building at 7605 Collins Avenue. This is a companion item to C7D that was approved earlier this morning.
Mr. Mayor, I move the item.
Item has been moved by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Suarez.
It is a public hearing. I have two individuals on Zoom wishing to speak. Susanna, are you here to speak on the budget? Susanna, are you here to speak on the budget? If so, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go then to Joan Muss. Are you here to speak on the budget item?
No, I'm not. I'm here to compliment the police of Temple Emmanuel and Alan Dershowitz.
Thank you, ma'am.
We were called on.
I apologize, but we're on a different item. Susanna, again, I'm going to call you. Please unmute yourself. Are you here to speak on the budget item?
No, I was going to speak about the borders. I apologize.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have no one else on Zoom and no one in the audience.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I just had one question on the funding. I saw that it was pulled from the building department. Why is that?
Yes, as we discussed at FERC when we unanimously approved, was that we would be using the building department's reserves. They have that ability to fund that. There is already a project in our capital program. We funded $650,000 in the '24 budget to purchase a building in North Beach to have an ancillary facility up there. I believe the building department already has one as a rented storefront. So it was an opportunity to find, we had a problem, we have a solution, we were able to marry those two together. And there is the ability to, as we discussed at FERC, for other uses at that facility. The primary use would obviously be for the building department for licensing, permitting. More than likely, the CRA currently does a sublet on the existing building department lease. Probably I would see them having an office there too. And any other ones, I didn't believe Commissioner Suarez has an item at neighborhoods, I think, to talk about usages there to see if there was any other ancillary uses that could be there. And what we would do is that department or fund would then rent from the building department effectively if there is an interest in that as we go forward.
So the building department will technically own this.
The building fund, yes.
The building fund is going to own it.
Correct.
But we haven't even discussed if we're going to put the building department there, have we, as a group?
It was discussed at FERC.
It was discussed at FERC, and everybody decided that was, just because it's the first time I've seen it, it's the first, I was just curious. I guess I missed that discussion at FERC. But I would like us to have a discussion about what maybe there's something else that we're going to use that building for. It's in the center of a park. Wouldn't it make more sense to have like Parks and Rec?
I think
Program it?
I think the discussion, if I may, Commissioner.
I thought maybe with
'cause,
daycare.
You know, 'cause it's right, you know, adjacent to also to the large parking lot that's right there. You know, it made a lot of sense, because it was already the will of the commission when we started that through the 24 budget process to purchase a building, so that it was just really that opportunity. If there's another use that's determined, you know, to have an office or something else there, there's that opportunity to fund back.
Okay, I just wanted to talk to you guys about the fact that we might want something in public safety there. We get phone calls all the time about the bathrooms in the park, about different issues that we're having, not being able to police it. So I definitely, while I'm not opposed to having the building department there, is us using the funds from the building department, is that gonna be a problem if we wanna make it like a Parks and Rec facility, or we wanna do something else with the programming afterward, public safety?
I think, I mean, if it was the building department wasn't gonna be utilizing it at all, that I think that would have to have a discussion perhaps with the city attorney just to check on that. But, you know, that was the intention and the vote of the FERC, that would be the primary use, that's why we're using the funds. And the reason also was to not use, let's say, our PAYGO dollars, which we have are so limited and so finite, and we have so many needs, you know. As you may recall, there was like $27 million in deferred maintenance that we didn't have enough money for our CRR and PAYGO dollars. So that $8 million we placed in the PAYGO fund back in November of 23, which was the surplus rolled over from the 23 budget. You know, that's the primary way that the city funds its capital projects. So if we use $6.5 million of that, you know, that means there will be a lot of parks and a lot of facilities that won't get the renovation of dollars. This was, I think, found to be almost a win-win, and this would not have any real impact at all on our multi-year capital program. It still meets the need that this commission has determined, which was the building fund to purchase a site in North Beach. So a solution found a problem, and that was the unanimous approval of the FERC.
And so the plan is to just make it ADA compliant? Like, because it's a residential home, what's the plan?
This is just to purchase it, obviously, and I think it works out well. The Commissioner Suarez has an item at neighborhoods to talk about some of those uses, and I spoke to the deputy city manager and the building team, is that they're going to have to look at that, get some feedback on what some of those additional ancillary needs would want to be, and then they would have to, because I think the plan is right now to include in the 25 budget some dollars to get that started, because we'll have to do design and planning and permitting and things like that.
Okay, I think some of us should go see it after we close on it and make sure that we definitely want to put the building department there and not something else that might be a better fit.
No, good point. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. I mean, I share some of your thoughts. I do think that this is a good use, because not that we're going to put the building department there, but there is a North Beach satellite office that right now, I would imagine we're using the building department enterprise dollars to rent space. So we're using taxpayers' dollars. We're giving it to a private entity to house a department that now we can house in the taxpayers' property upon the purchase of this property. And so let me ask you this. If the enterprise funds are used to purchase the property, could, let's say, if we want to have a law enforcement use there, let's say we want to have a North Beach substation, hypothetically, could rent be paid to the enterprise fund for the use of space there for a North Beach substation?
Yes.
Okay, and let's say we want to do a parks use there. Let's say we want to do a child care center there. Could we do the same thing? Could we pay rent to the building enterprise fund for the purpose of using that type of programming?
It should be able to. I think it would only get a little questionable is if 95% of it was non-building department. So we would have to take a look at that. But yes, I believe that all those uses should be able to be there, as long as I think the building department is getting the ability for people to go in and file permits, pay permit fees, talk to someone from the building department. As long as that use is there, there could be chargebacks from other funds and departments that would make use of it, that home.
So by using this fund, we're not using our PAYGO fund where we fund other necessities, other capital necessities that come up in the course of the year that perhaps are not funded in the budget, but we know these things come up. There are things we prioritize from the dais, so we're able now to reserve the PAYGO fund for those other needs. So it's truly a win-win. I was excited when I agreed to the briefing you offered me on this, and I was excited to support it at FERC alongside my colleagues, and happy to move the item today.
Thank you.
I would just like to say before we vote on this, that this is the first time in 10 years that I'm actively watching us purchase a property. Use taxpayer money, invest in property, in a park. This is always the direction I thought we needed to go in. I thought we never had enough land. We saw that when we tried to find a space for the daycare, and we couldn't. So I hope that this is the first of many investments that we're going to make in real estate in our own city. Because I do know that whatever we do purchase will definitely appreciate and grow and result in something positive. So with that, does anybody else want to
Vice
speak on
Mayor,
this?
Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak.
Yes, of course, Commissioner Bott.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I think land banking is really a good use of our funds for the city. And we did discuss and vote on this recommendation unanimously at the FERC meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I welcome the opportunity to continue the conversation about possible uses that our colleague Commissioner Suarez has put on the agenda for a different committee meeting. But the idea of using this space, and of course it's going to need to be retrofitted a bit, and we'll have to figure out how to convert an actual house into a working office, although making it kind of house-like could be charming as long as it's ADA compliant. But the idea of having additional city resources walkable to North Beach, especially as traffic gets increasingly erratic and terrible, it is really excellent. We have a ton of people doing a ton of projects, whether it's on their own homes or building projects on a much larger scale. So a building and code department, a building department is very useful. Code enforcement is a chronic complaint, and having code on hand up there with a home base. I mean, code officers are obviously in the field doing their job, but having a home base and a place where residents can go and learn about what is okay, what is not okay, how to address issues that may come up. Having police presence literally adjacent to the park where we know we've got issues with drug deals and people, sleeping in the park at night when they're not supposed to be. It is so happy making to see some resources being dedicated to the residents of North Beach. I know that every neighborhood is special and important. I do feel that because North Beach has fewer resident associations, they're not able to advocate for themselves as effectively as some of the other neighborhoods across our city. So in addition to land banking and making sure that something onerous is not built there, putting the land to use for our residents is the best and highest use I can imagine at this point. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you have one individual wishing to speak on Zoom.
Yes.
Ariana Rugant, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please, to talk about the budget.
Yes, hi, Ariana Reguan, 7921 Byron Avenue, and I'm speaking as representative of the new North Shore Alliance, which has several dozen members so far. It just started. And I just wanted to remind everybody that neighbors fought really hard to get this house for the commons, for the public, and really not for offices, but for park uses. And so I will hope that, I was not aware of this item in the neighborhood committee, but I hope that there will be a substantial and robust, as you like to say, discussion with neighbors, particularly the neighbors that live within, 200-300 yards of this house and park uses, to make it really a community facility. So many people have talked about children and about other such uses, so that it is an open space and it does not continue to be a closed space for offices. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is no one else wishing to speak.
Wonderful. So then, did somebody move this item already?
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Suarez.
Okay, so is this just a voice vote?
It is a voice vote.
So does anyone have any complaints about this, or does anyone want to speak, or by acclamation?
So all in favor, yes?
Yes.
It passes 7-0. The item is approved, R7A.
Great. Let's go to R7D.
R7D is create condominium ombudsman position requested by Commissioners Bott, Fernandez, Dominguez, Rosa Gonzalez, and Suarez.
Actually, if I might, I just want, because you have the votes, so I just wanted to make 2 points about this. One, I do agree the condominium ombudsman position could be very helpful. Two points. One, my understanding is the state has funding for this position. Spencer Jennings actually was our ombudsman through the state and did a very nice job, but unfortunately that position has been filled for quite some time after Spencer left. I actually recently had 2 different discussions, including one in person in Tallahassee with senior staff from the governor's office asking them to fill this position. And if they did that, I think that could alleviate the need for us to do it. So that would be the request. The other thing is that we have not budgeted this position. So my request would be if we can refer this to FERC, the Finance Committee meeting, hear it there. In the interim, we could try to get that position appointed since there is funding from the state. And if not, we'll move forward for it because I think it is an important position, and I would probably even support it. But that would be my request. So my request is, first of all, we don't have a budget. We can turn it to Alina or our budget or Jason and Tamika, but we don't have it budgeted right now. So this is usually we refer things to. This is not going to be a cheap position. This is, I think, a pretty important position. I don't know how much Spencer Jennings made, but it's gonna cost to get a good representative as an ombudsman. So my request, one, I think proper process would be to refer it to the Finance Committee for the funding. But in the interim, because that'll take, let's say, a month or so or 6 weeks, I would continue. And obviously, you're all welcome to reach out to the governor or the governor's office and try to get that position appointed, because my understanding is there is funding for it in the state budget. That is what I've been informed. But they just haven't filled the position, and I'm trying to get them to fill it because I think it is worthwhile. And again, I think Spencer, when he was doing it, did quite an admirable job. Probably 4 to 6 weeks, I'm guessing.
I'll second it. I'll second your motion.
Can I move that, Rafael, procedurally?
So that would take precedence, and there's a motion and a second to refer the item to FERC. It would require, it's debatable, and it would require a majority vote.
He's asking if
Mr.
you can
Mayor?
make the motion.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And I'm fine having a discussion at FERC. I want to make sure that, however, that we make sure that this is a Florida certified condominium attorney for this, because there are all types of attorneys out there. As we know, there are people certified for municipal law. There are people certified for, entertainment law. There's people certified for all sorts of law. In this position, if we use the taxpayers' dollars to fund a position like this, it should be for someone specifically certified in condominium law. And that's the only thing I just want to put on the record. And one of the other things I would put on the record also is that, the state has, a number of positions, and so does the county. But oftentimes our needs are so unique. And certainly in an area like Miami Beach, I think the majority of our population, of our residents live in condominiums. The state of Florida certainly does have a budgeted ombudsman. I think it's a position that pays very little, that covers the entire state of Florida. For a dense community like ours that has so many condominiums, I do see the advantage of having a properly staffed position like this. So I just want to see if the sponsor of the item would be willing, with the referral, to amend the criteria so that it be a Florida certified condominium attorney.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I agree with you that it should be a Florida condominium attorney. And second, I think that we should have both ombudsmen. I think the city needs one, and I think that they can work with our state ombudsman. If I tell you how many constituents, how many associations come to my office all the time with different problems, we really, because it is under state law, there's very little that we can do as a city. It's very frustrating. So our condo ombudsman would almost just function in conjunction with the states to facilitate what any kind of laws. And by the way, because our ombudsman is going to be interacting with associations across Miami Beach, we'll be able to actually inform policy at the state level if you allow for 2 independent positions. But we really do need our own ombudsman here. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to call someone, but there was really nobody to go to. And we would go to legal services, and then we'd reach out to the condo ombudsman's office. And we can't give our constituents answers. So if it was up to me, am I at 5 minutes? Okay.
You're good.
Okay, so if it was up to me, I would fill this position and also reach out to the state, with a I would pass, whoever is sponsoring this, I would make a motion to pass our ombudsman and send a resolution to the state of Florida and asking them to fill the position as quickly as possible so that they can work in conjunction with our ombudsman to create better and informed policies and help our constituents.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that we need to have our own ombudsman and should look to ensure that it's funded. It's great for the ombudsman to work in tandem with whoever the state appoints. But with the density that we have in South of Fifth and West Avenue, part of the Venetian, and going up through North Beach and Condo Corridor, it's really a critical need, and it's something that I definitely heard when I was campaigning and continue to hear now being a commissioner.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And, let's not forget the fact the amount of condominiums being bought out by developers who are looking to take advantage of condo owners at their weakest moment. They need an advocate. And we want to talk about reduction in population in our community. That's one of the things that potentially we could see, condominiums getting bought out, being turned into hotels, and we need to do everything possible that we can to protect our condominium residents so that they're not displaced by the legal challenges, especially in the post-Champlain era, when we're seeing all these new laws and complexities that condominium associations need to deal with, and stricter restrictions that are unique in Miami-Dade County from the rest of the state of Florida that a state ombudsman might not be familiar with. But, following the task force that Miami-Dade County had, that Commissioner Regalado headed, we have very unique regulations here in Miami-Dade County that would certainly justify us looking into this. So those are my comments on this. Thank you.
And Mayor, Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak.
Commissioner Bott.
Hi. So I'm wondering, I understand the desire to refer to FERC to figure out where the budget will come from this, but we are about to enter into our budgeting process, and I doubt we're going to be able to hire anybody in, the next month or so. So I wonder if that's actually necessary, given the timing, not that the intent isn't a correct intent. So I'm with you in principle, but just because the particular circumstances of the timing of this particular item, it might not be necessary, but I could be persuaded differently. And it also seems like there is enough of support to encourage that we actually have our own Miami Beach specific condo ombudsman. I think when it comes to ombudsman, you can never have too many. So having one for the state would be great, but it's probably not a priority for them to get that position filled, even with our diligent urging. And it is definitely a priority for us for the reasons my colleagues have already stated. And also because we are a very unique set of neighborhoods with unique rules. It's going to require somebody who understands that and doesn't sort of look at things from a 30,000-foot view as to how to provide guidance. And to be clear, the ombudsman is not a condo association or condo residence attorney, but he or she would be able to help that person or that organization find the resources or direct them as to next steps for them to find their correct path. And I'm not sure that somebody from the state would be aligned with the needs of our residents the way that somebody who lives and works here and understands our needs would be. So with all due respect, I would suggest maybe we proceed as originally planned.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
We can pass this today and refer it to committee for the budgeting process. We can do both. So I would make a motion that we pass and refer. I'll second that.
Well, wait, before we do that, we had a motion on the table that was
that's-
seconded.
That's right. So
for-
there's a motion that was seconded to refer the entire item to committee, and that's before you. If that would require a majority vote. If that passes, then the entire item goes to FERC. If it does not pass, then there is a motion and a second to pass the resolution as drafted, along with a referral to FERC.
Okay, so in a moment, I'd like to call that first vote. Commissioner Suarez. Ah, there you go. But before that, I have a question for the administration. So if it gets referred to FERC, but either way, if it's passed today or in the future, how is this position, the person who would be selected, how does that happen? What's the process?
I believe the way the item is crafted, the position reports through the city manager, so we would craft a job description and we would advertise and we would hire an individual after the position is funded in the budget.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the.
For the motion and the second is to refer the entire item to FERC.
On that, just how does that, and what was the sponsor of the item suggesting, just so that I understand?
So the motion and the second is to refer the entire item and not adopt the resolution today, to refer to FERC. If that does not pass, then the motion and the second is to adopt the resolution as drafted, along with a referral to FERC to identify the funding and address that.
I mean, for example.
think the outcome is, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, no, please.
Go ahead.
No, I think the outcome is pretty much the same, except, today we're saying that we do want to create the position, and then we're saying we're referring to FERC, the dollars, like where are the dollars coming for the position. I would say I feel more comfortable with that because there is a need for this. We all get asked, when we run for office, what are you doing in terms of condominiums? And the worst thing that our residents and our electorate want to hear is saying, oh, well, we're preempted by the state. We don't have jurisdiction over the matter, and they feel like we're just kicking the can down the road and something like that. I think saying today, listen, we want to create this position in our city. I think it makes sense, and then referring as has been, I think, suggested by everyone to FERC, the discussion as to the funding and the funding source, and whether it's mid-year in 2024 or in 2025. Those are the things that I think we could discuss at FERC once we decide to actually create the position.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the concern is this is quite a unique item. There's literally no amount of how much this person, or as we just heard from our city manager, it's going to be put out to bid. Are we talking about 60,000, 100,000, 200,000? I mean, that's why we refer things to the Finance Committee to make those determinations. And we haven't done that here, so I just think we're not in good process here. It's not a big delay. It's important to me to know that information.
So I think you have to call the vote.
Let's call the vote. We have a motion and a second to.
This is on the referral alone.
To FERC.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So I have Commissioner
I'm
Dominguez
opposed.
opposed, and I have Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez opposed. So that is 2. So the majority has it.
Well, just for clarification, which FERC meeting is this going to? April FERC. Okay, and it comes back when?
May 15th.
May 15th. Okay, I can deal with that.
So the referral passes to the Finance Committee for April.
And this is as amended, making it a Florida certified condominium attorney. Was that an amendment?
No, that could be discussed at FERC.
Well, then, no, for me, if we're going to discuss this at FERC, I think we need to determine, do we want, because I think that's going to affect like the caliber of individuals. So before we refer this, I think we should know, what are we talking about? Can it be any, a personal injury attorney, an ambulance chaser? Can it be, a construction attorney, or like, do we want an attorney actually focus on condominium law? I think we need to know whether the sponsor of the item is willing to accept that amendment before we send this to FERC, so that we can really discuss the details of that at FERC.
Yeah, and I think to me, you're actually proving my point, because we don't have the answers to that, and I think what you're raising is actually.
Well, but I think the sponsor of the
Right,
item.
let me just finish. I think what you're raising is a good point. Obviously, a personal injury attorney would not be appropriate for this position. So I'm not, I think it's probably, what you're saying is true, but that's the whole point. We don't even know we don't have criteria set out here. We don't have the amount the person's budgeted for, and let's have that, and then we can bring it back here for the full body's vote.
But I just want to know, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just want to know from the sponsor, from Commissioner Bott, if she approves amending her item so that this position be a Florida certified condominium attorney.
Yes, I do.
So the motion that we just adopted to refer this, do we need to rescind that motion and do a new motion on that?
So the motion that passed was a referral of the entire item as drafted.
As drafted, not as amended.
To FERC, not as amended.
Okay, so since I was on the prevailing
Unless Mayor
side.
Minor is okay with that, there was a motion and a second for the referral. So unless it's by acclamation, what was referred was the entire item as drafted.
Okay, since Mr. Mayor, I don't know, since you made the motion, do you accept the amendment to the motion? So we clarify that, at minimum, this has to be as, condominium certified attorney?
I'm not adverse to that, but I have not looked into that, because that was not part of this item, and I would just like to do a little due diligence on that. I don't quite have a full understanding of what that constitutes at this point, so I don't feel comfortable accepting. I think it makes sense what you're saying, but it's not my area, as an attorney, it's not my area of expertise, so I don't know what that means in its entirety. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I think it was confusing to people that Commissioner Dominguez and I voted no. We were not voting no on the condo ombudsman position. We're voting no to taking an extra couple of months because we want the position filled as quickly as possible. You have 4 sponsors to the item, so you know that it's passing. I mean, you can drag it out as long as you want, but I would really like to have an ombudsman for Miami Beach, our residents, as soon as possible, and the process already takes so long. So why don't we, Commissioner Bott, I think that, Commissioner Bott, did you vote to just refer, or did you want to also pass it and refer it? Because I think at this point, it has 4 sponsors. I mean, it's passing, so to not have it pass and to go to committee, I don't understand why it's controversial. It's not controversial. It's a position to help condo associations that is desperately, desperately needed. So I don't understand what the controversy is. I think we should all just pass it and refer it at the same time. Don't you agree, Mayor?
Well, we already voted and passed it, so.
So we
right
passed
now-
it, so it's passed.
No, the referral, I'll let our city attorney.
Well, why don't we
explain.
speak to Commissioner Bott, because we never even heard her vote on that. I voted no.
It's been done, we voted.
Did we vote? Did you vote no to passing
We
it
did-
today, Commissioner
There was a
Fernandez?
vote. We didn't hear Commissioner Bott.
We did not.
But there was a vote to refer the entire item as drafted to FERC.
Are you, but Commissioner Bott, did you vote to refer it to FERC without passing it, or did you vote to refer it to FERC as passed?
There was only one vote. There was only one vote, and that was the
So
referral.
you needed to vote no on the first one, and then yes on the second, and then it would go to FERC, and it would pass.
I voted, I'm not going to fall on my sword on this. I'm very fond of the notion of measuring twice and cutting once. So if there's strong feeling to send it to FERC in the next few weeks and have it come back in either the April or the May commission meeting, I'm fine with that. I want it to get done correctly and done as quickly as possible. So I'm happy to do either way, and I don't think my vote matters one way or the other, because I think the vote passed with a clear majority.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
It was a 5-2, unless there's going to be some change that we've already voted, and this item's passed.
Just for clarity, because, the FERC committee is not the full city commission, Commissioner Bond, I don't recall whether you're in FERC or not, but since this is
Yes.
your item, I assume you are accepting the amendment, and we are in the sunshine, so you can amend your item now, because this is your item. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney.
It's not, Commissioner, there was, the item did not pass. What passed was a referral
The
to
referral.
FERC.
But this is Commissioner Bott's item. Is that correct?
The underlying item, which did not pass and was not amended and has been referred to FERC.
It's her item.
It is.
She is the sponsor of the item.
That is a true statement, yes.
Okay, so as the sponsor of the item, she can choose to amend an item or not to amend an
But
item.
not at this point, after the matter has already been referred to FERC. And
Okay.
it's no longer
All right.
for her.
I just
hers to
think,
amend.
I just think if we're gonna use taxpayers' dollars to create an ombudsman's office, and we're asking the finance committee to analyze what is gonna be the budgeting for this position, I think it's only proper, and true to the integrity of the office that we're creating, to say we want to make sure that we're looking to fund a position that is, for a condominium certified attorney. But I guess we'll be discussing that at FERC.
Commissioner Magazine.
Mr. Mayor, if I might make a comment?
Yeah. And then Commissioner Magazine. But
So
remember,
it is going to
the item is.
FERC in its entirety. It is going to FERC in its entirety, and we will talk not only about the funding of this item, and whether it is something that is midstream in 2024 or that we plan for in 25. We will also talk, and I will work with HR and other relevant parties to put some more clear parameters around what we are looking for specifically, so we can have a more robust and informed decision, or discussion rather, at FERC, and then bring it back to the commission body as a whole.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, would there be anything that precludes us from accelerating it and hearing it the March 1st?
If by acclamation you'd like to refer to the March 22nd FERC, then that's certainly something you could do now.
Let's do that.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So acclamation's going to March 22nd, FERC? Okay.
Okay. Let's call R7E.
R7Es terminate RFQ and prepare RFP for single waste haulers requested by Commissioners Dominguez and Suarez, R7E.
Sponsored by Commissioner Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez. Actually, if we could just wait a moment,
Where's our city manager?
yeah, we need to get our city manager and our, why don't we call, can we call R7F in the interim?
Yes, sir. R7F is approve FDOT's request 44th Street deed transfer, R7F.
Sponsored by Public Works.
And Mr. Mayor,
Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This is an item that had been on a consent agenda, and I had pulled it because I had concerns, and since then, my concerns have been clarified. And so right now, I don't have an issue with this item.
And I actually shared some, I don't know what your specific concerns, but I had them as well, and I think mine have been clarified as well.
So I'm happy to move the item.
We have a second?
Yeah, I'll give you one right now. Commissioner Fernandez, and seconded by? Commissioner
Suarez seconds it.
And absent are Commissioners Dominguez, who else is absent?
I think that's it.
Dominguez, okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
So one absent, the item
Aye, aye,
passes.
aye.
R7F.
Made it easy for you, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes.
I think maybe restaurant?
Yeah. Since we're not at our usual city hall, the restrooms are a bit of a walk from
like
where
a
we are
mile
right
away.
now, so.
Can't believe we're ahead.
I think each one of these items is going to require the city manager and Commissioner Dominguez.
They're coming in.
Can we take a commercial break?
Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll go offline while we wait. Thanks.
No, we have not.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Great, we're back. We took a short intermission to make sure everyone was present. And so let's continue with R7E.
For the record, I'm going to read the item again. It's terminate RFQ and prepare RFP for single hauler. It's Commissioner Dominguez and Suarez.
It's okay, Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item has been on here for a little bit, and the motion on the table is to cancel the RFP or anything that's still out there for a multi-hauler system, to move forward with a single hauler system, and on that same motion, refer the item to FERC to develop a new RFP for this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. And just to repeat exactly what.
I'll second for
Second.
discussion.
Commissioner Dominguez, can you just repeat exactly? There was two
Yeah,
parts
so
to
the
it.
motion is cancel any RFP that's currently out there for multi-hauler system. Let's move this to a
RFQ?
RFQ
Okay.
for the multi-hauler system. Move forward with a single hauler system with a referral to FERC so that an RFP can be created for this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, thank you. I think that I support this. What I would like us to see is, you know, we've heard a lot from a specific segment of our community on their desires for there to be an exclusive system. And what it stood out to me is that, you know, it's these commercial uses, commercial customers in a specific part of our city, specifically in the more historic part of our city. To me, it seems like there might be a dynamic there that might be different than in other parts of our city. And one of the things that I think perhaps FERC should consider is, do we want to perhaps consider having an exclusive model in a geographical area of our city that perhaps may have specific needs, perhaps because of the dynamics of the historic district, the alleyways, the limitations in space, and that type of stuff. It might make sense to have an exclusive model there, but then in the rest of the city, perhaps have non-exclusive. And I think it's something that FERC should consider if we approve this today.
Mayor?
The motion they have on the table.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I want to move forward with a single hauler system. We have single hauler in our single family homes, and it works well. When I met with the city administration, they said it would not, a single hauler does not mean one size fits all. It means that there would be a menu for the different types of character and buildings and alleys that would make sense for our residents and also for the haulers, because they're providing a service. So having an exclusive system doesn't make it a cookie cutter. We can tailor it to the needs.
Anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you for your, so what is the administration's last position for recommendation?
Based on the item, we had recommended non-exclusive, sir.
Okay, is that still the administration's opinion or position?
This is still our,
I'd like to hear from the city manager.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity to comment. Obviously, both models have advantages and disadvantages. We spent 2 years listening to, at committee and at commission, what the commission's priorities were. As a result of that, we drafted an RFQ for a multi-hauling system. And it was our recommendation, and I still feel that there are benefits to a multi-hauling system in a city like ours. All that being said, we certainly understand what the potential benefits could be of an exclusive model, and we are, again, more than open to discussing that. And I believe that that discussion was already referred to committee for purposes of developing the criteria. The critical part in all of that is to make sure that as that criteria is developed, that it's really, really tight. Because then you run the risk of a potential 2-year transition to a completely different business model. You have an ordinance currently that has defined the business model for our city for over 30 years. And once you hire one company to provide service for the entire city, you are committed to that one company. And so you have to make sure that the way that RFP document is drafted is very, very specific and guarantees the protections that I think all of you intend to provide for our residents and for our businesses. And that is very tricky, and that has tremendous risk associated with it.
So again, the position of the administration is to still go with multi-hauler?
We have an RFQ. We have responses that have come in. We are prepared to open those responses at the appropriate time and to continue on that path, yes.
Okay, I'd like to move the item, or second it.
I think it's been moved and seconded already.
Did I get a second?
I think Commissioner Fernandez had seconded, yep.
So, if we could call the vote.
Commissioner Magazine.
And maybe we discuss this.
Mike.
Sure. Okay. Happy to discuss this in finance. I've done extensive viewing of all the other previous finance committee meetings going back several years, where I think, and if you ask all 7 of us, you're probably going to get 7 different opinions, so I understand we have to come to some sort of consensus. For me, it seems like after following but not really engaging too deep in the weeds with staff and other stakeholders would be some sort of system where single-family homes, single-family districts, maybe historic districts, and multifamily up to a certain extent, a certain size, would have some sort of exclusive single hauler, and then commercial would have some sort of non-exclusivity, open that up to 2 to 3 haulers. I'm unsure. Yep.
Well, let him just.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Right, so in full disclosure, I've never spoken to a single individual from there. I'm just using this entity as an example because they're iconic. They've been in Miami Beach much longer than I. I go to somewhere like Joe's Stone Crab, and I say, nope, you can't use the hauler you've used for 40 years. You have to use this one that I've chosen. I don't know how I feel about that. So I think where I land, I'm happy to explore and be an open book on this at Finance Committee. But I think from the research I've done, that's kind of the methodology I'd be leaning towards, is have an exclusive, because I get the benefits for single family and multifamily up to a certain size, but then for larger commercial properties, maintain some sort of flexibility where they would have some sort of say between a handful of different operators.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify one thing?
Commissioner Dominguez had
Yeah, I was
asked
just
me.
going to say, I did do my homework. I did speak with the commercial operators, and many of them are demanding this, demanding single hauler just the same. So I just wanted.
If I can call on our city manager.
Well, the only clarification I want to make is that our single-family contractor, this does not involve our single-family residential service. That contract is completely separate and apart from this franchise. This franchise is strictly a multi-hauling business, a multi-dwelling.
Nine units and above, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure to clarify, because I don't want there to be any confusion. The single-family residential is a completely separate contract.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Dominguez, as a sponsor for highlighting the fact that you've done your homework, that you've met with members of our community. Because the very concerning insinuations in the report that we received at 10 o'clock last night, it's to me insulting to this body that insinuates, that that we're making decisions unaware of the implications, insinuating that we, are not receiving information and we're making decisions without receiving information, without taking into consideration external stakeholders that we engage with on a regular basis that isn't accounted for in that report. And so thank you for putting that on the record, because we are hearing from stakeholders. We've heard from a lot of stakeholders who certainly prefer one model over another, and I'm going to be supporting it today.
Anyone else want to be heard? Okay, let's call the vote.
This is on item R7E, cancel, issue, and refer to FERC. All in favor? No, anyone opposed? No, it's going to cancel, issue a new one, and refer it to FERC. So all in favor, yes?
Yep.
No one opposed. It passes 7-0, R7E.
Okay, we passed R7F, right?
We did.
Yep. Let's do R7G.
R7G.
Oh, we got you up here, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
R7G, accept recommendations, adopt stormwater master plan, R7G.
Good afternoon, Mayor Minor, Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez, Honorable Commissioners, City Manager Hudak, City Attorney Paz, and City Clerk Granado. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. Today I'm here to talk about our stormwater modeling and master plan update. PJ, if you would, please. If you can put up the agenda. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it was. Public Works. There you go. Oh, no? No. It's got to say March 13th, 2024.
They can't bring up the presentation.
Are we waiting? Are we waiting for something to be shown? How long is it going to take? So we're having some technical difficulties with the presentation. If we can't get it going, we'll call another item.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a hiatus. Joe, don't go too far.
No, sir. I won't. I promise.
Thank you. Why don't we call R9A? Actually, we have a time certain. Why don't we call that item? Yeah. David, you want to hear that?
Yep.
Oh, we can't call it presentation. Okay, R9A, board and committee appointments.
So R9A and R9B everyone on the dais has a green piece of paper?
All the appointments that are here have no competition, so it may be done by acclamation. We have, for the Ad hoc Permitting Process Improvement Committee, we have Damian Gallo. We are pending his, and this is for the permit expediter. We have 2 vacant seats and 2 nominees. Mr. Gallo has not provided his application, so once he provides, we will double check. But you may appoint Mr. Gallo and Mr. Tillett. Mr. Tillett does comply. So you could do some acclamation if you so wish.
By acclamation? Yes. Great.
So you also have, for that same committee, residents who have built slash made improvements to their home. We have a nomination for Mr. Saul Gross and Mr. Jordan Ronson. Mr. Saul Gross provided his application this morning. We will double check that he meets the requirement, but you may appoint these 2 individuals by acclamation if you so wish.
By acclamation?
Yes.
We have, for the same committee, general contractor member with permitting experience, we have Nicholas Carleary. He meets the qualifications. He does not live in the city, so you would have to be voted by 5/7 vote. So if you approve of acclamation, he would qualify.
I personally, I appointed him. Nicholas does a lot of work in our city, very knowledgeable, has actually offered, over the past several years, a lot of good ideas about how we can make improvements. I think he'd be a significant value added.
So we could do some acclamation if you so wish. So having no objection, by acclamation, he's appointed. For affordable housing, Maria Paulson is nominated for appointment for the banking mortgage industry, qualifies. We could do so by acclamation.
Yes.
And
Yes.
for the design review board, Laura Lewin has been nominated for the water management expert category, meets the qualifications. Water management expert.
You okay with that?
Resident of Miami Beach, attorney, and also water management experience undergrad.
Your mic.
I'm fine, I guess I'm fine with that. I know our colleague, Commissioner Bott, is working on an item having to do with the members of that specific category. But I did meet with the individual, and it seems like another young individual from our community that wishes and desires to do good. You know, my preference would be maybe to see what happens with Commissioner Bott's item, but if the support is there, I'm happy to support her.
Does she want to be on the Next Generation Council?
And commit?
Did you?
I met with this girl, sorry, through the chair if I could. In fact, just the water management expert is just icing on the cake for that. I think the rest of her resume is supremely qualified, whether it would be for the water seat or not. So even if she would fall into the general category.
Okay. I'll
Mayor?
support you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Commissioner Bott is
Commissioner
requesting.
Bott?
So my video isn't on. So the item I'm working on is if in the event that we don't find somebody who's qualified as a water management expert, we can go to just a regular resident without those qualifications. But if we have somebody who is both qualified and a resident and has water qualifications in particular, then that's a trifecta. So
All right.
I don't think there's need to wait.
Okay, I'll support.
So if that's the case, we could do some acclamation. For the Health Advisory Committee, they're trying, the CEO of Miami Beach Community Health Center is being requested to be reappointed, Mark Rabinowitz. We could do so by acclamation. It's for his own seat. So there's a physician category, Dr. Jacobs. He is being nominated by Commissioner Magazine. He qualifies. We could do some acclamation. So done. Now, Karen Freed has been appointed to the Education of Miami Beach Committee, Qualitative Education. She does not have a child in the school, so this is to do the exception for someone who's qualified but who doesn't have a child, if we could do some acclamation. And the appointment of the Housing Authority, the mayor has nominated for appointment John Novak for the tenant commissioner category. The state statute requires that the mayor nominate, but the commission approve the nomination. If we could do some acclamation. So done, that concludes the board and committees. Thank you.
Great. Have we worked out our technical difficulties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can call that back up, Rafael?
Yes, sir, we were doing R7G, which is accept recommendation, adopt stormwater master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today we're here to talk about our update to the Stormwater Master Plan. PJ, if you would, go to the next, to the agenda. So we're going to cover a few things. We're going to cover project objectives, our approach to the Stormwater Master Plan, neighborhood improvement projects, proposed stormwater infrastructure summary, water quality treatment approach, critical needs, which is something that we've added to the Stormwater Master Plan, and our implementation plan. But before I move on, this is the culmination. I just wanted everybody to know this is the culmination of 18 months of very hard work by a very dedicated team. And I do want to recognize the work of our city engineer, led by our city engineer, Cristina Ortega, who's here today, our assistant city engineer, Giancarlo Pena, our planning and design manager and project manager for this assignment, and a very good model in her own right, Teresa Kamraj. And last but not least, our consultant project manager, associate vice president for AECOM, Eric Alcantara, who's also here. Next, please. So, in terms of an update of the stormwater program, so very important. The last stormwater master plan that was done for the city of Miami Beach was 2011. So, and since 2011, there were two important updates that were done to that 2011 master plan. In 2017, the city adopted a new level of service. Before that, we were doing the 5-year, 24-hour storm. Since 2017, we have been using as level of service. We adopted the 10-year, 24-hour by commission approval. And in 2020, 3 significant reports were included as part of the 2011 stormwater master plan, and that's the blue-green infrastructure analysis, the road elevation strategy, which sets the tone for how we're going to deal with sea level rise, and the neighborhood improvement projects, which were approved by the commission in 2020. Several projects, I did want to point out and highlight that several projects since 2011, since the 2011 stormwater master plan, have already been completed by the city to a total of $103 million. And those include Palm and Hibiscus, Indian Creek Drive, from 26th to 41st, which was a joint project we did with FDOT, West Avenue Phase 1, which included pump stations at 10th, 14th, and 17th, 11th Street, Lower North Bay Road, Sunset Islands 3 and 4, to name a few. So these are significant, meaning that the stormwater master plan that was done in 2011 did carry forward a lot of good work for the city. We're now in the process of updating that stormwater master plan to the next generation. Next, please. So in terms of tasks, we started off with a notice to proceed with AECOM on October of 2022. Our data collection was very, very intense, including surveys, resident complaints that we were logging in, that we had database of resident complaints in terms of areas that are susceptible to flooding. All the recent studies were also included. We then proceeded to the analysis phase, which prioritized the critical needs. One new tack that we've taken in this stormwater master plan is that we're approaching it similar to how we've done the water and sewer critical needs. We realized that to accomplish the neighborhood improvement projects, the robust projects that the city approved in 2020, there's over 50 of them, would take decades to complete. So in order to address some of these stormwater flooding issues, what we wanted to do was identify critical areas that would provide some level of relief for our residents. And we're going to be presenting those to you later in the presentation. We've also engaged the public. We held a public stakeholder meeting. And we also developed what we call a toolbox of critical needs, a drainage toolbox for the critical needs projects. How are we going to address these critical needs projects? We then moved to the crux of this project, which was to update the city stormwater model. Obviously, a lot has changed from 2011 to where we are in 2020, 2023, 2022 when we started. Sea level rise projections have changed. A lot of other issues have been addressed. So we included all that. And then we also included the city's neighborhood improvement projects as part of the development of this, of the overall stormwater master plan. Next, please. Oh, that's good. That's good right there, PJ. So then we developed a technical memorandum. We then moved to prioritization of the capital program. The prioritization of the capital program is very important because it has two parts. One is if we were to bring the entire city, addressing all the 50-plus neighborhoods that were approved as part of the NIP program, to bring them up to the level of service that the city has approved, which is a 10-year, 24-hour, what would that cost be, which would include the road raising as well as water and sewer infrastructure and above-ground improvements that would have to be done. So that was part of the assignment. And then also coming up with a CIP program for the next 10 years to address those critical needs. We then conducted public outreach. We had a workshop that we held back in October of 2023, where folks were able to attend both virtually and in person, where the team had interactions with residents about their stormwater issues. And then we incorporated we also then moved to the FERC committee, and we presented our findings to the FERC committee. And at the October 2023 FERC committee meeting, the FERC gave favorable recommendation to move forward to the commission, hence why we're here today. And then here today to hopefully receive favorable an approval to adopt the new stormwater master plan. So next, please. We incorporated several recent and ongoing studies. The three that I talked about earlier, the road elevation strategy, which sets the tone on how we're going to incrementally, as the years and the decades progress, how we're going to approach sea level rise in terms of raising the roads. The NIP program, which was approved by the commission back in 2020, the blue-green infrastructure, things like bioswales, rain gardens, and things of that nature. And also our seawall prioritization plan are some of the studies where we have an aggressive program to replace the 5 miles of the 55 miles of seawalls that are within the city of Miami Beach that are city-owned. Approximately 50 miles are privately owned, 5 miles are city-owned. So we're aggressively moving forward to raising those seawalls as well. Next, please. So stormwater master plan approach. It really has three components to it. It's a combination of the overall neighborhood improvement projects, water quality projects, which are very important. We'll talk about those in a few minutes. And then critical needs projects. Again, I talked about we're approaching this stormwater master plan and addressing critical needs and trying to do that in a much shorter period of time than the neighborhood improvement program would be able to carry out. Next. So what's a neighborhood improvement project? It's really a holistic, it's really taking and improving the entire neighborhood, bringing it up to the level of service, but also improving all the other infrastructure within that entire neighborhood. And again, just a reminder, there were over 50 neighborhoods that were prioritized as part of a study that Jacobs completed for the city, and which was adopted by the commission in 2020, which then addressed how those neighborhoods would be ranked in order of priorities. And so it includes, very important, I do want to say that the only way we're going to address long-term and sustainable, address and approach a sea level rise is really the holistic approach of the neighborhood improvement projects. Because you not only have this flooding that we have to take care of, but we also have the increasing tidal inundation that's caused by sea level rise. However, we recognize, again, that there are projects that could be done sooner to be able to provide some sort of relief in those neighborhoods, and we'll get into, in a minute, into those projects. Next, please. As you can see, the NIP projects that we've already recently completed. Indian Creek, very successful from 26th to 41st Street. That was a joint project that we did with FDOT. The West Avenue Phase 2, which is currently under construction right now. The pump station is currently under construction. As I understand from CIP, they should start working on the first road segments towards the end of this calendar year. The FDOT Alton Road project from Michigan Avenue to 43rd Street. DOT is the lead agency since it's a state road. However, they are addressing our water and sewer infrastructure through a joint project agreement. And then there's other sections later on. First Street project, that's a project that's currently at 60% design. We've stopped the design at 60% to provide an independent cost estimate, and there's a referral to the April FERC committee meeting to discuss a path moving forward. And finally, North Shore D, that's in the North Beach Town Center area, where we're currently at about 15%. We're developing the basis of design report and then moving on to design. That project has a $10 million Florida resiliency grant that was awarded to the city.
Joe,
Next,
just
please.
how many slides do you have? Now, you're doing great. It's just, I think one of the main things we have, I think you have a slide with 56 projects.
Yes, sir.
I think that.
We already passed the 56 neighborhoods, but
Okay.
we're going to get into the critical needs.
Okay, great.
So I'll move it along.
Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Mayor. Okay, level of service. So as I discussed, this was in 2017, the city moved on to its level of service of 10-year, 24-hour, which is what's adopted, and that's still what we designed to this day. Roadway resiliency. So when you design and reconstruct a road, you try to have a useful life of that road that will last you for at least 30 years before you have to go back and reconstruct the road. You may have to resurface it every 10 years, but really you don't want to spend a lot of money in having to go back and invest. Sea level rise projections. This is based on the NOAA curves that were developed, and most municipalities in South Florida have adopted this. We've adopted the third curve from the top, which is the orange curve, and that's called the NOAA intermediate. It's not as drastic as the NOAA extreme, but it is our guidance moving forward. And if you look at the little table below, it has what we address as the elevations of the pavement in increments of every 5 years, how they would have to be increased. Next, please. So in terms of stormwater infrastructure summary, which is what when the model was developed, currently we have 48 existing stormwater pump stations. 33 would remain, and then an additional 83 over the course of everything, doing everything within the city would be added for a total of 160 pump stations, including adding 104 miles of large diameter pipes to be able to convey the water. In $2024, all in, doing everything to bring the entire city to current level of service, the estimated present day cost is $3.7 billion. Yes, B with a billion. Next. Water quality treatment approach. This is very important because it is something that's very important to us. We're surrounded by water. So it essentially, the old systems really only had, if you go to the second one, which is the bar racks, and then we moved on to what we call cyclone vortex, which takes out the sediments and the oils. We're introducing now additional treatment, which is called a membrane filter. And what that does is removes nutrients, which are critically important because nutrients are what cause a lot of issues with the bay. And introducing that alone will be able to double nutrient removal going forward. Then we finally have the pump, where the pump then discharges through an energy dissipator and through a seawall out into the bay. Next. Our ongoing water quality projects, we have Pump Station 24, which is in Lower North Bay Road. We're adding 2 injection wells for additional water quality treatment. Our portable pumps that we put during the storm season, and that probably sometime around May, you'll start seeing those portable pumps going out there. By DERM requirements, we have to now add a treatment tank next to that portable pump in order to be able to discharge into the bay. Obviously, those are portable and temporary, and once we do some of the improvements along the way, those temporary pumps would then no longer be needed. Parkview outfall water quality improvements. We've got $200,000 to do water quality improvements to about 7 to 8 outfalls in Parkview. That's currently in design right now with an estimated $2 million construction cost. We've got also Pump Station 32, which is right next to Canopy Park, where the wells that were put in there were connecting the pump station to the wells for additional treatment. And last but not least, in the Nautilus area, we have Pump Station number 10 to do odor and water control treatment. Next. So a critical needs project, what is a critical needs project? So if you look at that, the graphic up on the screen, you'll see the blue outline. That would be the entire Nautilus Neighborhood B, ranked number 36 in the neighborhood prioritization plan. What we're doing is, as part of the critical needs, we know that 44th Street, near the, connecting to the Must Park area, is the lowest area within that. So our approach is to be able to build infrastructure that will alleviate the flooding in this lowest area, and this infrastructure is not throwaway. So I want to stress that. Whatever we're building as part of this is going to be augmented in the future as we do the neighborhood improvements. So none of what we're proposing is throwaway. And it includes a variety of toolboxes.
Mr. Mayor, and I just have a question on that, just on that piece. That means when you say augmented, that infrastructure you're installing now can then be connected to the larger infrastructure project that you would be doing later on in the future. And
Absolutely.
So that investment in this temporary Band-Aid, we can say, will continue to be used when the bigger project is done.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So very quickly, here are some of the things that we're using to address the critical needs. Some regrading. We have a lot of undersized pipe in the city, older pipes that are by today's standards not acceptable. 12-inch pipes, things of that nature. We're increasing pipe sizes, connecting drainage areas that are not disconnected, adding catch basins, water quality treatments, and things of that nature. Next, very quickly. I'm almost at the end, Mr. Mayor. Prioritization of critical needs. So we developed a ranking system in order to be able to come up with the 20 projects that we've developed. And obviously, the highest rankings were areas where we use temporary pumps, because those are the lowest areas that are affected. The topography is low when we have tidal inundation. Flooding complaints, where we receive a lot of flooding complaints. Constructability, how easy is it to be able to build this first phase neighborhood, where it ranked in the neighborhood. So we want to be sure that anything that was up in the neighborhood improvement program wasn't getting preferential treatment over neighborhoods that are really low in the ranking, but are suffering from flooding. Next, please. Here is the recommended critical needs projects. There's 20 of them. We currently have 2 under design right now, Nautilus F and Nautilus B, and I'll show you the map in a minute. Those are right now under design, and they're scheduled to go to construction, anticipated construction in 2026. The current present-day cost of the 20 projects is $66.5 million. If you escalate it out to the year that it's constructed, because these are staggered in 2-year increments, it's about $95 million, represents about $95 million. Next. And then, so we've developed a schedule. I know it's hard to see, but the schedule on the top is the continuation of the neighborhood improvement projects based on the current schedules, current approved projects that we have. The second one in the middle, those are the critical needs projects, and those are, we're anticipating 2 years for design and permitting. It takes about a year to design and about a year, unfortunately, to go through the regulatory process to permit, and then a year and a half to 2 years for construction. So we've staggered them throughout for the 20 projects. So that takes us out from 2026, which is the start of the first 2 projects in construction, to, sorry, I don't have my, to 2036, I believe. That's it. And then we have the water quality projects below in the schedule as well.
Thank you, Joe. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Dominguez, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for all the work you're doing. And we have Aspen here, and this has been a topic of conversation, and really upgrading and fortifying our aging infrastructure is so important. Clean water, reliable sewers, flood prevention, the health of Biscayne Bay. I mean, they're all intertwined with exactly what you just presented and what we're trying to accomplish. So I may have a couple of questions, but I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Dominguez.
I lost my train of thought. Let's wastewater. Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I know that I've reached out to you and met with you on the First Street project a couple of times, and we have a meeting next week with SOFNA, so that's very important. Another critical area is Upper North Bay Road.
Yes.
And when we were doing our briefing, I was happy to see that they were 3rd and 5th on the list to get themselves completed. With the road raising, I think that as long as we don't put private property at risk, and we're working with the homeowners and businesses to harmonize. That's very important. And one thing I forgot to ask in my briefing, are we using pervious concrete in any of these projects? That's a permeable type of concrete where helps prevent flooding.
We typically do not use pervious concrete on public right-of-way, ma'am. Pervious concrete, there are advantages to it. I know that it, in parking lots, it's used because since a parking lot is totally impervious, and it's, so when it floods, and typically if there's flooding that lasts for, let's say, for 12, 14 hours, a lot of those parking lots are used for commercial purposes, so the water has time to recede, and it works pretty well. For public rights-of-way, the issue with pervious concrete pavement, and I did work with a lot of pervious concrete pavement in my career, is the maintenance that's required. So if pervious concrete you have to have a very aggressive maintenance program to maintain the porosity of that concrete. Now, I know there's been advances in pervious concrete, and we can certainly explore that moving forward.
Thank you. If it's just something that will help with the flooding and as we're upgrading our stormwater, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Does anyone else have, does anyone have anything they would like to add? I would like to congratulate you on this plan. You know, over the past decade, I've watched what we've done. A lot of our plans got put on pause because they were just too dramatic of a change for a neighborhood. So these smaller projects at $3 and $4 million that are addressing the hot button areas instead of the $50 million, $100 million projects that just remain stalled. Even now, as we speak, I think West Avenue is finally starting, but it took how many years? 10 years, 8 years, 10 years to get done. First Street is just as controversial because people really don't like this transformative neighborhoods. I was here when we were supposed to do all of North Bay Road, and that was, you know, years of arguing and stalling. So this new process I'm very optimistic about it because it shows that we are addressing these needs, but we're not going into this controversial area of the rising of the NAVD to ridiculous heights, higher than homes. So, I mean, hopefully we can get this started and approved and, you know, everything shovels in the ground as soon as possible, now to 2036. Anyone else have something that they would like to add? Yes, Commissioner Suarez?
I think Laura touched on First Street, and you guys are having a meeting next week. Yeah, there's been a lot of concerns about raising the roads on First Street, you know, because some of the businesses, their fear that they're going to get flooded. You know, this past summer, I was around, I think it was August 1st, when there was a big rainstorm event in Sunset Harbor, and every single business got flooded in Sunset Harbor. And where I had a road raised in front of it, the business was flooded. And then I quickly went to South 5th on First Street, and no businesses were flooded. And so, you know, just briefly, what is your plan for the First Street?
Well, that's why we want to bring it to FERC. The current plan for First Street is really to, it requires a major pump station at the intersection of Washington and First to address the southern part of the South Point neighborhood. It also includes, as we proceeded in the project, it also includes adding wells along Washington Avenue and Alton Road. The project, when we stopped it at 60%, to give you some background, Commissioner, one of the things that the pledge I made to the community was we were going to stop at 60% and go back and do an independent cost estimate to determine, A, if the cost estimate that the consultant, our design consultant, come up with was a good estimate, and B, how could we then phase the project so that it would not be as impactful to the community. And our consultant that did our constructability analysis has come back with a plan that actually provides phasing, which is also important because right now that there's a huge funding. In order to build the 4 phases, there's a funding gap.
So, is there a plan to raise the roads on First Street?
Currently,
and if so, how much?
Average, I would say about 2 feet, a foot and a half, a foot and a half, a foot and a half.
So,
And just for reference, what was Sunset Harbor raised?
That was before my time. I think, Eric, up to 30 inches, so about 2.5 feet.
Right, so you could understand the concerns that.
Absolutely.
You know, we don't want to make the situation worse for First Street. And again, when there's a major rain event on First Street, I don't see the type of flooding that I see in Sunset Harbor.
Commissioner,
And I know the technology's changed, I know it's before you, and I'm not, this is not
I-
me, like, talking down to you, I'm just simply saying, we want to make sure, I think Commissioner Bott always has a thing, that's you measure twice, cut once. You know, we want to make sure that before we rip up the ground and put 2 feet in front of a business, but if we even want to do that, it's not going to negatively impact
Absolutely.
the longstanding businesses on First Street.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak, just.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Bott?
Hello. I just want, thank you. I always am a fan of measuring twice and cutting once, especially when it comes to engineering projects. But I do want to reiterate the comments that Commissioner Dominguez made about using permeable technology that continues to evolve every day. I know, Joe, you and I have talked about this before as well, and one of the concerns about it is that it has high maintenance issues and it doesn't maybe last as long as more traditional materials. But if we are replacing road surfaces every 10 years anyhow, then it definitely needs to be looked at. I mean, we need to look at every possible tool in the toolkit, and new technologies being advanced on a daily basis on this front. And you know, I know your engineering colleagues who read the journals and know more about this than all of the rest of us combined can attest to that. But I just want to reiterate that wherever possible, thinking outside the box and you know, even testing maybe on a smaller project, some of the new technologies so that we can use everything available to us to help deal with these issues would be much appreciated. Thanks.
Two points that I just wanted to make, and Commissioner Dominguez, you had asked about and Commissioner Bott, the impervious pavement, pervious pavement. In the First Street project, we're actually proposing that for the parking area. So that I just wanted to let you know. And to your point, Commissioner Suarez, regarding harmonization, if you look at Indian Creek Drive, the 26 to 41st project that was completed, that's an example of the harmonization that I believe is better suited. If you look at that, the harmonization there, going into the properties along Indian Creek Drive, you don't have the vertical wall situation. So if harmonization is done right, and we try to harmonize, always try to harmonize within the right of way. That's important. But if we can't, then, you know, to what extent are we going to affect? And to your point, you know, obviously, we want to be sure that we don't create a negative impact to the resident or the businesses.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
What I would like to do with First Street is wait until we finish West Avenue, which sounds crazy, but when you do these transformative, large-scale projects like this, an entire neighborhood is transformed. We want to see. I mean, there were lessons learned from Sunset Harbor. You know, what started out as being like $7 million swelled into 25 million, 30 million, probably, with all the different change orders. But we learned from that. Now we're going to West Avenue, and while, you know, we put in a lot of work, it's not going to be perfect, and we're going to learn lessons there. So rather than commit the same mistakes on West Avenue, like, you know, on First Street that we are going to commit, probably on West, why don't we stagger them or add First Street to the critical hotspots, kind of like we're doing with the other projects, like do small projects, 3 million, 4 million, non-transformative, but that keep the streets dry. Instead of this controversial, because nobody wants to remove the parking. I don't think there's consensus about the pump station going into that one parking garage there. There's a lot of different, it's very controversial. You're right, you're raising the streets. Well, I'm glad only 1.5 feet. And it's not that I don't want to do this project. I would just rather wait, because why wouldn't we? We can. doesn't have to happen right now. No, well, today, we're not going over First Street. We're accepting the Stormwater Master Plan, which I think is great. But since he was talking about First Street and I'm here in an audience with him, I just thought I would tell him how I was feeling.
Commissioner Suarez.
I think, Laura has a meeting with Joe.
I have a meeting with Sofna next week.
Yeah,
with Joe.
I think let that process play out. Laura has obviously taken the initiative on this, and I'm going to respect her. And we'll see by April 3rd if anything comes out of that, and then we can have this discussion. I can certainly put it on if Commissioner Dominguez doesn't decide to.
Yeah, I listen, I think it's a neighborhood thing. We created a neighborhood resiliency committee, didn't we, recently? I think Commissioner Dominguez created a committee. Didn't we create a?
Then we just extended it.
Okay, so we extended that committee. So we have residents looking at these neighborhood projects, right? And the prioritization and everything. Well, I think it's amazing. It's going to take forever, $3.7 billion, but we are actively working. And I think we need to show this for insurance purposes, correct? So that we stay insurable. Our bond ratings are high. So we know we have to do this. And
Let me just, I had promised Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for everybody on this. I think we all campaigned on moving forward on resiliency projects, and we're the epicenter here. This week is the epicenter of that with the Aspen Climate Summit in town, actually in this very building. So I do think it's important we're moving forward. I'm excited to hear about the West Avenue. I've been critically engaged in that for close to 10 years now. I'd be hesitant to tell a brain surgeon how to go about his business for the same reason I'm going to be hesitant about shaping out how to do engineering projects, but nonetheless, I still will. I do like Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez's idea of take the easy wins where we can get them. If there's not immediate consensus for how to proceed on some of these large transformative projects in an area, it doesn't mean we just totally abandon the neighborhood and move on. We take the small wins where we're able to get that, fortify the dam, and move on to mission critical. So thank you for all the engagement. Perhaps, Commissioner Dominguez, I'll leave it up to you. I don't want to step on your toes, but perhaps if that SOFNA meeting was able to be sunshined, just so we wouldn't tie up resources from the neighborhood group, I'd love to just passively attend. I wouldn't even participate, but to the extent that you want to give that some thought, I'd be interested.
Mr. Mayor. I promised Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Fernandez.
I was just going to talk about the cost, so $3.6 billion, but I know that during my briefing, you mentioned the number of grants that you apply for
Yes, ma'am.
and funding that we can get from the federal government,
Yes.
so keep up the great work on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I'm looking at the item, one of the things that I see here is that the recommendation is to commence, a part of the recommendation is to commence a rate study of the stormwater utility to determine financial capacity for the stormwater improvement work proposed in the master plan. And that staff, alongside the engineering consultant, will present the final stormwater modeling and master plan update. Is there the potential with the adoption of this for there to be an increase of rates to our consumers?
I think I've been called up to.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jason Green, Chief Financial Officer. With the adoption of this plan, as was mentioned, this is overall a very long time, right? This $3-some billion is beyond the window of our capital program. It's something that we're not going to be financing now immediately. The one at hand is the $95 million, I believe, critical needs, just like you have in the water and sewer. I can tell you that it looks like we should be able to afford the $95 million over the 10 years with our existing rate structure. We'll obviously have to keep an eye on operating expenses and construction costs, but we believe we should be able to afford that. But obviously the big dollars are in those neighborhood improvement projects. So we need to look at this holistically. And so by engaging with the rate consultant, they're going to look at this long-term capital program, look at our existing rate structure, and see if it's affordable based on that. And they'll come back, they'll do all the analysis on the capital side. They're going to look at all of the revenue and expenses of the fund, run a financial analysis effectively, and then see if the existing rate structure supports that. It might come back and say it is completely supportable, or there's a recommendation to adjust rates to meet this capital program. Things can obviously be adjusted with schedules and things like that, but it's possible. But this starts a very long process. This is the start.
So under the 95 million, so what you're saying is that our current rate structure, what the consumer is paying, is not going to be impacted by the 95 million. The 95 million that we're approving for the neighborhood projects that are going to address those 20 areas for the 10-year, 24-hour storm. This approval is should not be affecting our rate structure, but it's the other projects, the larger master plan for which we could potentially see a rate increase or adjustment. No, I don't want to say increase, but adjustment.
Basically, yes, Commissioner. This rate analysis will confirm that, but based on some work with our current financial advisor, it does appear that way. But again, schedules, actual construction costs, and things like that. So those 10 projects we're estimating to be 95 million cash flow inflation indexed, but we don't know how it'll end up being. But it's important to go through this whole exercise. Again, 95 million, 3.5 billion. There's a lot of other projects at play.
Of course. And so I just want to make sure that when we conduct this rate structure analysis, and whenever that consultant comes back with their recommendations, that we're fully briefed on the structure, how are commercial customers being charged as opposed to residential customers and non-commercial customers, to ensure that there is fairness. So that's something that, as part of this analysis, I think we should look at. And whenever that comes back, I want to make sure that as well as my colleagues, are fully briefed on that. Just want to make sure that we look out for the little guy, especially our residential customers.
Absolutely, and this would go to FERC. Is this a referral to FERC too, or?
It would be a referral.
So we'd have a new referral, but this would, when the time is right,
Yes.
this would come back and get referred to FERC, and FERC will vet this whole thing.
And how far away is that? Through the chair, what do we anticipate the timing for that to be? Do we anticipate to be this year, next year?
Commissioner, I think we'll probably, sometime in the fall, is when we'll probably be able to bring it to FERC.
Okay.
So sometime in the fall.
Yeah. All right. And is this a consultant we've already hired, or is this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to take the vote. Thank you so much. This is, as you see from the amount of time we took on this and the work you've put in our commission's comments, this is a top issue. Upgrading our aging infrastructure really is a public safety issue, which is a common theme from our commission. And ultimately, if we don't get this done, it's going to cost us a lot more in the long run if we keep waiting. So thank you for that. We ready to take the vote?
I don't have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I think Commissioner Suarez made the motion, Commissioner Bott seconded.
Yes, sir. So, all in favor?
All in favor?
So the item passes 7-0, unanimous. That was R7G.
Great, thank you. Now we'll get to our time certain, R5Q.
R5Q is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, chapter 66, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels by amending Article 3, section 66-107, entitled Maintenance of Public Piers, to allow extended dockage of dinghies and tenders at City Pier at Maurice Gibb Park with a valid dinghy and tender dockage agreement with the city, and authorizing the city manager to enter into dinghy and tender dockage agreements on a form to be approved by resolution of the City Commission, providing for a repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5Q.
This is Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to give my presentation.
Great. Is Commissioner Bott?
May I comments first, since this is my item?
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
So this is not a lane that I would normally be traveling in. I would be attentive, of course, to all the residents' needs, both on and off the water, but this is not something that I would be getting deeply involved in. And since we took action in December with unintended consequences, I found myself in this lane, and so I want to be clear as to why I'm here and what I am hoping to accomplish. You know, this meeting today started off with quite a lot of spicy rhetoric. A lot. Some of it was way out of line, in my view. I am on a number of different topics. I will say that how our city has evolved, how the laws have evolved governing our state, our city, need to evolve with the times. And so just because something was a way 150 years ago doesn't mean that that way continues to be the best appropriate way. When somebody raised the fact that this is how it's always been, well, there weren't people living on the shores when waters were being lived upon by boaters. So we need to find a way to find common ground, no pun intended. I think there has been an inordinate amount of harassment in multiple directions. Most recently, even this morning, private residents have been contacted, not elected officials and not people who are proclaiming that they are representing one group or another, but private individuals have been contacted and threatened, which is wholly inappropriate. It is very okay to have different opinions on a matter and maybe never even agree on how it's handled. That's not the desired outcome, but that is, that's a consequence of living in this world with other people. But to threaten each other because you don't agree with what may or may not be proposed is nonsense. I do appreciate, I'm going to call out a gentleman named Michael Raphael who made comments this morning. I appreciated his sarcasm and humor, and I take his point. And what I'm going to propose here, I'll let Commissioner Suarez go through the details. I will suggest that he and I came about this working independently from each other on items, two different items that overlapped significantly. And so we decided to put them together. The guidelines are not, in my view, perfect. They are based largely on the guidelines that have been set forth by the proposed mooring field and vetted by a number of bodies who govern these things. So for those who are claiming that we are setting ourselves up for lawsuits, I mean, I guess we're a litigious country. We can sue anybody for anything. But to claim that we are ignorant as a city, that our lawyers are not doing their jobs, that the officials who govern mooring fields at various levels for various entities don't know what they're doing is not accurate. I would suggest that we, after Commissioner Suarez makes his presentation and we hear from our colleagues and members of the public, I would very strongly suggest that we do either let this travel to the scheduled meeting to fine-tune some of the details that are not those that come directly from the mooring field guidelines, like whether or not you can have dogs on the boat, what the appropriate limitation is, if it's 1,000 feet, 500 feet, and what the costs are, because those are details that can be discussed. Nobody needs to make threats to each other. The costs are what they are because it was reverse engineered to figure out what it's going to cost to cover the staffing of this dock. So I am not a believer that multiple wrongs make a right. I am a believer that we try to get to the best accommodation we can, and hopefully it will accommodate as many people as possible. And I'm very sensitive to the folks in the boating community who say there are a lot of us who do our jobs, pay our taxes, want to work with the city, and do the right thing. And somebody pointed out that like any neighborhood or any condominium or any group of people, there are always going to be bad actors. And I would suggest that those bad actors who are claiming to represent the boaters are not doing anybody any good. So we have opportunities to refer this to FERC. I believe it's already on the schedule for Public Safety, Neighborhood and Quality of Life Committee, and we can continue to vet the details there. But to continue to either make draconian changes and not care about what the consequences, the unintended consequences may be, or to continue to bully each other in multiple directions, those two options don't seem correct. So I do believe that this is a good start to finding a compromise that most will be able to live with, including those who live on the land and are dealing with the consequences of these actions. And I want to reiterate that there is a difference between derelict boats, which are the ones that cannot move, are half submerged or fully submerged, that have been abandoned, that cost between $50,000 and $70,000 to retrieve after the state has gone through the good faith efforts to find the owners, which are a huge issue for our bay and all public waters, versus calling people derelicts. You know, they're adjectives, they mean totally different things in those contexts. We know for a fact that Miami Beach has violated the trust of keeping Biscayne Bay clean with illegal dumping. But again, multiple wrongs do not make a right. I think there's a false narrative that that there's only one thing to do something correctly, and I don't subscribe to that. So I'm not going to proselytize any more about this. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague to go through the details. But I really hope that we can work together through this meeting and the next one or two committee meetings to get to the best possible version of this to make it workable for most. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
PJ, can you pull up the timeline presentation, please? Okay. Over the last decade, there has been a growing population of permanently anchored boats that have decided to commandeer our public waterways of Biscayne Bay for both private and commercial use. As you can see from these images, our waterways are being clogged more and more each year by these permanent anchor outs that get to live for free in our public national park. This issue is growing exponentially for multiple reasons, and I'm going to show you why. PJ, can you please pull up the short-term rental? Okay, here's a listing on Airbnb for the Swan Song. This one goes for about $3,500 a month, is located just west of Miami Beach, and pickup and drop-off location is at the seawall end of Lincoln Road. The captain there is named James. I believe he's here in the audience. And here you can see that the pickup location is at the seawall end of Lincoln Road. Okay, so this one, okay, here's a listing captured on Facebook Marketplace from one of the boaters. And here you can see that they're renting this boat for $1,200 a month. There's a one-time non-refundable deposit for $500 when you sign up, so $1,700 when you move in. Our sailboat is right next to Lincoln Road, close to Star Island, local Publix, and this is not a luxury hotel. Okay, here's another one for $1,000 a month. And again, they reference Lincoln Road and a Publix market. Okay, here's an interesting one. This one goes, this is one that got bought and sold here. So what's interesting about this one is that this was relocated from Melbourne, Florida. So what does this mean? That means that there is an incentive to bring over these boats to our waterways for commercial use. And by the way, the Lincoln Road reference is important because it correlates to the increase of illegal activity at the parklet over the last few years to the increased number of anchored out vessels off of West Avenue. Just ask Nancy Duke how things were going in her neighborhood over the last 3 to 5 years. This clearly shows there is an active effort to import more of these junk boats to our waterways for commercial use. PJ, can you close this slide? Colleagues, what you're seeing here is a new clever marine hustle by purchasing cheap antique sailboats for pennies on the dollar, permanently anchor them in our waterways, and selling them or renting them on a monthly or nightly basis. Unfortunately, it doesn't end there. PJ, can you pull up the charter boats, please? Another hustle caters to unlicensed party boat chartering. One of these boats, named Marbella on the Bay, uses his personal anchored out vessel to charter party events. His program includes dozens of balloons, alcoholic drinks in plastic cups, and lots of loud music near Monument Island. Another vessel named Frosty anchors his boat off Belle Isle and uses Maurice Gibb Pier for pickups and drop-offs for his reservation. Here's a picture of him chartering spring breakers this past weekend with no onboard help and questionable life safety conditions. You can close this folder, BJ. Lastly, I'd like to show you a highlight of the current conditions of many of these anchor-out boats. PJ, can you pull up boat conditions, please? Most of these boats are not seaworthy. They haven't moved in years. When they sink, we, the taxpayers, have to spend anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 per vessel to remove them. Right now, there are about 200 of these anchor-outs off our shore. If, God forbid, we get hit by any hurricanes this year, many of these boats will sink or pose a severe risk to both public and private property. If just half of them sink, that means our residents and taxpayers will have to spend over $1 million in fees just to remove them. This does not even take into account chemical or fuel leaks from vessels being submerged. You can close this folder, PJ. What's going on in Biscayne Bay is a ticking time bomb. While we're on the subject of sinking boats, it turns out that Miami Beach had a survey completed by RES, Resource Environmental Solutions, to collect data on the amount of junk and debris that is currently sitting on our Biscayne Bay, just west of us. PJ, can you pull up the exhibit? Other one. It turns out there are dozens and dozens of large debris items littering the seafloor right now in our precious marine sanctuary. This trash ranges from makeshift moors, beer can coolers, sunken boats, engine parts, beach chairs, you name it. We all know where this trash came from. You can close this one, PJ. Another major concern is privacy. Boats that anchor so close to our shores have an advantage at night to peep into our resident homes with binoculars at night, at any time of the night. Also, land-based residents and their families are forced to watch the personal lives of these anchor-outs and their shabby contents every time they look outside their window. Public safety. In terms of public safety, we have no idea who is accessing our lands. When you rent or buy a condo, you go through a background check to make sure you're not a criminal or worse, a sex offender. There is a process that we land-based residents have to follow for a safer society in Miami Beach, and that's not the case of what's going on in our public waterways. It's obvious what's happening right now in our public waterways is no different than someone getting a worn-out RV, parking in the middle of Flamingo Park, and deciding to claim our public space their rightful home. This is nothing more than a trailer park in our waterways. These are not boaters or sailors. In fact, most true sailors and cruisers contend with these clogged anchorages caused by liveaboards. PJ, can you pull up the cruiser form? Recently, there was a posting from one of the local liveaboards that made a thread in a well-known cruiser forum to support their cause at our Miami Beach City Commission meeting just today, and it backfired. I'm going to read them to you. Honestly, I'm surprised it took Miami Beach this long to do something about the problem they are faced with. Unfortunately, there are too many anchorages in Florida that are turning into floating dumpsters, and those of us who work hard to do the things the right way bear the burden. While the idea of living free on the hook has great appeal, problems arise when these flotillas turn into little more than a floating group of vessels that barely float, much less function safely. I get it. People are looking for a cheap way to live, but this isn't the answer. Stop being surprised when the rest of us don't support derelict vessels. Thanks for the info, Joe. Although I would bet it is an underestimate. It does seem that sewage is not the biggest issue. I would maintain my objection, as noted by a couple other posters, that individuals do not have the right to commandeer public spaces for private use, just as one cannot build a shack in a public park. And no, it is not their home. It is a boat in a public waterway. They may be living there, but it is not their private space, and they do not get to determine what is a reasonable rate. Just like the millions of others, they need to pay for their services they consume. It was pretty jarring to read the demands of a dinghy dock and a pump-out service and they say they should be the determiner of what is reasonable for them to pay. And do they expect water ambulance services, have medical emergency while aboard? I could go on, but the point is made. The homelessness problem is a real serious one. It can be very hard to distinguish people who wish to live on a boat from people who want to spend money on other things than rent, to those who are destitute or desperate. A civil and just society demands a lot from people, and it is their duty to meet the demands. Just as importantly, I am deeply skeptical that the derelict boats are a proper, humane solution for true homelessness. It gets better. As a Florida cruising sailor, I have to add my voice in support of the mooring field and doing away with anchorage for derelict boats. You are not a sailor or a boater. If your vessel hasn't moved in a year or more, you dump sewage into environmentally sensitive water, you have 2 inches of barnacles on the bottom, and you create an eyesore for those living on land. You are a homeless person. You have the right to live that way as long as you are not infringing upon others' rights. Sadly, that is not the case. You've anchored off someone's most valuable property in the United States. If I owned a $5 to $10 million waterfront home in Miami Beach, I would be raising holy hell if a bunch of people anchored neglected boats several hundred feet off my yard and created a homeless camp. It's not a scenic view when people are hanging their butts out of the stern to do their business, throwing beer can parties at all hours of the night, and discarding garbage into the water. Don't blame the government for not enforcing the rules. Blame yourselves for ignoring them. No one owes you anything. No one is weeping when you say your boats will be replaced with nice vessels that actually travel places. I'm normally liberal, but sometimes close to libertarian. But here I'll sound like my late father. If you can't afford a marina and you can't maintain your boat, you need to have a job so you can. Don't be a burden on others.
David, we've actually been over time. You want to hear it?
I'll bring it in. Look, right now, we as a city cannot regulate the duration or distance of anchoring within municipal waters. But what we can do is regulate access points from the water to land. Okay? All that being said, both Commissioner Bott and myself have put forward a compromise and an attempt to bridge the gap of the needs of the anchor outs and the land-based residents of Miami Beach. This is the proposal. We're going to create a dockmaster at the Maurice Gibb Park, a position that will maintain law and order at the public ramp. Establish a contract for permitting process for the anchor outs under the following conditions. A $750 monthly fee, which comes out to only $25 a day. This allows regulated access for dinghies and their anchor outs. Main vessel must be 1,000 feet from shore of Miami Beach. Main vessel and dinghy must be registered and insured. If it sinks, we're not on the hook. Each vessel must provide proof of pump outs. The Miami Beach Marina has one for just $10. Any commercial activity is strictly prohibited. Each vessel must meet a certain standard of aesthetics, no gas cans, punching bags, worn out engines visible on deck. And with this, I would like to bring up Chris from our Public Safety Enforcement Liaison, because I just recently found out that he was a municipal prosecutor in Hollywood, and they have a serious derelict boat problem there. And I'd like to have him share some of his concerns about what we could be looking at in the next couple of years. And I think it's going to highlight a lot of this. And through the mayor, and by the way, this is the mayor's new position. And I thank you for your time.
Chris McClenic, glad to have you up here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
you,
commissioners, Madam Manager, other members. Through the chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner, as we discussed prior to taking the position here, I was the municipal prosecutor for the city of Hollywood. Candidly, approximately 6 months before leaving that position, I was introduced to the first case that I had to prosecute in reference to an issue like this, a derelict boat, or a boat that had been abandoned. Within 6 months of after that incident, or having to prosecute that case, to say we were inundated with cases like that is an understatement. We were averaging about 20 a week with various issues pertaining from abandoned boats to pump out situations, tying dinghies off to mangroves and destroying city property, et cetera, et cetera. And candidly, as you and I discussed, From a personal note, and actually from a work-related note, I commend you on taking action as soon as possible, because it's my experience that if nothing is done, it will, as you stated, grow exponentially. And it's not something that can be ignored.
Thank you. PJ, can you pull up the 2,000 boat slide, please, real quick? Through the chair. This is Salem Harbor. This is about 2,000 boats out there. There is nothing stopping this from happening in Biscayne Bay right now. Okay, this can very well be the model of boats in the next couple years in our bay if we do not act right now. And it's just as Chris has said, you know, he sees what the future lies, and it exponentially metastasizes, and it can get really bad. And so and you can close it, PJ. Thank you. What I'm doing is I'm looking into the future, and I foresee a problem here, and I want to get a handle on this. I want to have respect for our residents who pay taxes, who vote, and I have every neighborhood association in favor of this item. I have Venetian. I have Venetian Homeowners Association. I have Belle Isle Homeowners Association. I have Sunset Harbor in favor of the association. I have West Avenue in favor of this. I also have all the Sunset Islands. So every single neighborhood association that abuts the water is in total favor of this, unanimous support. And if I can, I would just, some of the members from the Sunset Harbor Association are here, and one person from Wavno wasn't able to speak, and I would humbly request the mayor if they could allow just a few public comments.
Sure, if we can,
David,
because I think we have the vote.
Through the chair, I commend you for all the effort, direction, leadership you've showed on this. It's you've been laser focused. It's, I don't want to say unanimously supported, but incredibly heavily supported by the residents. I'd like to make a motion to move forward with this, and I back your motion here. Seconded.
I'll make a comment.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I am supportive of making sure that there's no pump outs in our bay. The boats that are out there have been rated multiple times, and they've not been found to be dumping anything into our bay. When I read through this proposal, I found it insane. I thought there was a typo because I thought it should be $750 a year, not $750 a month. The reason why these boaters are so upset is because we made a decision in December thinking we were voting for derelict boaters, but it affected all boaters. We cut them off, cut off their lifeline and access to land, food, water, doctors, and it's been very difficult to see, and that's why you see them so angry. But Tallahassee didn't pass this. We absolutely should regulate it. Miami Beach will not turn into the last picture that we saw that was dotted with sailboats, because we have a mooring field that's been approved and is getting designed and built. But I don't find this particular item to be a compromise. It's very draconian, and I think we could do something better.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I met with a number of the members of the boating community, because I meet with anyone that wants to meet with me. If you email me or reach out to me, usually Monica will try to respond and give you meeting times so that we can accommodate and listen to everyone. And I dealt with individuals that seemed very reasonable, but it upsets me now to see individuals commercializing and profiting from a national park, Biscayne Bay National Park. I mean, that is like our largest park. Our largest park is not Flamingo Park, it's not South Point Park or the new Bayshore Park that we're building. Our region's gem is Biscayne Bay. Right. It is the equivalent of our Central Park. It is so important to us, not only for us being emblematic with our community, but it's also a source of important tourism, ecotourism, and it's just important to us. To see someone profiting from short-term rental activity from it and not just profiting from Biscayne Bay, but operating, utilizing public property, commercializing our street end, the street end of Lincoln Road, to pick up individuals. I want to know, Mr. Attorney, isn't that a violation of the city code?
Yes, it absolutely is.
And I thought that operating, commercializing activities like that, doesn't that require BTR?
Yes, it does.
And do they have a BTR? Have we investigated those listings to see if they have a BTR with the city?
This is the first I'm hearing about them, but I assume when Commissioner Suarez said that they were unlicensed, that they don't.
I mean, left and right, our residents are complaining about illegal short-term rentals, their impact to their quality of life. And now here, not only is an impact to their quality of life, it's an impact to our environment. And this is what bothers me about it, that this is not what the individuals who I met with presented to me. They seemed like reasonable individuals who were just going about their normal lives, not individuals commercializing from Biscayne Bay, from the street end of Lincoln Road. And I even asked them, please, when you come speak at commission, be respectful to my colleagues. My colleagues are trying to work with the community, trying to find solutions. Be respectful to my colleagues. And all that I see is individuals coming forward, not to advocate for themselves, but to attack, to humiliate, to insult, and it's just not productive. Commissioner Suarez, you've got my support in this. You've got my support in this because I just find it offensive that it's offensive when individuals do the short-term rentals, illegal short-term rentals on private property. That's offensive. It goes against the interests of our community, and we've heavily advocated against that in Tallahassee. But now it goes a step forward. Individuals utilizing the taxpayers' property to engage in personal profits illegally in violation of our city code. And we're being told not to do anything about it. I support this today. It's a first reading. I do think the $750, docking fee could be, maybe that should be looked at. But let's be real. To park at our parking facilities, I think it's about $150 to park in our parking facilities for a monthly card holder. That's just for a car to go into a garage. There's not the ripple effects of environmental, impacts that would be associated with a marine vessel. And so I do think it is proper to look at a robust fee to make sure that we have, how do we fund a marine code enforcement? That's something that we need. These dollars should be directed towards that. How do we fund the proper environmental research to make sure that we don't have elevated levels of nutrients affecting the marine life and the seagrass and the bed of Biscayne Bay? These dollars could go towards that. And so while I might not agree with the $750 figure, and I think that there's work to be done, I am going to support you in this item because it does go against the priorities that our residents have asked us unequivocally to fight against, and amongst those is short-term rentals. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Just the $750 a month, I mean, it didn't just come out of nowhere. It's, I asked Parks, hey, what's it gonna cost to do a dock master there at a position? They gave a breakdown analysis, it came out to $269,000 a year. And I divided that by 12, and then, I think it came out to 25,000, and then I divided that by 750, and that comes out to roughly 33 boats, because that's what I'm assuming is a rough number of boats that would take advantage of this. There are over 200 right now, and so if just 33 take part in this, we're breaking even. I certainly don't want to lose money on this. I don't think that's the right thing to do, I'm certainly willing to move on the price, especially, it depends on how much buy-in there is from these anchor outs. And then I just also want to mention something that Commissioner.
Please, we do have the votes.
Sure, yeah.
as
Well,
you know.
look, I just want to make clear that the only reason that this bill didn't pass in Tallahassee was because, well, one senator had an issue with this who's heavily bought in by the boating lobby. It went through every single committee. It actually went through 6 different committees. It had unanimous support except from one person who was the rules chair of the Rules and Regulation Committee. And that's why this item failed. So it's not like everyone in Tallahassee thinks this is a bad bill. And so if, again, Mr. Mayor, I'm very passionate about this. I'd love to have Adonis and Sarah and Amy talk about it. They've been waiting here for an hour to speak. If you can give them some time, that'd be great.
And Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak.
Commissioner Bott, and we got.
I would very much like this to, when it passes, make a stop between now and second reading at the committee that it is already scheduled to go to or have a discussion about, so that we can, in a public, respectful forum, deal with some of the, I think there are only 3 things that may not be completely vetted by the mooring fields regulations, so that we can get what we need done. I would also like to say that in the last commission meeting on consent, there was an item that I put forth that passed on consent unanimously and I'll ask for the legal team to refresh my memory, but to sort of crack down on people using public land for personal, private business gain, which is currently illegal. And I'll defer to the attorneys to clarify that if anyone has questions, because I don't have my notes with me in Houston on that item. And lastly, we can, there is a question about if our land use regulations regulating SDRs extend to water. That's still open for debate, and I'm going to close the loop on that. But what we can do, and Hernan Cardenio, our Director of Code Compliance, and I are talking about this contemporaneously, is cross-reference existing BTRs that are in our system versus short-term rentals that are listed. And if they are operating without a BTR, that is going to be a problem for them. So that is one thing that we can start doing yesterday.
Vice Mayor, would you allow public comment?
Sure. Adonis.
Thank you. Adonis Garcia, 1701 Sunset Harbor Drive. I sit on the neighborhood that, quite frankly, on the Association Sunset Harbor, which is most affected by this proposal, I think. In our neighborhood, you know, we're where Maurice Gibb Park is, where we have the dock, where all these things are going on. And quite frankly, I thank your leadership, Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Bott, on this issue, and the rest of the commission. I understand the compassion that Commissioner Dominguez and Fernandez have about the numbers, and I'm sure that'll be worked out. But I will say this, that the most important thing that I see in that issue is the dock master. That, without a doubt, is the most important element, as far as I'm concerned, that will regulate the people who are going in and out and making sure this happens. Currently, you have the park rangers that are trying to do the best they can, but they're not dock masters. So again, let me just say that we are unanimous on this vote. We want to be able to work with our neighbors. We want it all to work out, but we want it regulated, and we appreciate your leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah De Los Reyes.
Sarah, I'm sorry, there's also people on Zoom if you want me to go back and forth.
Oh, okay. Can we, since Sarah started, can we go to Sarah and then after that go back
Thank
and
you,
forth?
Sarah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. We have been discussing this for a while. I've been discussing this from, I think, 2 years ago, before everything that is being brought up here. And my major problem is that when I moved in 25 years ago, there were 5 boats there. I watch it through my terrace. We sit out there, and we have today 36 boats. When the boat show happened a couple of weeks ago, the taxi had to go in between the boats, finagle themselves so they can actually park on the floating dock to let people out. Now, Sunset Harbor has changed. We have evolved. The park is there. We have kayaks. We have paddle boards. We have the Marine Patrol. We're going to have the fire boat, and we're going to have the water taxi every hour on the hour. The uses that are being put into Sunset Harbor, into that small space in the basin there, there's way too many boats in there. Number one, for the fire department to navigate when there's an emergency. Two, from the Marine Patrol to go out and go chase somebody or something that they have to go out in an emergency. And three, it's the safety of a water taxi that the city invested to see for a year, a pilot, to see how it's going to work. So besides all this, on top of all this, then we have what we have there. And everybody has spoken about it. And Laura, you're talking 5, 10 boats is okay. According to the mooring field, it said that in the Sunset Harbor Basin, there were only going to be about 10 boats. That's all. Right now, we have 36. Beyond the bridge, I see it behind your Bell Island. I see 50 boats right from my window. I don't know what's behind, the buildings because I don't see it behind the building, but this is what I see. So it has grown exponentially that it's going to get out of control. We can control the water, but we can at least have some responsibility on what's going to be happening and an ordinance to help out.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Our first virtual speaker is Carlos Leon. Mr. Leon, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Carlos Leon, and my address is 920 Jefferson Ave. To be honest, we just went there and we were talking about the harassment, about the drones and everything, and one of the commissioners just showed photos of using a drone. So guess what? The harassment that we were saying today at 1 o'clock that my wife was naked inside and there was a drone outside, it was Suarez with his drone. So I'm going to go right now to the police station and will report him as a harasser because that is not correct to use drones and be taking pictures of us. So when that lady saying that we were peeping, guess who's the real peeping Tom? The Suarez is. So Commissioner Fernandez, if you want respect, you need to tell your commissioners to stop harassing us, passing by our boats, taking pictures of us and doing drone pictures. So yes, every time I see Commissioner Suarez, I will say my 2 cents because he's an abuser. He's a harasser. That's what I think about him because he's taking pictures of people that are not doing anything.
Okay.
And now we have evidence of it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. State your name and address.
I have my 2-minute statement, but please, I just wanted to address something about the $750 fee. Amy Litos, a resident of West Avenue. I've been to mooring fields around the world, from the Caribbean to Australia, Greece, Croatia, and $750, which comes out to about $25 a night, is the going rate. So that is not an unusual amount of money, and so I would just like to say that I believe that that is fair. All right, so now my statement. I would like to approach this issue about living on the water from a different tack, pardon the pun. This is not an issue in my estimation of lifestyle choice, of living on the water or living on land. It's really a matter of civic responsibility. So, for example, it's clear that living on the water comes with different responsibilities than living on land. And what I mean by that is that when you live on land, you're paying taxes, property taxes, which go towards paying for civic services. So civic services that all of us use, including those who live on the water. That is police, Marine Patrol, fire, rescue, roadways, schools, libraries, and then maintenance of our beaches and even our seawalls. So I say that even today, here before you, we have spent a good amount of money that is paid for, at least in part by property taxes, just to hear this issue out. So all of these services, in part or in whole, as I said, are paid by property taxes. So living on the water does not involve property taxes. Therefore, those who are living on land are subsidizing that lifestyle. And I feel that this comes down to just being fair and that civic responsibility should be held by all. We all owe it to one another to pay our fair share and to do our fair share. Unfortunately, laws have not kept pace with.
Ms. Litos, I need you to wrap it up, please.
Oh, all right. Laws have not kept pace with new lifestyle choices, and so I ask that we take this into consideration as being a very fair
Thank you so much.
way to approach
Thank
the
you.
issue. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Miami Beach Boat Association.
Hello, my name is Jana. I already spoke today at 1 p.m. I want to ask Commissioner David Suarez if he can please delete the naked photos he took of me with the drone. I found it super harassing. I don't think so. None of the residents would like if there is a drone flying around their house, recording them through the windows on the top, naked. And also about the business. We do rent to own, yes, because most of the people doesn't have money to give you the money right now. So we show them the boat. We tell them, hey, you have to stay 6 months, and after we have to move the boat. So we do actually help the bay to get clean, because the boat we buy would either sink or drag in the hurricane, how Suarez stated. So please stop the harassment and delete my naked photos, Suarez, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue. I just want to bring to the attention that not all vessels are derelict, ugly looking. Not every one of us does illegal activities like renting boats or chartering. My wife and I live on a beautiful boat. It's clean, fully functional. And I think that a clean sailboat, functional sailboat, is a beautiful sight. So I think, yes, I totally agree. All these ugly, derelict boats with people just kind of like not squatting them, but living there, should be removed. And I think that would be a good thing. And also the last shot of 2,000 boats together, I think it was computer manipulated because the boats need to be a certain distance from each other because of changing tide and current, and the boat swings. And if they're that close to each other, they'll be bumping on each other like crazy. And none of our boats, sometimes they bump into each other only if they lose the anchor because of the storm or the strong wind. Yes, I agree that there's way too many boats and way too many ugly boats. But I think the city can clean it up, and I'm all for controlling this particular situation. Just not like Indian Creek. There's some illegal charters and there's some legal charters. Let's get rid of all the charters. Well, what about legal charters? They're not doing anything wrong. My wife and I are not doing anything wrong.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our next virtual speaker is RSMB resident. Please state your name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, this is Richard Cementilli. I live on Miami Beach, 20th Street. And I was just listening in to all of the evidence that Mr. Suarez has brought to the table. And I wish I had more time to debunk it because there's a lot of things that are just not true. And I'm hoping that there is a chance that we could have reasonable conversations and talk through every line by line and discuss the feasibility and the possibility of even fulfilling some of these rules. I mean, the 1,000-foot rule is larger than any rule that ever existed on any coast. I mean, if you look at the bay that we're talking about, it's 2,068 feet wide. You take out the channel that we have and the coverage you need on each side of it, it leaves less than 1,700 feet. So with 1,000 feet coming from each shore, you can't have any boats, zero boats, no boats at all. How is that fair? And what about for the people who are not living on boats? What about people like me who just want to anchor a boat reasonably and safely and do it according to the law and manage all the right things to make sure that we're not violating anyone else's rights and just enjoy Miami Beach like it's meant to be? So there's a lot of irrational rules that are in that bill or in that list that I think we need time to discuss them line by line and have reasonable conversations to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Magazine. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Suarez seconds it. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Bott.
I don't know how to phrase this properly, but I want this to go to, at the same time that it proceeds to a second reading, I do want it to make that designated stop to the committee so that these handful of details can be vetted and worked through so that we get the correct distance and other details worked out.
What committee is it? Does anyone recall? Which
Should we
one?
send it to the land?
No, it's on here already. I think it's the Neighborhoods Committee.
So you want it to be heard at public safety before second reading?
Yes.
There's already a
So would you like the second reading to occur in April or occur in May?
I think it's already on this, I think it's already on the schedule to be heard.
When's the public safety meeting?
On the 20th.
Okay. That's
So-
perfect.
So with that, with the contingency that this be heard at Public Safety Neighborhood before second reading,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott, are you in favor? And if
I am.
Commissioner Dominguez is absent? No, she's here. Sorry. Commissioner Dominguez?
I believe there's a motion on the table with a referral to neighborhoods to discuss this, and on first reading, I will support it with that motion.
So it's, yeah,
But this isn't a referral to neighborhoods. This is-
it already has a referral in neighborhoods?
There's
This-
already an existing referral.
Correct, so this will be come back for second reading after it's heard at neighborhoods. Assuming it's heard at the next neighborhood, it probably can come back in April.
Mr. Mayor, I just want, I'm sorry, because I know we're in the middle of a roll call, but I think we need to be very careful about procedure. And I'm sorry to, but I think procedure is so important, and it protects us. You know, we just got, a report from the Inspector General, like 200 pages of pretty much nothing. But the only real substance there is procedure. Pretty much calling us out about procedure, but no real recommendations on anything else. The referral that was made to the Neighborhoods and Quality of Life Committee did not include any specific piece of legislation. The body, at a previous meeting, made a referral on a discussion. That was the action of the City Commission. And the only reason why I bring this up is because someday we could potentially face a legal challenge, and someone is going to question, well, was process followed? What was referred through a majority vote of this legislative body was a discussion on a specific matter. But a piece of legislation was not referred, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, a piece of legislation was not truly referred to the Neighborhoods Committee, to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee. And so then we're saying we want the Public Safety, Neighborhood and Quality of Life Committee to issue recommendations through which we're gonna base our vote on a piece of legislation that truly was not referred over there. So if the intent is for the Public Safety Committee to vet this piece of legislation and issue recommendations, the proper motion before the body should be a motion to adopt this in first reading with a referral to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee before second reading.
The motion on the table was to pass it and to include it in an already existing referral to neighborhoods, and that is a proper motion. It could also be phrased the way you suggested it, and you could pass it with an independent referral to neighborhoods along with the
I'm just saying, let's
ordinance.
just be careful because
Either way is fine.
So, just so that we're clear, our city attorney has stated that it is proper legal procedure of what's on the table. And are we at risk of being sued?
No.
Okay.
The discussion will happen to work out the few items that are on the table for the contract terms, the price. I've heard the dog mentioned. There are a couple of other things, and it can come back for second reading with the results of those discussions at neighborhood.
I continue?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved. Second reading public hearing is currently scheduled for April 3rd. That was item R5Q.
R9AL.
R9AL is discuss take action, city attorney selection process, R9AL.
So I put this on. We are losing a dear friend, colleague, a superb lawyer, Rafael Paz. We're going to miss you. I think I told you this privately, and now I'm going to embarrass you publicly. You're actually one of the finest attorneys I've ever worked for in my 26 years of legal practice. No, seriously. Thank you. Your combination of intelligence, temperament, just being a good guy, to be quite honest. So Bilson's getting a good one. But we'll miss you. And but now we discuss also, even though we have you for a couple more months, the next step. And we do have two internal candidates who've stepped up, which we're always appreciative. It's not easy to step up. Especially it's a high-profile position. Obviously, there's media coverage. The city attorney certainly has to make some very important decisions. So we're very appreciative of the two candidates who stepped up. And that's what I wanted to open this up to hear from my colleagues. I believe we have two good internal candidates to consider, and my own preference is not to send this out for a public search. And just wanted to hear from my colleagues if we're all on the same page. Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments of Mayor. I'll miss you incredibly. You've served our city well, and I thank you for that. I am incredibly optimistic about the talent that we have internally between the legal department as a whole, and specifically the two internal candidates that have put their name forward. So I would be not only comfortable, incredibly excited about moving forward with the process being between those two candidates. And no matter which of them get the job, I hope and I pray that they both play a critical role in our city going forward, because they are both invaluable.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak.
Commissioner Bott.
So I met Rafael, our city attorney Paz, when I was advocating to try to save the Deauville. Sad days, but the silver lining to that was that not only did I meet an incredibly talented lawyer and a fierce advocate for the city, but also gained a good personal friend. And so I am very sorry to see you go on multiple fronts, even though this isn't your goodbye party yet. And yes, we will embarrass you to no end at that point. But to the matter at hand, we have, as Commissioner Magazine said, a deep, deep legal bench, even though we will be losing somebody else as well. And I am very comfortable with both of the candidates who have raised their hands. And given all the other movement happening in our senior level of the city administration, especially, in addition to all the other reasons stated, I would be very supportive of keeping this search internal, and I would be, well, I'll leave it at that. So, yes.
Anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I'm supportive of an internal process, and you know, I like that both Ricardo and Rob is is doing the best they can to get the job. And, you know, I had an idea that I think by I'm not sure if you're looking to replace it in the next 2 weeks, but maybe at the next meeting, they can take shifts on the dais and we can kind of feel them out. And as far as like a crash course, if you will, I don't know if that's something you guys would entertain.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
And before, you know, I forgot, I mean, I certainly want to jump on the parade. The parade of number one, to congratulate our city attorney on his distinguished years serving us as our legal counsel. It truly has been a pleasure a pleasure, and it's been a privilege, actually. We've been so fortunate to count with your guidance and putting our body in proper posture on legal matters, and certainly seeing the victories that you, through your team and the leadership structure you've organized, you know, it's been a transformation in the outcomes the city was getting and the outcomes the city is getting today. It's a much different position that we're in, and that's through your leadership. So thank you. These are truly big shoes to fill. I am very much open to an internal process. I think whenever in a position as critical as this one, we can promote from within and show the internal team that there is a path for growth and the promise of being able to climb the ladder and progress in their careers is certainly always great. I'd even be willing to perhaps consider, you know, having some sort of public interview, maybe at one of the committees. Maybe we can interview them at one of the committees for the benefit of the public. Maybe at FERC we can have an interview of the two candidates that they can present their credentials, or we can do that at the city commission meeting. But certainly I very much favor an internal process, one that shows an opportunity and a path for growth to our younger attorneys looking to make a career with the city of Miami Beach.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I
you're here.
say a word? So I just want to thank you all. I'm very grateful for the trust that you've placed in me and the entire team, and the fact that you would be willing to promote from within is just the greatest vote of confidence, and we are a team, and everything that we do is as a team, and so you know, thank you very much. If the body, you know, wanted to, you know, it sounds like there's consensus for this, then we would open up a posting with HR so that the two candidates could formally apply with HR. And if you want to schedule additional interviews, we could certainly do that. If you wanted, I think the suggestion of that Commissioner Suarez raised is an interesting one, because I served for 10 months as interim with an on-the-job audition for over 10 months. If you're going to do that in one day and split it up half the day, it could be that there's a single item that takes up, you know, the conversation. You won't hear from folks equally, right? So I don't know how that can be done in a way that really gives you that audition. But if you did want to make a stop at committee within a public interview, we can certainly accommodate that. And just I'm very grateful that you would look to our office to fill this role. And I'm looking forward to doing everything that I can to support our next city attorney.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I don't want to be a skeptic on this, and I also don't want to say that I'm not supportive of either Rob or Rick as our city attorney, but I would just want to wonder why my colleagues are so set on not getting applications from everywhere else in South Florida. I wanted to just understand why.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. Part of it has to do echoing Commissioner Bott's comments. We do have some turnover at the senior ranks, and I think where we can get stability. Stability is good, especially where I don't feel is where we're sacrificing on talent. And also taking a look at both of their resumes. If both of them would have come in from the outside I would look at both of them and say, you know what, that's who I'd want for our city attorney. So I think, it's been consensus across this commission. I think one of the areas where we've actually distinguished ourselves from past commissions is demanding accountability from our staff. But when it comes from that, is also saying when you do a good job, there's opportunities at the end. I think we have a tremendous staff, and you need to reward when they have made the sacrifices, they have performed well, and I think these two gentlemen have certainly done that.
Well, if we didn't only choose internal candidates, we would just post the job and then anybody could apply, and then we could look at the whole field of candidates, and we're saying, no, we're not going to, we only want internal.
And I could address that, Commissioner. I
get
think
it.
what I'm hearing, the consensus is to start with an internal process and to hear from the two candidates. And if you have consensus, then you could appoint whenever you're ready at the next commission or a subsequent commission meeting. But if you don't have consensus, then at that point, then you can do a posting. I know that I could see a member of the selection committee of the City of Miami attorney is here, and they recently posted a position and took applications, and they had to start over the process and are doing it again. So starting with your internal talent is certainly something that would make sense.
And City of Miami, I was just going to ask you that because I met somebody else who's a Miami Beach resident who happens to be on the City of Miami selection committee. Shouldn't we have a similar selection committee? Just because right now you're pushing the onus onto us to choose between two people that we know, which is difficult to do, when we could have a real, and you're the process guy. I mean, you are Mr. Fair, Mr. Process, Mr. I want the best for the city. So I would think that you would be super supportive of getting a committee, having them vet candidates from all over South Florida, and then coming to us and giving us a report, and then we make our choice. Why wouldn't we do that?
So I'll explain why I am doing it. It looks like we have 6 colleagues who agree with me, or 6 total.
I just think
But-
because
but
because I think
I'll answer.
sometimes when you're being told something, you're saying okay, I'm new, this is what I can do, but that's not really. There's zero process in that, so it's easy to say for the mayor to put something on and then have everybody else tell the fairly newly elected officials this is how it works, but it doesn't really work that way.
Well, I think everybody.
I mean, it can. If we're being told something, we all want to toe a certain line, but I also don't think that that's the most transparent. And I also, would like some help in choosing, apart from just like test driving Rob and Rick next week, which I think is wonderful. I do think that there should be a committee. And I think that that committee should have recommendations. I think that the process should be open for all candidates across South Florida, because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know which residents in Miami Beach could apply. You don't know who has more institutional knowledge. There might be attorneys that have more, that have larger historical institutional knowledge. We'll never know.
Yeah, so if I may answer your question, and you're probably right. A couple of years ago, I probably would have supported a full search like you're suggesting. I guess I've had a little bit of a metamorphosis just seeing the process play out when we went through the city manager process, which I actually was probably pivotal in pushing for an outside search. Ultimately, I don't think it yielded what I had anticipated, and it's not an indictment on any of the people who applied or qualified. It wasn't quite as robust as with the talent that I would have anticipated. And then separately, I know it's a much different position, but when we knew that Chief Clements was going to retire, and I didn't know who our city manager would nominate at the time, I actually did a lot of research into looking whether it would be beneficial to have an internal candidate or an external candidate. And I conceded police chief is a much different position than city attorney, but ultimately found that whoever our city manager was going to select, I thought that was the best approach, because promoting from within, I think, would be the better option. That there's often a lot of issues that occur when you bring in someone from outside, not always the best fit, not always, the team is not always receptive or to the person who's picked. It could create a lot of problems. And although it's not quite the same, I feel that it's a bit the same here. Our legal department I mean, punches its weight in an incredible way. And I say that, and I've given Rafael a lot of kudos, for example, on the municipal prosecution team, not being your background and taking that with open arms. But we have a very good, cohesive legal department. And you're right, it could be that we'd go outside and we'd find the super candidate, and it's possible, yeah, we'll never know if we don't go that route. But that being said, I think I'd be surprised if it did. We have good internal candidates who've applied. And by the way, we're going to open up to HR. There could be an additional candidate. Right now we have 2. It's possible, I mean, we got a couple more months to decide. It's possible that more people internally apply as well. And I just think that based on what I see from the legal team, that it is such a good team and we have a deep bench, that it really behooves our city to make that selection within. And I think Commissioner Magazine said it well, talking about sort of the stability, making sure morale is picked up, that people feel that they're appreciated here for the work that they do. And that's something that I think we all can strive for and do, because sometimes a little bit of change and some is good. Sometimes people retire. That happens, but at the same time, you want people to be motivated as well, to know that if I work hard and I do good work, that it's going to be recognized, and also with potential promotion. So for all those reasons, that's why I think this is the better process for this point, and that's what I'm proposing. And that's why I wanted to open it up to everyone here to hear your views. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think if this were a legal department, that we're in trouble. You know, we've seen in legal departments in other jurisdictions that have faced issues, challenges. I think it would be a different situation. Usually in senior positions like this, what I've seen in the past is for there to be a path of internal, promotions that lead an individual to the top seat. I remember when Bob Cuevas was the county attorney and he was retiring. Abigail Price Williams became the county attorney. She then molded, gave, her deputy the opportunity, Jerry Bonson Keenan, to mold her and prepare her to assume the seat of county attorney. There was that line of succession. And by consequence, Jerry now is well earned her position to be the county attorney, but you have a line of succession below her of deputy attorneys that have that ambition, who are being prepared for that, because it is an organization that is performing well and doesn't have challenges. And so you have that promise of growth from within. I recall from within our own organization, when Jose Smith retired, Raul Aguila came in, an internal promotion. Then when Raul retired, Rafael came in, because again, it's an organization that is performing well, and I think today is performing better than ever before. When we see the victories being made by this legal department, I think it speaks well. Ray Martinez, when he retired, we brought in Chief Overton, who was already within the department. He got promoted. What happened then? Then we went to the outside. And it affected morale in the department. And I will say, I don't know if others will say it, but I will say it. The fact that we went outside at that time and we brought in a celebrity chief it affected morale. And what ended up happening? We had issues and he got pushed out. And then we again promoted from within, and we had Chief Clemens, and now we have Chief Oates. And I don't think I've seen the level, Chief Jones, sorry. He doesn't have as much hair. But I don't think I've seen the level of morale that I see today in years past within the department. I believe that we should always give opportunity for internal growth, because it sends a message to the members of the department that they are valued, that they are respected. If the situation in our legal department were different, then I would say, yes, we need to go through a different process. If this were a legal department under scandal, under ethics investigations, under bar investigations. I would say we need to go out to the outside. But we're not seeing in our legal department some of the serious challenges we read about from other jurisdictions. And I think that that's something that is very important to preserve. Not only to preserve that level of integrity, but to also preserve institutional knowledge. In senior leadership positions, we need institutional knowledge individuals that have already seen some of the operations, the complexities of our processes, that have been involved in some of the negotiations of some of our very unique and complex deals that we have in this city, and especially when we have other members of the office that are leaving. You need that certain level of continuity. So, I feel very comfortable exploring internal first, and if we can't come to an agreement on an internal candidate, then we go outside. But I believe the preference should start from within.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Okay, so we're gonna open the application process, and we're gonna have 2 candidates, and obviously one of them is going to, but it doesn't have to be consensus, does it? It's just, it's just a majority vote,
It's a
right?
majority vote.
And when will we be taking that vote?
It could be as early as the April 3rd City Commission meeting. And if you don't have consensus, then Commissioner, then to your point, then you can do a posting at that point.
And is it only 2 or is it more than just 2?
Well, I mean, how would we know if we had consent? We're just voting on one of these people, so one of them is going to win that vote. So there will be no second opportunity, right? I'm asking these questions because I think it's important in this process. This is one of our most important positions. I like both Rob and Rick, and I'm going to spend some time with you. This is a very rushed process. I'm not sure what the process was when, and the only reason I'm asking is because I saw this complicated process in the city of Miami. Maybe it was because their legal department was mired in so many issues. Okay. Please don't, Rob and Rick are probably gonna hate me because I'm asking these questions. I just want to find out exactly what our process is going to.
No, they're fair questions.
So HR will open up the posting for internal candidates. They will formally apply. We will schedule one-on-one interviews with each of you if you'd like to meet with. Some of you have already met with both candidates, and if you want to meet with them again, or if you haven't met with them, and we'll schedule that for you, and then bring the item back on April 3rd. And if you're ready, then you could discuss and then vote at that time. And if you're not, then we'll take it from there.
Actually, to follow up on something I think that Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez was alluding to, is if there's only 2 candidates, is a third option for one of us to vote for neither?
You would need 4 votes for a single candidate.
Correct, but let's say somebody didn't want to support either one of those candidates.
Then you could say that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what those. Actually, I promised Commissioner Magazine and then Commissioner
10
Fernandez.
seconds, not to belabor this, but the city of Miami opening is all the more reason why I think we need to move swiftly to lock things up internally. I believe actually there may be one other municipality, Raphael, if you know that, within just our small South Florida, Miami-Dade region that also has one of their top attorney positions open. If I remember correctly, there's multiple positions at the city of Miami open. So to the extent that we lock up talent swiftly internally, because wouldn't be surprised if the city of Miami comes knocking on the doors, because these are very distinguished individuals.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And just for purposes of, the record, when HR opens up the position of city attorney for applicants, this is not just limited. This is not just limited to the 2 candidates that we're aware of within the department. There's other people from within the city organization that could apply if there are attorneys within the city organization, but it's not just the 2 that have been mentioned in this conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Commissioner. It would be an internal posting, so internal candidates could apply, not just the 2 that you've referred to.
Okay. All right. So there's other individuals in the city that want to apply, that want to be considered. You know, we're not limiting ourselves to only two. There are, you know, other attorneys in the office of perhaps similar ranking that could apply if they so desire. And we have other attorneys in other senior leadership positions within our municipal organization that if they wish to be considered as well, this process would allow them. But it preserves that institutional continuity, institutional knowledge within our city organization. And so I think that that's something for us to consider.
Great, thank you. Okay.
So
What do you-
we have direction, if, by acclamation, if we could proceed and come back to you April 3rd.
Correct. And, okay, yes, thank you. We have a time certain for RDA1.
Yes, sir. So we are recessing as the commission committee, and we are reconvening as the redevelopment agency of Miami Beach. If we could do that by acclamation. The first item is a 5 p.m. time certain, discuss status Miami Beach Convention Center Hotel project, requested by Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Bott.
Hello. So this, let Alex, Commissioner Fernandez speak as well, but we look at this site that is slowly going through the pre-construction prep work. We've had some very exciting and successful new conventions coming to the convention center, and we know that we are fast approaching a deadline of missing out on the kinds of conventions that this center was redeveloped for and that this hotel is being designed for. If we do not make available those hotel rooms that are adjacent to the convention center to book the kinds of conventions that require that. Not all conventions do, and even the conventions that do, not all their guests stay in one hotel. But I will tell you, as somebody who has spent more time than I care to remember at conventions, either at the booth as an exhibitor or walking the floor, when I'm just walking the floor, I'm happy to stay far away. When I'm at the booth, I can guarantee you I want to be as close as possible so that when I have to schlep my samples or prepare my meetings or whatever, I am as close as possible to the convention center where that work is happening and where my room is, where all the stuff is stored. We need to get an update on what is going on and how to make sure it happens on in a timely manner so that when convention organizers come to us saying that they need to have a room block guaranteed for their bookings in 2016, or excuse me, 2016, where did that come from? For the next few years, and they can, because they plan several years out, we can tell them definitively, yep, we'll be ready for you. And that's what I want to hear about. And I will turn it over to Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, we've invested a substantial amount of taxpayers' dollars into the construction of this convention center. Whenever I go to the meetings of the GMCVB, I hear the difficulties that they have in attracting the best conventions to our market, to our convention center, because we are missing the convention center hotel. And this was supposed to be delivered 2 years ago. And here we are, we walk outside our temporary chambers in the convention center, we see an empty lot. And so I've asked, together with my colleague who's also sponsoring this item, for an update. Where are we? What's going on with the convention center hotel? We need it not only for the convention center, we needed to support the economy of Lincoln Road, to make sure that we're able to really deliver on the promise that we made when we got $600 million to redevelop this convention center, which was to attract true conventions, not trade shows that bring traffic into our community, but true conventions that attract tourists, and not tourists, visitors, conventioners, who spend money in restaurants and stores. And that's what we need to bring into the economy of Lincoln Road that we're not able to do right now because we're missing perhaps one of the key elements to make us competitive with other markets, which is this convention center hotel. So I see that we have representatives here of David Martin. I see we have Brian May in the audience. And Mr. Mayor, if you allow, I'd like to recognize Brian to update us. Where are we at? Why have we been delayed for 2 years? How do we get this going? Because ultimately, what's suffering? It's the Miami Beach economy. What's suffering by these delays? So thank you for being here. I would like to recognize you through the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Batia, and all the commission, manager, attorney. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Brian May with offices in Coral Gables, but here representing Terra Group, the hotel developer for the Convention Center Hotel. David Martin is not able to be here with us today physically. He is overseas having to honor a passing of a dear friend, so that's the reason he's not here. But he is here virtually, and we do have a PowerPoint presentation to give to you, a brief one, just to give you an update on where we are and what's needed to move forward. So if you're okay with that,
How do you define brief?
It will be, Mayor, if we're 7 to 8 minutes, it'll be a lot. So it'll be very brief, I promise. We'll move right along.
Please.
Thank you. David, the PowerPoint is up, so please feel free to address the commission.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the honor and privilege to speak to the RDA board. I take a big responsibility with this project. We've been through some things like COVID that has been somewhat challenged the project, but I think around 1.5 years ago, we entered into an early works agreement with the city of Miami Beach to be able to start work. And so today, I'm hopeful that I can present really every fact about the project and the status and the immediate needs and the ability to be able to execute and start construction, almost immediately. So with that, I'm just going to maybe direct the person controlling the slide just to go to the next slide, and I just have some very quick points. For several decades, the convention center has been demanding this headquarter hotel. And these hotels work in partnership with the convention center to service the on-site needs of the most valued convention clients that are really, Miami Beach is in competition throughout the country and the world. And so, virtually all of our competitors, have developed headquarter hotels in response to this demand. And Miami Beach, I think, is on a path to providing this needed element to its convention center. These hotels include state-of-the-art rooms, large public spaces, meeting spaces, ballrooms, and they work hand in glove with the convention center to book high-valued events for doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, just to name a few. And we've worked with the city, we've worked with the county, we've worked with the RDA board or RDA staff, and worked with the bureau to create the ideal headquarter hotel to complement the newly renovated convention center. And so, with that, next slide, want to just talk a little more. The headquarter hotel is shovel ready. We spent over $25 million not only to get the site ready, but also to demolish the rehearsal theater and renovate the back of house for the Live Nation and all the events, and doing that in a very difficult timeline and space. And we were able to get it done efficiently and open it up for Live Nation, and also carried a lot of the costs associated with that. We installed the new FPL duct bank. We've relocated the stormwater culvert. We've done all the FPL duct bank work. This hotel is large; it's 800 rooms. And so we needed to improve the capacity, the electrical capacity and generation of this site. And we've also, worked on, all the architectural engineering drawings, working with, a team of over 30 consultants to work with the city, submit building permit drawings. We basically today have our foundation permit. And we're, and with that foundation permit, we could start construction immediately, and our vertical permit is imminent. So for us, the idea here is that the hotel is really, ready to start. And so if you could go to the next slide, what the challenges we've had is, we've had broad, market forces, right, in terms of construction cost escalation, interest rate increases that have materially changed, what happened when this hotel got approved. If you see here, the hotel budget was $362 million at that time. And if you just look at the hard cost line item, we're talking about $187 million. And I'll tell you, from an industry perspective, we're dealing with this all over the county, really all over the state, and in some cases the country. I think COVID's been an interesting, psychology for suppliers, contractors, subcontractors, in that, they're able to produce less and charge more. And we need to work on how we could create, more capitalism and competition in order to be able to, really do that. But the size of this project and scale of this project, we've, competitively bid it. We hired Balfour Beatty, who's an amazing contractor, national contractor with all the proper insurances, responsibilities, a huge amount of credibility and experience in executing these types of projects. But, the construction costs have increased, over 60-70%. And the interest rates have, come up from, call it 3.5% when the project was approved to now 10% today. So when we look at those, just to put those issues in perspective, our annual interest cost is going from $9 million a year to around $40 million a year, right? So it's almost an increase of 4 times. Next slide, please.
David and Brian, David and Brian,
Yeah.
can you tell us what your ask is? And then I guess I would like to turn it over to Commissioner Bott and Fernandez, what direction they're seeking from bringing this item?
Sure, Mayor. We're happy
Yes,
to
sir.
do that. David,
Yes, sir.
why don't you
Yes,
take
sir.
it from here?
Yeah. So, the good news is that we've been able to raise around $515 million, just under $515 million. So if you look at this slide, basically what we're looking to do is try to see how we could work with the RDA staff to see if there's a possibility to, get some financial assistance here. It's really not possible to raise, any more capital given today's current interest rate environments and the equity investor returns requirements that we have. And honestly, we're not sure where interest rates are going to go long term. But meanwhile, construction costs are going to continue to go up. So, what we need to do is we need to, figure out a way if we could work with the RDA staff to kind of come up with a way and a mechanism to kind of help solve this shortfall that we have. Next slide. This is just a quick rundown, guys, of the public revenues that this hotel asset generates. Residential, office, manufacturing assets, they pay property taxes. Manufacturing creates jobs. They pay income taxes, but hotels pay property taxes, create jobs. They create resort taxes, convention development taxes, and sales taxes. We also have like 1% of the room surcharge that's going to fund convention center and hotel marketing for national events. And so we feel that the streams from to pay, that this project is paying over the first 3 years, is around $75 million just in the first 3 years. And obviously over 99 years is a lot higher. And so for us, we just, our goal is, next slide, if you don't mind. Our goal is that, these large cumulative numbers can be overwhelming, but if we just look at, if you can, next slide, please. You just look at the first
David,
year that the hotel is open.
Excuse me, David. We have a little bit of a technical difficulty here. We can't get the.
No problem. I'll just finish it because I want the RDA board to be efficient. I don't want to waste anyone's time. But this is very important for us and for the RDA and the county and city and everyone. So, for me, these cumulative numbers are, can be a bit overwhelming. But the first year the hotel is open, it's projected to generate around $22 million in local revenues. in less than 3 years, 75 million. This stream will increase every year as room rates rise, or, and will continue to provide, impactful revenue stream. Without the needed support, this revenue stream just can't start. So, beyond the fiscal impacts, the development of the headquarter hotel meets all the initial goals and objectives, right? Miami Beach becomes competitive in a national scale. These events become a hotel rate driver for, more often throughout the year. And this hotel has a desired and contractual obligation to provide rooms to the convention center events pursuant to its room block contract. So, the additional event activity will drive revenues, will provide more funds to operate and maintain the new convention center, and its development will trigger an additional $1.5 million annually from the county CDT to support the convention center maintenance. So I really feel that this hotel is a financial game changer. The budget was $360 million. It's $590 million now. We've been able to get to around $550 million. So I just wanted to thank you all for giving me the time to update you on this very important project for all of us. And my team, we've spent a lot of hours getting this property permitted, getting this property ready to be shovel ready. And the broader construction costs and interest rate environments has been a formidable foe. And we just still, we've still been able to secure the $550 million, way above the initial 360, back then. But, unfortunately, development costs, we have this gap, and, we're just asking if the RDA can work, with us or direct staff to work with us to kind of work out the details of, how
David,
the RDA can help make the project a reality.
I think the RDA.
Thank you guys for your
RDA
time.
board gets it.
Thank you.
So-
I guess I'd like to turn it over to Commissioners Bott and Fernandez. This actually is a discussion item. I'm wondering if what's the goal?
Well, I see that David Whitaker, the president and the CEO of the GNCVB, I think the manager had seen him.
Yeah, David is here.
Yeah, he's in the audience. And I know whenever we go to our meetings, it comes up. It comes up as a frequent issue, the status of this convention center hotel. I'll tell you this. I feel that the deterioration of Lincoln Road started the moment we shut down this convention center for the reconstruction, and that's when I started to see a change in the economy in Lincoln Road, one that we haven't been able to get back. And why? I think in part because we're not getting the top tier conventions and the professionals that they were bringing to support the quality businesses that we want to see on Lincoln Road.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt. I'm going to ask for the third time. What is the direction that you and Commissioner Bott are seeking?
Well, I think we need to direct our RDA staff to sit down with what's the name of the entity that represents the hotel?
It's Terra Group and
Terra Group.
also Terra.
Okay, to sit down with Terra Group and to negotiate something to figure out how do they close the gap? How do they close the gap that doesn't use city funds, and negotiate and negotiate something to bring back to us a path forward so that we can finally deliver the long-delayed hotel that it's hurting our economy. And I think we need to put the motion forward so that hopefully sometime soon we can see a path forward. I'm tired of calling David, of calling his representatives, asking him what's going on, and them not being able to close the gap in the financing because of the increased price of construction and inflation and lending issues. Our city is hurting because of it. Property owners are hurting. Residential property owners are hurting because of it. The economy of Lincoln Road is hurting because of it. And so it is in our power, in our authority to do something about it. And I'd like for this RDA board to direct its staff to work with the hotel developer to see how we can facilitate helping closing this gap and come back with a plan. Come back with a plan so that we can finally move forward and get a hotel delivered.
I second that.
Okay. Just a procedural question. Rick, can we, it's a discussion item, are we able to do that?
Yes, you can make a motion to direct staff to engage with the developer.
Okay, great. Do you have a timeline for this?
You know, the timeline was April 2022 when this hotel was supposed to be delivered. That was the timeline. And then it was supposed to be delivered in a month from now, April 1st. And we still are looking outside these chambers on an empty lot where the taxpayers of Miami Beach were told that hotel was going to be at. Where Miami-Dade County forfeited $600 million. Miami-Dade County, forget about Miami Beach residents. The residents, the 2.7 million residents of Miami-Dade County forfeited $600 million that they gave to us, and we haven't delivered on the promise to build that hotel that is important not just to us, but to the convention center as a regional asset. And so time is of urgency here. This was supposed to be delivered 2 years ago, and our economy is hurting. Whenever we talk about really what is happening on Lincoln Road, we have to look no further than this big empty lot right here that could be generating a lot of high-paying consumers for our economy. So I would say the sooner the better. If we can bring something back for the next meeting or the following meeting. I think the next 2 months, I think certainly, I know we're dealing with spring break, so it's hard to have these conversations over the month of March, but certainly if we can't have it for April 3rd, I think for the following, for the May meeting, it would be more realistic.
We would like to work as quickly as possible.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
thank you.
Rick, just a question. Is there anything in the voter referendum that would be problematic with what we're proposing here?
There isn't. The voter referendum provided no city funding. The RDA is a separate legal entity. The lease agreement does not include any restrictions other than the city. So as long as the city is not providing the funding, there's not an issue. Now, the board here will need to act as the RDA board and will want to act in the best interests of the RDA.
Okay.
Commissioner Bott is
Mr.
also
Mayor?
requesting.
Commissioner Bott.
David, can you put together a proposal and work with our team and be back here to present it at the April 3rd meeting?
May
Yes.
meeting.
No, the April
Yes.
meeting. Are you able to do the April meeting?
Yes, if the staff is, I'll be sensitive to the staff's, all the workload that the RDA staff has, but yes, we'd be ready immediately to work with the RDA staff. But April, we'd be ready. If the RDA staff needs more time, we'd be ready May as well.
Madam Manager, what do you think is a reasonable time frame given the other pressing duties of March?
Well, April 3rd, the agenda prints in less than 2 weeks, so I would ask Jason and Raquel in terms of the analysis that we would have to do. We've done a lot of analysis already, but I want to be fair and understand what the requirements are that are still pending potentially. Jason?
Yes, I think April would be too soon. We're ready to engage with our financial advisor and bond counsel to do some analysis. We have the data. We're waiting for direction today. There's a reimbursement agreement where, the city RDA funds would not be utilized. So there's some time that we need to be done with our financial advisor. I think May 3rd would be incredibly aggressive. I think May is a much more likely. But I would just say it will come as soon as humanly possible.
Okay, so let's aim for the May meeting then and move this along.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So I have a few questions. What is our revenue share right now on the profits of this hotel? Do you know, Rick? Or can we look at that? Because I think that it's fine, but there should be a larger revenue share for us.
And that is what we're asking our staff to do.
After this.
We'll be looking at all of that, if I may, but this is a deal with the RDA. The lease is a deal with the city. So I believe that the intention is that the RDA will look to see what benefits the RDA can recover.
So the city won't get any extra revenue from this?
We don't know that.
Board Member Rosen Gonzalez, Raquel Williams.
One of the things being contemplated right now by RDA staff is to look at opportunities for additional public benefit that may come as a result of the discussions that we would have with the developer. So we would be happy to come back to the board and offer some recommendations as to public benefit.
So then, technically, when we do open this up, when we open up the RDA for the loan, we can also, at the same time, open up the conditions of the original contract, just to get the best deal in light of current economic conditions, which might have shifted over the past 4 to 5 years. And then that seems like it would be something that, is that what we're doing?
If I may, on my motion?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, please, because you're asking a question regarding the motion. The motion is to allow for there to be discussions, and those discussions should 100% definitely include public benefits to the city that we don't have now. And I guess what I'm hearing in between the lines from Mr. Lepico, acting in his position right now as RDA attorney, I would imagine, is that right now we're acting in our capacity as RDA board members, and we're providing direction to Raquel as staff to the RDA. But I guess we could, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, simultaneously, once we reconvene as the City Commission, do a separate motion asking our staff to negotiate public benefits to bring back in the interest of the City Commission as the owner of the lease.
I believe that we're going to need to look into the tax consequences, and it's a little more complicated than it may seem, but you could certainly direct staff to look into what all the possibilities are and report back.
I mean, my intent with this motion is we want to deliver the hotel. We want to find out, is there any way that we can help close the gap in the funding, or help expedite anything to help close the gap in the funding? And if that leaves the city with any added benefits that we don't have today, that we should be considering that. But it just shouldn't be, oh, we're gonna, help you close the funds, and then the taxpayers get nothing in return. The whole intent is, let's help you deliver this project, but deliver back public benefits to the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach who own the property.
I'm in agreement. I just think we should purchase this instead of a loan. Say, all right, but we're buying in and we want a share of the revenue over time, a larger share. And I think that's the direction that we should give. I mean, how do you feel about that, David?
What exactly are you?
I'm just asking, David Martin, I was asking.
Oh.
David Martin,
You
sorry.
looked at me and said David.
Sorry, Commissioner Suarez.
Before
Talking to David Martin.
Hi.
Anyway, that's what I would say. I would explore several different opportunities. Number one, if we get you this loan, possibly so the RDA is an independent entity, but could the city of Miami Beach and the county own a piece of this hotel? Could we share the revenue? Could we do any of these things if we make this happen and we provide these funds?
Well, Commissioner,
Commissioner,
Through the chair, Mr.
Yeah, if I could just speak real quick, but, I
David, hold
appreciate.
on.
the
Wait,
discussion.
1 second.
David.
Commissioner Magazine has the floor.
I will just say,
Okay.
I'm not sure if the city is in the business of taking an equity stake in a convention center hotel, and just some of the brief nuances in that. When you look at, it's called a capital structure, it goes from least risky to most risky, and sitting there becoming an equity partner greatly enhances our risk. I don't even know if legally we'd be able to explore that, but we're
Commissioner
talking a
Gonzalez,
totally different ballgame.
if I could, Mr. Mayor, just briefly. Commissioner Gonzalez, I think we fully expect to have a conversation around public benefits. I think, though, we have to be sensitive that we're here filling a funding gap, right? So when we look at that, what we have to avoid is placing any more pressure on the current financing terms of what we have in front of us. We have $400 million in construction finance committed. We've got a GMP with a construction company bought out. We have LP partners at the table. So what we have to make sure of is while we are doing this, we provide public benefit, but also don't place more strain, right, where we're driving some of those interests away. So I guess the answer is open to the conversation with that caveat that we really have to be sensitive. It's a fragile deal. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here having this conversation. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
I'm just asking. These are just questions. I'm just asking these questions. You know, why not? I mean, if we are providing the land at this point, because that is city land, we are giving this money as a loan, you could, as one of the options, explore, like you said, an equity partnership, if possible. Let's just see all the possibilities, and then we'll make a choice.
Okay, we had a motion, right?
Well, if we're gonna be putting, I mean, I was trying to be respectful of our staff because I don't think it's our job to be negotiating. But, you know, if we entered into an agreement based on, I guess, whatever terms were valid in 2018. And so, you know, let's look at whatever the terms were back then and see if we need to update numbers. I don't know. But I really do think it's not our job to negotiate from the things. I think we gotta let Raquel, they negotiate this as our staff and come back to us in May.
Okay, we agreed on May?
Yep.
Okay. By acclamation? Yes. Great, thank you.
Commissioner Suarez voted yes, by the way.
Great. Motion to reconvene the Miami Beach City Commission.
Do we have a second? Yes. Okay. Thank you. R9 AM.
This transition from board members to commissioners.
R9, you said AM there?
AM.
That was moved to C4B, so that was passed already.
All right.
Does he have to read it? Did you read it?
He's saying it was moved to
It
the
was
consent
moved to
agenda.
consent.
Oh, it was?
R9 AM?
AM as in,
AM like Mary?
AM, yeah.
AM is discuss, take action, eliminate amplified music.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So this item, I've been working with Manny Marquez and the team there on BTRs and different ways to make things better. But then something came up. I started receiving complaints, and I experienced it myself, where you're sitting on Lincoln Road, and then down the block on the other side of Lincoln Road, there's an artist playing music, and it is very, very loud. You can't even concentrate or listen to the person that you're talking to. And when I did some research on the matter, it turns out that when you get an artist vendor's license, you can get amplification. And so the purpose here is to eliminate that amplification and have it be for special events only. They can get a permit for amplification if they're doing something out of the norm, but not if you're on the Beach Walk or Lincoln Road.
Sorry, I apologize. Over here.
Commissioner Suarez is a co-sponsor, but he's,
Oh, is he? Cool.
yep. So I don't know if he wants to be heard. Anybody want to be heard?
Then we can call the vote.
Sure can. Just, Summer, what's the ask again?
To eliminate an automatic amplification with your artist vendor permits. Now, you'd have to request it and have it be, if it was a special event. If you're on Lincoln Road now, which is. what
Commissioner,
happened
can you
to me
turn your
the other-
microphone on? I'm sorry.
If you're on Lincoln Road now, and I've gotten complaints from people about this, and then I experienced it myself, an artist can come with a guitar and attach a speaker to it, and it's very hard to regulate. I spoke to Code about it, the Code Director Hernan, and it's because of the decibels, it's not something that can be easily regulated. And it's too bad Manny Marquez is not here, because he and I have been working on this item. But you remember that day that I called you, and I've since gotten many other complaints from people. The artist vendor was down the block, and you could hear him from where I was sitting.
Right, yes.
Hernan and
Commissioner.
Tom, welcome.
Yeah, Hernan Cardino, Code Compliance. So what happens is, with these artist vendor permits, some of them do have amplification, whether they're singers, guitar players, saxophone players, and whether they're stationed on Ocean Drive or Lincoln Road, we end up playing cat and mouse games with them. When we show up, they turn it down. When we leave, they turn it back up. It ends up disturbing our businesses and or the sidewalk cafes at Lincoln Road. So what we're asking is that there's no amplification as an automatic, but rather as a special event.
Exactly, and they can request it for a special event.
And you're supportive of this item?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to call the vote.
I think so. I know we're missing one member, but
You said he's a co-sponsor?
he is a co-sponsor.
Okay, so I move R9 AM.
Oh. Co-sponsor Commissioner Suarez is back in the
Thank
House.
you.
Eliminating amplified music.
With the artist vendor program.
I think Commissioner Dominguez moved it. I second that motion.
Okay, let's call the roll.
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
So all in favor of this item?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We will need an after-the-fact resolution on this.
Thank you.
Let's call R9 AJ.
R9AJ, discuss take action, West Avenue and Lower Alton Road speed mitigation traffic calming options.
I appreciate, Mr. Mayor. As a West Avenue resident myself, I've noticed with my own two eyes over the years, and then also attending the various neighborhood association meetings, which I know we've all been present at, and I commend all my colleagues for how active we are with all the neighborhood associations. Both at West Avenue and south of Fifth, there's been a complete outcry for just traffic mitigation issues. I know for West Avenue specifically, it's always been that will be part of the West Avenue overall road configuration. You know, we could be looking at 10 years there. We've had people at the various neighborhood associations say that they've been almost approached and hit by cars in the sidewalk. The lighting in that area is inadequate. So while there's not specific measures here, I'm hoping that we can engage with Public Works, Jose with the Transportation Department. Thank you for all you do. I think the world of you and the work. If we can start to get, whether they be temporary or both longer term, one of the things that I've thought of is elevated crosswalks. I know in front of Canopy Park, granted, that's self-serving, as that's where I live, but I see children at all hours of the day walk by. And another thing that I've really noticed on West Avenue, there's some places where the sidewalk, two people can't walk down at the same time without stepping onto the grass, but we actually have 5 lanes of traffic across. 2 lanes where you're able to park, 1 lane going north, 1 lane going south, and then a turning lane. Those turning lanes are just made as passing lanes, and it presents in a very, very dangerous situation. So I'm hoping that I know we have longer term plans, but I think we've all heard loud and clear from our residents that these are measures that we'd like to also implement in the short term as well. Another thought that I've had, especially on West Avenue, we've done a great job on Pine Tree Drive, where you essentially just divert traffic just a little bit, because West Avenue is set straight ahead, straight on like a speedway, so it really encourages some high-speed velocity there. You don't just see it when, actually, rarely do you see it at rush hour, but you see it when there's not many people around. People are out in the crosswalks. Really would like to focus on pedestrian safety, public safety, and this really goes back to what we've all worked hand in hand with residential quality of life.
Is there a specific action that you were looking to take?
Yes, have Public Works and the Transportation Department to come back, work hand in hand with the neighborhood over the next 30 days, 60 days, and actually have some viable solutions. I know on Collins Avenue that we've looked at the rumble strips. Those proved they didn't work because while it might have mitigated speed, it had some unintended consequences with the sound. I would just like if you could examine, I'll present to you 3 problematic areas. I know we can all come back with what we've heard from the south of Fifth residents, so perhaps in the next month, if you'd be able to help liaise with the neighborhood organizations for what would be viable solutions.
Okay, then, yes, Commissioner Suarez.
So I think the root issue here is that there's a lot of speeding in West Avenue. And, I'd like to bring the chief up and speak to that specifically about West Avenue, because it seems to be a pattern of speeding all over the beach. Last time we spoke about this was in Collins Avenue, and now it's on West Ave. And we just, the traffic calming solutions could take years, 5 years.
Yeah.
And, we want to make sure that everyone is safe, including the children walking to Canopy Park. So just wanted to know if you had any measures in place to address speeding specifically on West Avenue, because I go West Avenue all the time. My gym's there. I see people just speeding by, especially when people are in the crosswalk. You have that stop sign with people. You're not supposed to cross if people are in the crosswalk. That's never obeyed. If we can get some sort of assurances that that's going to be looked into.
Absolutely. Wayne Jones, Police Chief, Police Department. Absolutely, Commissioner. In fact, I brought with me today Major Robinson, who oversees our Operations Division. And so, by extension, that also includes motor officers and officers who ride patrol. I know he's personally done some work on West Avenue to include enforcing people not allowing pedestrians to cross the crosswalks. He's done a bunch of that. He's assigned cops on West Avenue to address speeding itself. And so that is work in progress for us, and yes, it's on our top priority list.
Could Mr. Robinson just give a few seconds to
Sure, absolutely.
By the way, I don't think there's nothing secret about it, right? I mean, if we're going to be, there's no investigation, meaning like you can tell me what you guys are doing without giving it away to the bad guys. I mean, they're just speeders are going to speed no matter what. So it would be great to see, if you're telling me that, hey, look, in these days we're going to have motormen. I think Commissioner Magazzini and I would like to be there to see that it's actually, taking place.
Mm-hmm. So, Commissioner, one of the things we've done over the years is conduct speed studies on West Avenue. So Major Robbins will walk you through that and let you know what that looks like.
Sir, good afternoon. Ian Robinson. I'm the major in charge of the Patrol Division, Miami Beach Police, obviously. So since 2018, we've done various speed studies out there. The most recent one, we set up these speed boxes to measure speed, set it up for 7 days, both directions out there, because we get these complaints of speeding out there. The most recent one we did, I'm referring to my phone here, which was our report that came back from our traffic lieutenant, is we ran the speed study from February 27th of this year until March 5th. And what we found was that the 85 it actually counts cars. So there were 56,000 cars and change that went through there. The 85 percentile, the speed limit is 25 is what I was given. The 85 percentile of those cars was going 26.9 miles an hour.
Is this taking into account a certain time period of the day, or is this?
I believe so, sir, that in the data, it might have times, that it involves more data sheets. This is just a general overview. It might have times in there as well.
Okay, and where exactly was this?
This first box was placed in the 900 block of West Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah, Captain, and through the Vice Chair, if I may, I know I spend every day of my life on West Avenue. It's not that you're going to catch somebody going 85 miles an hour down West Avenue.
Yes, sir.
But especially if there's a Vespa or, dare I say, golf cart driving down West Avenue at 25 miles an hour, and that middle lane opens up, you're going to see people passing, and it's just a matter of time before a child is in that street. Or we've heard loud and clear from the neighborhood that we need better lighting in the crosswalks. So while speed is definitely a factor in there, it's just the overall kind of traffic mitigation that we need to do. And I realize we can't have motormen, out on West Avenue every single day. And it's, like I said, it's not even people going 80 miles an hour down there. So those statistics actually don't surprise me much. But it's the areas that are problematic. We need to have some sort of temporary and then permanent solutions in place to mitigate. People are going to drive on roads as they're designed to, right? And when you have 5 lanes of traffic, people are going to use that middle lane to not only pass people, but do so in a very dangerous manner.
And so, Commissioner, that's very accurate. What you're saying, I've seen out there. Like the chief referenced before, I myself have done some pedestrian work out there, and I see exactly what goes on. I do not disagree with you. I see that, and we enforce it the best we can.
Would you like to refer this to the Neighborhoods Committee
Yeah,
right now?
yeah, that would be
Would you
great.
like to
Yeah,
make a motion to refer it to Neighborhoods?
I would like to.
I'll second that.
Okay, and we have a second? Okay, by acclamation, are
And
you
co-
okay with this?
co-sponsor that
Commissioner
with me.
Dominguez? And a
Yeah, please.
co-sponsorship by
Yep.
Commissioner Suarez. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Vaught? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So moving along. So I get to call whatever I want? R9S.
R9S is discuss, take action, stipends and staffing for members of the city commission, R9S.
So
That's city attorney.
this was put on by the city attorney. Where is he right now? He's not here in the room. HR? Nick?
I'm here if you'd like to have the,
Sure,
have the
let's go.
discussion.
Yeah, sure.
Well, let me take you through the memorandum. 1 second. So, the city charter establishes the salary of the mayor and commissioners. For commissioners, it's 6,000, and for the mayor, at 10,000. The charter, as you all know, requires voter approval prior to an increase in the salary. In addition to your salary, there are additional forms of compensation which are provided, which are listed in the memorandum at page 783. The city attorney and HR director for this memo identified a couple of areas that the commission may want to discuss. The first is an inflation adjustment. So an adjustment to your allowances and stipend based on annual increases in inflation. The second issue for consideration is the city's tax treatment of stipends. The third are your vehicle and mobile phone allowances. The fourth is to consider whether to provide for automatic annual adjustments based on inflation. And the fifth is to consider the staffing for the office of the mayor and commission, including the staffing for individual commissioners. So I think that this item is before you for discussion, and we're available to answer any questions.
Commissioner Magazine.
Nick, NHR, how I viewed this reading through the memo and the briefings that I've had, I know there's been a lot of hearsay back and forth, but this essentially takes what was allocated for stipends and expenses in 2018 and simply makes a cost of living adjustment, no more, no less.
Some of those recommendations to the chair, Marla Alpiz, our HR, yes, some of those recommendations before you involve thinking of this as cost of living to the stipends.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll add to.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I'll add to Commissioner Magazine's comments. When Mark Samuelin was with us, I used to keep his spreadsheet for the finances on what was spent, if any tickets were given, so that way when he got the quarterly reports, we knew exactly what to report within seconds. I've continued that process for myself, and I found that last year, I spent more money than the stipend, and it's exactly what Commissioner Magazine said. Like, I have it in my spreadsheet, black and white. I spent thousands more. And so definitely there should be a correction for the future, yeah.
And Commissioner Bott is also asking to speak. just so you know.
Go to Commissioner Bob.
Commissioner Bott, please go ahead.
Thank you. So in addition to what is laid out here, running for office, we know we're not doing it for, to make a fortune. We see what happens when public officials think that that's what they're supposed to be doing, and it rarely ends well for anybody. I would like to suggest that as part of this, we add in an amendment, or I don't know what the proper way to do this is, but I would like to suggest that we, for those of us who are not independently wealthy or don't have jobs that are flexible, that we can do both this public service work and another full-time job, that we are required to get an ethics opinion for any outside work that we do. I know that in my own personal case, in selling my house to be able to run for office, I do have enough money for the next year or two, but I will end up probably driving Lyft or Uber going forward. And I would take that to the appropriate body to get an ethics ruling to make sure that's not a conflict. If I take on any clients for my branding consultancy, I would take that to the appropriate body to get an ethics opinion. I think that is something that should be included in this. You know, when the stipends were set in 1966, our budget as a city was 14 million. It's now close to $1 billion. We had a population that was 2/3 of the population now of the current full-time residents. And we did not have special events that would swell our population to 500,000 on any given weekend. So I think that making these administrative adjustments to just keep up with cost of living and proper tax reporting is a very reasonable thing to do.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, could I suggest that I'm not, if I get any extra work, like I'm a licensed real estate sales associate, I'm not going to go for an ethics opinion every time I'd like to show a house. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, and I'm already gainfully employed. I would like to explore that independent of this. I'm supportive of all four measures. The inflation adjustment, the treatment of the taxes on this, simply because I go to my accountant after I get this stipend and it costs me almost as much as the stipend, really. So I'd like to be compensated for that so that I'm not actually expending more money, way more money than I'm taking in after spending 50 to 60 hours per week on this position. I agree with the increase also in the vehicle allowances and what is this, the automatic CPI increases, which I think are fair. And actually, I think that this should be made retroactive to November 3rd, when the election happened, when we were elected, because it's been languishing on the agenda. This is about the fact that our salary hasn't been increased since 1966, and it is set at $6,000. And since it has never been successfully vetted at the ballot box, there is a stipend, which does not increase. I would also advocate to everyone here, if we put this on the ballot, in addition to this stipend work that we're doing right now, to really legitimize everything on this August ballot, I would sell this to the electorate, because I think that this needs to be legitimized instead of like the stipend over time, just given like a specific salary, like Coral Gables has done, North Miami, City of Miami, every other city has been able to do this except for us. So, you know, and the county did something last year to kind of legitimize their position. But I think that we need to just take this, look at the electorate, explain the fact of how hard we're working and that we're actually spending money given the different stipends and tax and tax implications of all of this. So I'm proudly supporting this. And, you know, listen, I love what I do. I love the hours that we spend here. I think we try to be the voice, to try to represent all of you and do the best job that we possibly can. And I think that that deserves due compensation. And this is not a large compensation. I guarantee you a teacher makes more. Actually, our legislative aide following this compensation makes probably 30 to 40% more than we're actually going to allocate in this stipend increase, which is really a CPI COLA that just never happens.
Commissioner Magazine.
Just want to separate out, there's a few things going on. Commissioner Bott, I actually agree with your ethics proposal, I think that would be good to implement. I do think we should explore that independently of here instead of commingling that. And similar, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I can certainly buy into, I see the time demands here, but I do think we kind of bifurcate this with, this is just a cost of living for the stipends and expenditures that come with the job. I'd be happy if, to second your motion if it's retroactive, but, don't want to start getting into discussions of just compensation and what should go on the ballot. I think we just look at these things in a bifurcated basis.
Okay, so then if I moved that and you seconded it, then.
Yeah, so the motion would be for the inflation adjustment, which is set forth in the memo, is 23%, and as well as grossing up the stipends for taxes based on, we'll use the average federal tax rate of 24.8%, with an automatic adjustment for inflation each year thereafter. And the motion was to make it retroactive to November 3, 2023. Then we can separately come back with you with a proposal for what the parameters would look like for an ethics commission opinion. It wouldn't be for every transaction, Commissioner. It would be a one-time request for the ethics commission director to provide you parameters for your outside employment. But we could come back with that separately, as well as a charter question. We could come back with that separately.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so first and foremost, I first want to thank my colleagues because earlier in this meeting, there was a motion, there was an item that was approved with the consent agenda where I was requesting additional resources for the work that I do in the form of staff. And I thank all of you because the item was passed with a consent agenda, and I'm very grateful for that. And I also understand the needs that my colleagues have, and they're important needs too. And so I think it'll be hypocritical that where I'm granted resources and yet I'm not willing to support my colleague when they're asking for resources themselves. The only thing that I ask is for the city attorney just prepare for me an item for the next meeting where I can reject me personally for group 3 accepting those the stipend because I don't want to accept it, but I'll support my colleagues in their request.
We could do that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I might do that as well, through the chair.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I donate my salary to Pelican Harbor. I love the seabirds. So I would want to, I don't make a salary just to donate it to a nonprofit. I'd rather the taxpayers keep their money. So when it comes down to Group 5, I'd like to not to participate in that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll prepare the resolution for both of you.
And if I'm, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
City Attorney Paz, while you're preparing resolutions for the next agenda meeting, if you could prepare one to, I don't know what the appropriate terminology is, but to investigate or to be prepared to take action on ethics rulings for those of us who have outside employment.
Yes, we could do that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, I just have a question. As part of the adoption of this item, could I just request an amendment just to accept Group 3 from it, which is my group and perhaps Commissioner Suarez? That way we don't have to bring another item. We just can now, with the approval of this, accept Group 3 and Group 5.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Because then you're taking action on Group 3 moving forward. I think the
Well,
way
no,
to do it.
for the current term. For the remainder of the Group 3 term,
Okay.
just, yeah.
Sure, I'll include
Commissioner,
that in my motion.
I like the way that you originally proposed it for us to prepare a resolution that we'd put on consent.
I would
the
feel
next,
more
for you to
comfortable.
decline it. We could note in the recitals that you're intending to decline it, but Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is correct that, that if we're exempting out 2 groups, then that resolution would need to be amended the next time that there is a different elected official in that group.
And that's something that can be done. It's not, that can't be done in the future?
Well,
It
if
could.
you can accomplish the same result.
Or you could vote no on
with-
it
I'm not,
today.
I'm,
If you-
no,
you could
it's,
vote
it's,
no.
that, no, that.
And we can
you know.
exempt if you want to exempt
No.
yourself, then we should exempt, no?
No,
That we shouldn't
I
accept that.
I just think, just to be fair, I mean,
The
we can,
staffing?
we can.
So we could reflect in the resolution that the current member of Group 3 has
Right.
declined to accept it, so that it would otherwise apply after your service concludes.
Yeah, that's it. The current member group, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Same for me.
Okay.
So group 5
Take
and
the
then current
vote.
member of group 3.
As amended.
As amended, I need a second. I didn't hear
I'll
a second.
second it.
So Commissioner Suarez seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to register no.
Opposed?
I'm going to register.
So I have mayor as no. That's it? Okay, thank you. 6-1.
R9AB.
R9AB is discuss take action pilot program to utilize block-the-box cameras. Requested by Commissioner Suarez.
Through the mayor? Recognize? Mayor
Yes,
May-
Commissioner Suarez.
So everyone complains about the awful traffic on 41st Street, and a lot of that traffic is a result of people blocking the intersections on 41st Street. And so, you know, I gotta hand it off to the police. You know, they cannot necessarily be enforcing the block-the-box, especially all over 41st Street. You know, it takes away resources, which are most likely needed somewhere else, speeding, for example. And what I would like to put forward and start is a pilot program for 41st Street where we install cameras to give warnings of blocking the box, because unfortunately we're preempted from Florida, from the state of Florida to give any citations for blocking the box. Even though it's illegal, an officer has to be present. However, you know, if this next legislative session in Tallahassee, if we can get really good representation to change those laws and incorporate blocking the box as that can be issued from a camera, if we start now and by the time the next year happens, I think we'll be right in line of issuing citations. And so I'd like to tee it up to Mark Fishman, if you can give a little bit more of a history on the legality of the cameras and what him and I have talked about. Hopefully, we can change at the Florida State Legislature for next year. Through the mayor, I'd like to request Mark Fishman to speak.
Mark.
How you doing, Mayor? Mayor, members of the City Commission, Mark Fishman, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, Commissioner Suarez is accurate. Currently, Florida law pursuant to Florida Statute 316-0076 prohibits the use of cameras for any traffic enforcement other than for red light cameras, and you all just did the speeding in the school zones. So the cameras could not be utilized for the block-the-box purposes for enforcement. So one possibility would be to use the cameras to issue non-enforceable warnings, ideally. And I think you all know what block-the-box offenses are, of course. That's where a person proceeds through, not on a red light, but properly on either a green or a yellow light. However, they do not, when they proceed through the light, there's not sufficient space on the other side of the intersection to accommodate the vehicle they're driving. So that's really the issue, and that causes a huge, I'm a resident and an employee, and it just causes huge traffic issues, throughout the entire city, in addition to the other issues with the bridges and whatnot. So the camera program is something that could be utilized to either identify areas where block-the-box is happening more often, if it's not because it can't be used for enforcement, but to identify areas of the city where maybe the police could go and do certain details, or it could be utilized potentially to issue warnings to motorists, just, hey, listen, you can't be doing this, and then hopefully that will alter their behavior.
And also, if you can speak to, I know Tallahassee is a hard place to deal with, but we just got speeding in school zones, and so if you could speak to if it's just one small change in Florida law, that would allow us to moving forward issue citations and How helpful would that be?
I think it would be very helpful, and the mayor, when he was the commissioner, and some of the members of the city commission were here, and there was actually a resolution to urge the Florida legislature and a group called OPAGA study to see about making a change and allow cameras to be utilized for vehicle exhaust noise, and it actually got quite a bit of traction. OPAGA actually issued a study, gave credit to the City of Miami Beach Commission within that study, and I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but that's something they're looking at, allowing cameras to be utilized for vehicle exhaust noise, and this would just be another potential option for them to look at, but we need them to do that.
Yeah, so this item is another, I want to add another tool to the toolbox of traffic enforcement and quality of life, especially in the areas that are most impacted by traffic. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Commissioner Bott is requesting.
Commissioner Dominguez.
I'm very supportive. I know what a huge problem that is, not just on 41st Street, but down 17th, on different areas of Alton Road. People block the box. I had that happen on my way to City Hall today. So I'd be happy to second that item.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yep. Commissioner Suarez, thank you for this. Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez, for the support. Fully on board here, and perhaps we can also examine to make it one of our legislative priorities for next year, lobbying Tallahassee to allow for measures that would be more meaningful enforcement of this. If we're able to do that, I'm fully on board, so thank you for the leadership here.
Commissioner Bott is requesting to speak.
Commissioner Bott.
Hello again. So yeah, this is a huge problem all over the city, including in North Beach, that particularly gnarly town center set of intersections can get jammed up for quite some time. My question, and I'm very supportive of the effort, my question is, is this a new purchase of new technology, or is this, at least specifically for the pilot program, is it using the existing, I think it's 1,800 cameras that we have all over the city, and capturing what's going on at intersections with the existing technology that we have?
I think, I'd have to probably defer to the police. We do have extensive cameras throughout the city, including some red light cameras. Whether certain cameras could be programmed with a software program to capture vehicles caught in the intersection or not, I'm not certain.
Yeah, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. Commissioner, this is, I think, an interesting idea, one that I support. Quite frankly, if we can get a legislative change on this matter, it helps us work smarter and not harder, replacing police officers in intersection with actual cameras, with the hope of modifying bad behavior, people actually blocking the box. Major Eric Garcia runs our tech division and is responsible for the purchasing, maintenance of cameras, and is quite familiar with the red light camera system that we use and traffic cameras that we use as well. So he's going to speak on this matter for me.
Great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. Currently, we do not have cameras on 41st Street. 41st Street is one of the projects that's going to have cameras done when the larger infrastructure project is completed. But right now, we would not be able to.
Which
yes, sir.
project? Which project are you referring to?
41st Street is being reconstructed.
It is?
There's a GeoBond project to beautify
It's
and.
like on number 30 or something. on the
No,
list.
it's coming up. It's coming up.
And Commissioner, to speak a little bit to the technology, similar to what happened with the red light cameras, it would take a technological change, a technological innovation for a technology company to put out the cameras that identify block the box. The same way that speeding camera, the speeding in the school zone cameras, that's new technology. As soon as the law was passed, technology companies came on board with new innovations, and they will create the technology to enforce that.
Yeah, right. So, for example, on 17th Street, when I go onto Alton, there's a camera there to take pictures. I'm assuming you guys would go to a vendor and get a bid process to bid it out, correct?
What we would hope is that technology would become available once the law is changed to allow that type of enforcement that would specifically be designed to capture block the box.
Well, in other states, like for example, Seattle, they already have that. You
Yeah,
know,
those, I'm sorry, those companies would probably come to Florida the minute that that's passed.
Right, but if we want, you know, the intent right now is to issue warnings, right? And then also possibly give insight, give better insight to the police where this happens the most. So we could still research and bid and have those companies that already do it in other states bid out here. So the technology does exist.
If the technology exists, which I have not seen yet, but I'll definitely look into it, then we could do that. Problem is, we still run into the issue of, are we legally allowed to use that information or install cameras and use them in that way?
Okay, I'm gonna let Mark speak to that.
Yeah, so I think what he's referring to is, obviously, the camera would take a picture of a tag, you know, ABC 123. It wouldn't identify an individual, the registered owner of the vehicle, or their address. So we'd need to use a system to take that tag, ABC 123, and then convert it to a name and an address for registered owner to mail them the warning. And that would require the use of one of the systems the police officers have access to, probably the David system. And then the question becomes, it's supposed to be, David, pursuant to the agreement, it's supposed to be used for law enforcement purposes. And then, you know, we can't do enforcement because of the preemption we just talked about with the cameras, so we do the unenforceable warning, so there's a little bit of a conflict. We in legal actually have a call scheduled for later this week, finally with one of the attorneys for DHSMV, and hope to get some clarity from them. Before they were a little reluctant to give us any firm guidance, but that's what's being referred to now.
Okay, so right now, this is this item's a resolution to explore?
This is a discuss.
Yeah, so allow me to make a referral to finance, and by the time we get to the next finance meeting, you would have had that meeting already with the DHM, the Department of Home, yeah. And so I'd like to move that.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may. Chris. I have a question. And I'm sorry because I had to see staff on the side, but, so I haven't been following the totality of the conversation. So my understanding is that right now, state law doesn't allow us to utilize this technology for purposes of enforcement. That's correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We're only able to issue warnings. Is that correct? No, not to issue warnings.
Well, that's what what Mark was referring to, that we're researching.
That we're researching.
That's-
Okay.
They have a meeting with the Department of Motor Vehicles.
We could the issue is not the issuance of the warning itself. The issue, that wouldn't be the problem. The problem is utilizing the system, the David system, to convert the tag into a name and an address. It's using it for that purpose when the warning itself is not enforcement. It's not law enforcement. So that's the issue.
Okay, so you really, but you can create a registry of the tag. You can like get that data now and see if this is a frequent violator of Block the Box. And so let's say if a police officer pulls over a driver, they can see, okay, is this an habitual Block the Box offender, and determine based on that whether to issue a warning to someone or whether to issue them a citation. In which way to deter individuals from blocking the box. I'm wondering, could we, without converting the tag, utilizing the David system into a name and an address, okay, we're not converting it into a name and an address, so we're not using the David system for that purpose, but could we still create a registry of the tags blocking the box, which is creating an issue? I know after 3 o'clock, I better not be home, because if I need to get anywhere, I can back out of my driveway, because, traffic is just all backed up. Part of it is because people are blocking the box. So if we now can create a log of tags that are habitual offenders of Block the Box, can the officers reference that when they pull someone over to see, okay, is this a one-time person blocking the box? Is this someone that every day is blocking the box, and determine whether to use their discretion to issue a violation or a ticket?
Yes, Commissioner Suarez.
I think that's a fair idea. You know, I'll wait for them to speak, but you mentioned that you didn't get the totality, so you know, my intention is, you know, I think you and I are very engaged in Tallahassee. You more so than me. I'm kind of just new to this.
It's teamwork.
But I fully expect, and I even have an item on the agenda for additional or new lobbyists in Tallahassee. And I fully expect to have really good representation to fight for this very small change, where, you know, this isn't Big Brother. You know, we're not catching you speeding. We're catching you being a very inconsiderate person by blocking the box. And look, I get it. You know, people do it. I've done it. I think everyone's done it. But you know, if the camera's there, I believe it'll help a lot of traffic. And I think it's not a tall task to ask the Florida legislature to change that. And so, you know, by the time we even get a camera installed, it'll be 2025, and I have faith in you and I to move that forward. Now, to his idea of running a database, I don't know. That's up to you. And at the same time, Mark, you're going to have a call with Department of Motor Vehicles and see if this is fine. When I brought this to Mark, I thought, like, I'm pretty sure there's services online you can look up a tag, by the way. You don't have to use the David system. You can use, I think, a paid-for system. And yeah, well, let me have you guys answer Alex's question, and then you can talk to about maybe a third party besides David's system.
So I'll just answer, Commissioner. I'd have some concerns, and obviously we'd have to discuss creating a database of violators that you don't know who the driver is. You're just collecting tags for future enforcement. I don't know that that's something that we would be in favor of.
I mean,
or that we could even do. We'd have to.
I mean,
we'd have a lot to think about.
I'm just wondering how different is it than when we place license plate readers to run tags to try to find stolen vehicles. You know, the vehicle might be stolen, but the person driving the vehicle might not be the person who stole the car. You know, the thing is, this car has been used in the past for violation. Anyways, you guys look into it. I don't want to put you guys on the spot. Seems like you guys are doing research. I like my colleague's idea. Okay, if there is limitations on using the David system for collecting the driver's data, well, you know, are there other systems out there besides this system that perhaps we can procure that we could use for enforcement purposes?
Notices.
Yeah, notices.
Yeah, I'd like to co-sponsor this item. We've been dealing with the noise cameras quite a bit. It hasn't gone as smoothly as I'd like. I would just say that we may have to give some direction as to how we want to proceed on this to get to.
And I'll join as a co-sponsor as well, because I do think, you know, we've heard from so many residents about this.
Yep.
I'll join as a co-sponsor.
And so we got Commissioner Fernandez, Magazine, me, Suarez. Okay.
I'll join.
And Commissioner Bott. Okay. Are we good? We have direction?
So this was a referral?
Referral to FERC, yeah.
Referral to FERC by acclamation, and did you want it at the next FERC meeting? Is that what you requested, or?
When's the next FERC meeting?
The next FERC meeting is
March 22nd.
March 22nd.
That's not enough time for you guys. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I'm not the chair, so.
Chair?
Register me as a no on this.
Huh?
Yeah, I just hate red light tickets. I would never want to give
It's not a red light ticket.
one. Yeah, well, a red light ticket or a block the box ticket. I understand that it supposedly educates people. Maybe if you wanted to do one intersection, because frankly, I really dislike seeing the intersection at Alton Road and 17th Street closed. It's infuriating sometimes to leave City Hall, and I wonder why everything is so blocked up, and then I see that it's because we closed it off and you can't even get to Belle Isle. If you did this at that intersection, maybe, is that the intersection that you're proposing?
41st.
41st instead of here?
It's a pilot program.
You know, listen, you're just gonna,
But
people are gonna be
17th already has a
very,
camera.
very angry when they start to get those tickets, and I'm gonna say that I voted no. I'm gonna.
Well, I think right now we're talking about a warning.
Maybe you give them a
Maybe.
warning. Maybe they get
Maybe.
a warning.
Maybe.
I think that if you do this pilot program and we start to send out violations, then the violation should be warnings, because if you start to send out those $160, $250 tickets, people might be inconsiderate. But when you're on a fixed income and you get one of those tickets, it ruins your entire month. It can throw you off, actually, to some of our working class residents, you know, for the entire year. So, you know, do it, but don't make it super punitive. Maybe a $25 fine. Could we set it like that?
Sure.
Okay, then I'll support it. If you make sure
Well,
that the fine
well,
is
just
minimal.
Through
or
the
no
chair,
fine.
through the chair, just to be clear.
We can't.
Kristen,
We can't
just to be
issue-
clear, there is no fine right now because Florida statute prevents us from issuing any fines for blocking the box. It is illegal to block the box. If an officer is present, they can issue a violation, but it can't be issued a violation through a camera. But what Alex and I are saying is that, you know, through our efforts in Tallahassee, I think we would be able to get that change fixed. And then I think, I'm not sure if we have the ability to issue warnings first to block the box offenders. But again, and just to go back to the finance chair, Joseph Magazine, would the April meeting be okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yes.
Chief?
Yes, sir. We'll do the research and get back to you with an update by April.
And Mr. Fishman?
Yeah, that's fine, Commissioner.
Great.
Commissioner Fernandez, may I count you as a second?
Yes.
Then it's unanimous, 7-0.
Great.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's call R9Y.
R9Y is discuss, take action, limit printed materials for board and committees.
Yeah, thank you for this, Mr. Mayor. And the intention here is twofold. As city commissioners and then also on our various boards, we just get such a plethora and abundance of printed materials for all of the agendas. Doesn't mean it's not useful, but with technology today, all of these agendas are readily available on a computer and an iPad. In no way am I telling people what they have to do, but what I would like to default to is basically, by default, an opt-out program where we do not receive printed materials. One, from an environmental standpoint, if you just look at all the paper up here, and not to call any of us out, but we all do it, we'll take it. Actually, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you bring it back to your office, and maybe some others, but a lot of us just take it and throw it right to the trash. This would not prohibit anybody from getting a printed copy, but the default response from staff will just be to essentially that we will be accessing these agendas on our computers or digitally. So this is, one, a cost savings, and then two, from an environmental standpoint, an attempt to significantly reduce the amount of paper that is printed for not only our city commission meetings, but for all of the board meetings as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I 100% support the direction you're going in. Except the Group 3 commissioner from that yeah, I am gonna amend the item to, I'm a paper person. I need to, because, and in part, also, Mr. Clerk, where are we with the new agenda system?
We are testing it right now. We hope to go live next month, meaning April, May.
April, May.
Yeah.
I am so excited. That was one of the first things, I don't know if you recall, when I became a city commissioner that I met with you about, and
Yes.
one of the first items I sponsored on the agenda was, you know, updating this very antiquated and slow, oh my God,
Well, we're
accessing this agenda online. People, it is painful. It is painful. Like, it takes like sometimes an entire minute just to open up, you know, the page for an item. Then you open up the page and you need to open up the memo. It'll take you another minute to open up the memo. And so, like, just to read an item, like you're trying to access something quick to read something, and you've got a resident on the phone that you're trying to walk something through with them, and it's like, okay, hold up, it's taking a long time, and like you have Jeopardy music going on in the background. So we need this quickly. We need that new agenda system if we really want to go paperless. Because just right now it doesn't work in the interest of transparency. When you have an agenda that it takes so long to open up the items, it almost frustrates the individuals trying to use it, and it discourages individuals from engaging, and people just give up. Because it's impossible to read an entire agenda online, because for every single item, you're gonna sit there and wait. So, so for the time being, I'm gonna keep this until we get that new system. I'm gonna keep my paper agenda. It's my safety blanket. Literally at night when I'm reading the agenda before seeing the city manager the following day for my briefing. And then I'll revisit my position on having this before,
And we currently
once the new system goes up.
We currently have the ability to give you, and I've been sending those emails so you can access it via Novus itself. What we did originally also, some commissioners preferred for me to drop it in the Dropbox. So if you have a Dropbox account, you could give me that and I'll drop it there as well.
Yeah, and what I'm intending for this, and through the chair, through the mayor, if I can, use this for best practices. I understand that some people want to take physical notes go through these, and in no way am I looking to prohibit this, but just promote a best practices. By default, you will go paperless, but if you want to essentially, one time let the clerk know that you would prefer to receive all of these materials in paper, then that's your prerogative to do so.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm gonna be paper-based on this too. It's just too much information, and you're right, it's frustrating to try to get the items online right now. So it's an opt-in, right?
Yes.
Okay, listen, aspirationally, I would love to have everything electronically, but the truth of the matter is that even though I detest lugging these books around, and I can see, look at you, you have your stuff all marked up. You're really gonna miss getting a piece of paper.
And promote best practices, that's the intent.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that, like, for example, our planning board members, our DRB members, some of these are committees where they're dealing with large files of, orders or large visuals of plans and that type of stuff that might be easier for some people to see the paper version. I think let's allow them to decide. Let's give them that option.
100%. This is optional, but best practices is we'll all try and promote paperless, but to the extent anybody wants to do the paper, they have the ability to do so. And I know, as you do from the planning board, that actually gets sent to your house, and you're dealing with a stack like this. And after the planning board, it goes, okay, whoop, right in there. So to the extent people need to utilize in person on paper, yes, 100% they have that option. But let's try and promote best practices, not only with elected officials. It'd be great if the department heads can, there are staff members that utilize agendas and things like that, if we'd be able to promote digitally. But of course, same theme with staff. Those that wish to get it in paper can continue doing so.
Okay.
So by acclamation?
Yes.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we'll do an after-the-fact resolution on R9Y.
Okay, thank you. Let's call up R9AI.
R9AI is discuss take action, convene meeting with large Miami Beach employers regarding improving traffic congestion.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, thank you. So there is a finite amount of what we can do to improve traffic. We can't mandate everybody onto scooters. We cannot build additional roads. We can't control all the roads that are our main thoroughfares because they're county or state roads. So I was thinking about out-of-the-box ideas, and one of them could be asking some of our larger employers to rethink the shifts in which they have their staff, which are generally around the clock, come in and out, so that you don't have Mount Sinai and the Eden Rock and the Fontainebleau, for instance, all releasing their shift workers at the same hour or hour and a half, since we know those are the majority of the workers coming in. I think the statistic, if I remember correctly, was 45,000 people in vehicles crossing the bridges to come into work. If we could stagger those shifts by even an hour here or there, and not instantly, not like by April or May, but if we could have a meeting with those employers to talk through what some of the issues or opportunities might be, do a pilot program, you know, I don't know what's possible because I don't think the conversation has ever been had. So that's why I would like to, with the blessing of this commission and staff, get the largest employers, and it could be more than just the Eden Rock and Fontainebleau and Mount Sinai. It could be anybody who's interested in learning more, have sort of a citywide neighborhood conversation about, for businesses who would like to engage in this. And, you know, maybe let's see what comes out of it. Maybe there's a way to incentivize it. Maybe there's just people are eager to do this because it benefits them getting their staff in and out on time more easily. So that's the thinking behind this.
I'm supportive. I think it's a good item. A number of residents had reached out to me making that argument, so I'm glad you put it on, Commissioner Bott, that perhaps we could facilitate the staggering of shifts more than is currently taking place. And we have to, like you say, we have to look at every avenue to try to mitigate the traffic. Any other?
No pun intended, right? Look at every avenue.
No pun intended. Unless there's any other.
I think it's a great idea. I'd like to make a motion to move forward.
Second.
By acclamation?
Aye.
So direction is given.
Has been claimed.
R7H.
R7H is establish ad hoc city sanitation advisory committee.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. You know, I've had a long last year going door to door knocking, and you know, one of the issues that always came up is you know, my street's dirty, sidewalks are dirty, and you know, I'm not trying to knock on any sanitation employees. I think they do the best they can. I think Joe does the best he can, and I truly mean that. I think what's the component that is lacking is a resident-driven input of certain areas that may be not serviced properly, okay, or enough. And so what I would like to do is I would like to set up a committee of Mid-Beach, North Beach, South Beach. So we have 2 residents in each part of the beach so that they can put in their voice on any sanitation efforts they need. So South Beach is completely different than Mid-Beach, which is also completely different than North Beach. And so, you know, I've had residents like Elizabeth Latone who says like, hey, look, you know, hey, you know, we don't see anyone here cleaning up. And so I think if we have a resident-driven input on certain areas that need attention, I think that's going to bring us closer to a resident-centric government. And so I welcome my feedback from my colleagues.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I think it's a good idea. I'll throw out a suggestion, because whenever we set up a committee, and you and I had a conversation about all the committees that we have in the city that the administration has to man, and
It's ad hoc.
Hmm?
It's ad hoc.
Right, for a
Yeah,
year,
yeah.
but still, they have to man it every month,
Yeah.
right? And there are so many active neighborhood associations. Can we have them do it? And have Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, they have subcommittees, have them set up a subcommittee for cleaning in a certain geographic area. The Allison Park Neighborhood Association, have them be in charge of another area. There's a North Beach Alliance, they'll have another section. If it's in South Beach, have Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. So that way we don't have to use city staff to be manning another committee, even if it's ad hoc. But anyway, just an idea.
I'm more than willing to offer up my time to be the liaison for the sanitation committee. I think it's important. Look, you know, as as elected officials, our job is very simple. Keep us safe and keep us clean. And I want to make sure, we do both. And I want to make sure that our residents have a say, especially in the different parts of Miami Beach. I welcome your feedback for, resident neighborhood association input. Certainly that ad hoc committee would recommend applicants for the positions. I'm hoping this only lasts a year, and we only needed a year, to be honest. And then sanitation, it will have, I guess, better direction on problem areas. And so, I think this is the right approach and making sure we have a better service of government.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Suarez. Just a quick procedural question, City Attorney. Very generous of you, Commissioner Suarez, to offer your time, so appreciate that. Is that procedurally okay? I mean, that we don't need administrative staff there if Commissioner Suarez is handling?
There are, for Commissioner Suarez to be the liaison, is that I think that you could do that. We have some commissioners that are serving on committees themselves, so that's
Okay.
doable.
Commissioner Magazine.
I think it's a great initiative. There's some low-hanging fruit that has a incredibly impactful feel on residential quality of life. And coming out to a clean and safe city are some of our utmost priorities that we should be addressing. And again, no knock of yours, Joe. This is an all-hands-on-deck effort. I said it with the gum cleaning. I'd be out there willing to take up a pressure washer myself. That was a genuine offer. So I understand that something like the cleanliness of our city, we all take pride in that. So let's, anything we can do to move that forward, leave no stone unturned, so I support the initiative.
Okay. All in
I'll
favor?
move.
You're
I move
moving
it.
it? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
The vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 7-0, R7H.
Okay, there were a couple of addendum items that I want to go at least through the referrals. They're referrals, so I just want to bring them up. And if there were I guess we have C4T is the first one.
C4T is a referral to Land Use and Planning Board, residential units in Belle Isle, requested by Commissioner Dominguez, C4T.
Any? If you make the motion, Commissioner Fernandez has seconded, and we'll take the vote to refer it. Okay? Everyone in favor?
C4T is referred.
Okay. Next one is C4U.
C4U is a referral to the Finance Committee for the March 22nd meeting. Bring Sale GP event to Miami Beach on April 2025. It was requested by Commissioner Magazine, C4U.
Yeah.
I second the item.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, a seconded by Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
So C4U is referred to March 22nd.
If you could put me as a co-sponsor on that, please.
Commissioner Suarez is a co-sponsor.
C4V was already referred?
Yes, sir. C4W is the next one.
C4W?
It's a referral to, which was it? Neighborhood Resiliency, is that the number? Yeah. Norman DL Traffic Calming Project.
Moved by Commissioner Dominguez, the sponsor of the item.
Second by
Second
Commissioner
and
Suarez.
all in favor?
Aye.
C4W is referred.
C7Z.
C7Z is create ad hoc historic preservation ordinance committee.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to take a moment to just speak as to why I'm creating this, even though it's on the consent agenda. We've seen from Tallahassee the massive preemption it has created in some of our most significant historic districts in North Beach and Mid Beach, especially as it relates to some of our most iconic waterfront historic assets, and now how they're under the threat of demolition through state preemption. And so now more than ever, we have to look at our historic preservation code and see how can we facilitate preservation. What can we do to streamline process? What can we do to create incentives and make it more economically viable for developers to preserve these historic assets that we're privileged to have in the city of Miami Beach. And that's the purpose of this ad hoc Historic Preservation Ordinance Committee, is to be convened through September so that we can, at that point, receive recommendations. And I urge each one of you to look at the at-large categories. There, you know, we have former members of MDP, a seat for a former member of MDPL. We have a seat for a resident living in a historic district. We have a seat for members of the construction and development community and other categories, so that we get a true balanced perspective and true quality recommendations that we can consider as important amendments to the ordinance to promote, most above all, incentives for the preservation of these historic assets. With that, Mr. Mayor, I move my item.
I second that.
I'll second it.
Yep, allow Commissioner Bott.
Okay.
And if we could, you know, please, if anyone wants to make nominations to the at-large categories there, let's try to bring them for the next meeting so that we can have a fully constituted board as quickly as possible.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. C7AA,
It is requiring all land use members to take MDPL Art Deco tour.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
What I've noticed over the years, and actually I myself needed this type of education when I first got elected, I really didn't understand the importance of Art Deco architecture. I hadn't taken the tour. I found over time that we appoint residents, even from outside of the city. Sometime we will appoint, a professor from University of Miami who doesn't live in Miami Beach. I would like everybody who's going to serve on any of our land use boards to take this tour, educate themselves, understand why it's so important to who we are, walk these streets, look at these buildings, because I think once they, as an educator, and somebody who's dedicated my life to this type of information, I know it's going to influence their votes, and they're going to be better members of the committee because of it. You would think that everybody has taken this tour and understand it, but there are people that we have on our land use boards, even our historic preservation board. I bet you right now, if you went and asked every member of our HPB board, there are members that have not taken the tour. So I think everybody should be required to take the tour. Tour takes a couple of hours. I think it will definitely influence their votes, and our city and our historic districts will benefit from it.
No, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I just want to throw out there, maybe we could do a group tour as a commission with our aides, and I think it'll be cool if we sunshine it and we get to do a tour of the Art Deco district.
I nominate George Neary to head the tour.
I think that'd be so spectacular.
And by the way, this was George Neary's idea. He came up to me and said, after all of these years doing this, I think we really need to make sure that our land use board members take this tour. And I said, fine, no problem. That's what happened when I went to the Fujisawa dinner, and now we are, making it happen right now. And I don't think this is controversial. And is anybody opposing this type of education? No?
I'd like to address.
Pardon?
Sorry, we couldn't hear you. Commissioner Bott,
I'd like to address this.
you have the floor.
I love this idea. I also love the idea put forth by Commissioner Fernandez that the commission does it. I know for a fact that there are people serving on boards opining about what is valuable in our city who do not know anything about our historic architecture and whether or not they find it attractive. At least understanding academically why something has value is, I think, an important part of the education. I would actually suggest that it is not just the Art Deco district that is included in this, but it is also the mid-century modern district that starts from the historic hotel district in the 60s on Collins up to some further reaches in North Beach. So maybe it's 2 tours because that's a lot in one day. But it's really important that we understand our character of place as we have fewer and fewer resources to safeguard it against competing interests. It's really important that the people are helping us, informing us and advising us on how best to proceed are all speaking from the same knowledge base when it comes to why things matter. They don't have to agree, but they have to understand why things matter. You could make the argument that, nobody would have ever said that the South Shore Community Center had no value. And I know that a commissioner who's not among us any longer said that, it is not an important piece of architecture because it doesn't look like all of his other structures. People need to understand why our city is different from others so that they can make the best supporting decisions possible. So I would not only support these directions, but increase it to include the mid-century modern architecture as well.
Does MDPL do a tour that focuses on that?
Yes.
So they would have to
does
take
a
both of these tours. Okay, I'm okay with that. Are you guys okay with that?
I just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
What's important, I just want to make sure that it's not just, when we think of Art Deco, a lot of times we only think of the Art Deco district and that collection that's on the National Registry of Historic Districts, the 800 buildings. And maybe whatever tour is done with MDPL, it considers, some of the other areas that incorporates, the Morris Lapidus district, or goes as far north as the Altos del Mar district. That it truly is not just here in South Beach, the postcard and the collection of buildings that go from 5th Street to 23rd Street, but truly considers the other historic districts that we have, so that it truly is a full and encompassing and well-balanced representation of what are our historic districts, so that truly is beneficial to the intent that you're looking to have.
Wonderful. So maybe we could direct that the city administration organize with MDPL these tours right around the time where we're appointing to these boards, or should we empower, I guess as part of the motion, to take the 2 tours? I'm fine with that. I really do think that people will take ownership. Once they walk it, they see it, they understand the history. It's something that they've been seeing their entire lives, but maybe nobody's ever explained it to them. I think this will go a long way. So thank you, Commissioner Bob, for the added information. I just got a text from Daniel Serraldo saying that's great, so I would leave it for you guys to work out all of the details. And if you did want me to include by the part of the motion as organizing 1 tour for the commission, I would also attend that too, so we can find some dates for that too.
And Mayor, as part of this motion, we'll also need a separate referral to Planning Board to amend the application requirements going forward for land use board members to have a requirement to take a tour.
Okay. All right.
All in favor?
All right.
Great. There were 2 items on the agenda
Thank you, George.
that were pulled from consent last month. I'd like to just see if we can get those referred. R9E.
Yes, sir. R9E is a referral to land use, create incentives to encourage office conversions to residential.
Yeah, I make a motion.
Okay, all in favor?
I'll sec.
I'm sorry, I missed it. R9E was Commissioner Magazine and seconded by Fernandez?
Yeah, and it's sponsored by Commissioners Bott and then co-sponsored by Commissioners Magazine and Suarez. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bott, did you want to say something?
No, I thought I had seconded, but that's fine.
Okay. Did we vote? I'm sorry, all in favor? Yeah. We voted. Okay, R9I.
R9I is a referral to finance, create fund for properly fitting uniforms for frontline personnel.
Commissioner Suarez.
Sure, for some reason, there's been a lot of controversy over an optional item for our frontline workers to get their uniforms tailored. Totally optional. We see, or I see, when I'm outside, especially in summer, our frontline workers like code, parking, sanitation, they have these huge outfits, and sometimes it feels like they can get stuck in machinery. So I want to give them the option to get their suits tailored, and the police get their suits tailored. I don't know how that. I don't know if the city pays for it or you guys pay it out of pocket, but I'd love to have our frontline workers to also have their the ability to tailor all their outfits, and just a referral to FERC.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. All in favor for the referral?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think the last item of the evening.
Can I nominate Commissioner Sars to be the fashion police?
R9AR.
Thank you for this, Mr. Mayor.
Wait,
Discuss-
let the city clerk pull it up.
R9AR is discuss take action, alternatives to live local.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you for this, Mr. Mayor. Never easy to discuss less than ideal news or to convey that, but we've all taken apart, whether it be Commissioner Fernandez going to Tallahassee or all of us lobbying legislatures about trying to mitigate and battle the unintended consequences that could come forth of the Live Local Act. It's my understanding that this bill has been amended in the House and the Senate. It's waiting for the governor's signature, and it will have an impact on our city. It's been conveyed to us that there has already been an application submitted with the expectation that there could be several, a couple, maybe a large amount that come forward. And perhaps the best course of action here, so we could have a more robust discussion, is to refer this to land use. But where I'm going with this essentially is, right now, I don't know how much more we can fight back. We've put together things that mitigate, such as requiring setbacks and things of that nature. We've brought height in areas more congruent with the compatibility of our city. But right now, when the governor signs this bill and FAR is added back in, they will be able to file applications. So perhaps one available measure is we look to mitigate that. Perhaps best discuss the specifics in land use, and I'll make a motion to refer it there. But I think we have to get some sort of streamlined process on the table.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I have some good ideas too. Listen, I think if somebody wants to build something that's out of character with our city or out of scale with our city, there's so many different ways that we can fight back. We could spend the next 20 years ping-ponging the legislature, changing it every single time. And that's what we're gonna do until they finally, so I have a separate item that I think I referred to the finance committee about our fees, depending on what, people are, supporting or not, so. Anyway.
Well,
great.
fortunately on this, even with the Live Local Act, which presumably the governor, assuming the governor signs it, there are height restrictions based on the zoning, there are setback restrictions, so hopefully, even though the FAR increase has been significantly increased, hopefully it will not have as big an impact, but it's somewhat unknown at this point.
Okay, so just say one thing, and
Please.
we'll wrap up. Mr. Mayor, and where I was going with this is, let's say on Alton Road, the height for Live Local could be up to 150 feet. And if we thought that that was out of scale or character with the neighborhood, we could go out and say to a private applicant, if you would reduce your parking or reduce your workforce housing component and bring it in at 125 feet, that is something that almost have our own version to counter the Live Local that makes it a little more adaptable to our city.
Amazing. So all in favor of the referral? Aye.
Aye.
I
Thank-
thought I heard Commissioner Fernandez make the second, am I correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez seconded the motion. Thank you to all my colleagues. This was actually a very good agenda, great items, everyone, quality of life. I mean, really covered a lot of good issues, so really thank you to each and every one of you. And I do want to get a shout out to our city administration. So far, we've had an amazing spring break. We have a big test this weekend. I know we're ready, so, and hopeful that we'll continue. So really, to our city manager, to our police chief and our police department, really every department, code compliance, parks, sanitation, I'm probably leaving off some. It's been really all hands on deck. Our marketing department for the great marketing video that has gone absolutely viral. It's been really a team effort from the entire city commission and its city administration, and I could not be more pleased. So thank you, everyone.
And just may I may, hats off to Monica. Thank you so much for.
Oh, parking, thank you, parking.
Really, I mean, trying to, put 2 gallons in a 1 gallon jug, and she's making it happen, so. Good job, Monica.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yay, Monica. Oh, that. You meant that, Monica, but I was actually referring to parking as well for the job they've done for, so shout out.
Monica will take credit. No, just kidding.
No,
But yeah, good job to the entire city staff.
Meeting is adjourned.